sous le haut patronage accueille du 14 au 18 novembre 2022 à l'Hôtel de Février les réunions annuelles de l'Organisation interafricaine du café. Des délégués et experts des 25 pays africains membres et d'autres continents sont attendus à cette importante rencontre qui sera essentiellement consacrée aux jeunes et aux femmes dans l'industrie du café. Les points d'attraction de cette rencontre seront le forum politique de haut niveau, la 5e conférence scientifique sur le café africain, la 62e assemblée générale, les réunions de comité et le 10e symposium du café africain. Dans l'une des sessions inédites sera le premier concours africain des jeunes baristas de café. Cet événement international constitue des opportunités d'échange sur les grands enjeux liés à la filière café en Afrique. Infoline 22 27 09 45 91 44 58 00. Ensemble, valorisons le café africain. Under the high patronage of His Excellency Foreso Dimnanya Singbe, President of the Togolese Republic, Lomé is hosting from November 14 to 18, 2022 at the De Février Hotel the annual meetings of the Inter-African Coffee Organization. Delegates and experts from the 25 African member countries and other continents are expected to attend this important meeting, which will be mainly devoted to young people and women in the coffee industry. The focal point of this meeting will be the high-level political forum, the 5th Scientific Conference on African Coffee, the 62nd General Assembly, committee meetings, and the 10th African Coffee Symposium, one of the unique sessions of which will be the first African competition for young coffee baristas. This international event provides opportunities for exchanges on the major issues related to the coffee sector in Africa. Infoline 2227-0945 9144-5800. Together, let's promote African coffee.
Je souhaite alors plein succès à nos travaux et que vive, prospère la consommation du café. Je vous remercie.
Monsieur le secrétaire général de l'OIAC, Monsieur le secrétaire général du CCFCC, président de la CRAM, soyez les bienvenus dans cette salle pour la reprise des travaux ce matin. Nous passerons une journée suffisamment chargée avec 3 sessions. 3 sessions dans la recherche. Avant de commencer les travaux, nous avons le privilège d'écouter le mot introductif qui nous sera donné par le coordonnateur du RECA, Dr Célestin Kataraïba, suivi, j'espère que je ne massacre pas le nom, suivi du mot de bienvenue par le secrétaire général du CCFCC, M. Anselme Gouton, et du mot d'ouverture par le secrétaire général de l'OIAC, l'ambassadeur Solomon Routega. Sans plus tarder, nous aimerions inviter au lutrin pour son mot introductif le coordonnateur du RECA, Dr Célestin Gataraïa.
Good morning, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen.
Bonjour.
Researchers, dear participants. It's a pleasure for us to participate today in the 5th African Scientific Coffee Conference here in Lomé, Togo, after some time that we could not meet physically due to the COVID-19 pandemic travel restrictions. If you remember, we had the previous ACRN conference, the fourth one in Accra, Ghana, in 2020 during the ACO's annual meeting, but it was online. We are honored to have with us here the Secretary General of IACO, Ambassador Solomon Ortega, and the President of ACRAM, Mr. Anselm Gouton, who are also going to make remarks for the official opening of our conference. The theme of the conference today is connecting research and extension for an improved coffee productivity and quality. We received many abstracts from researchers of different countries, and 29 of them were selected and will be presented by 26 researchers from 14 member countries. So we have Cameroon, one researcher is going to present, Côte d'Ivoire 3, DR Congo 1, Ethiopia 5, Gabon 1, Kenya 2, Madagascar 1, Malawi 1, Nigeria 3, Sierra Leone 1, Tanzania 2, Congo, Togo 3, who are going to make presentation. Uganda, we have one researcher who is going to make presentation. And then Zimbabwe, we also have one researcher who is going to make a presentation. But some of these presentations are going to be also online because some researchers were not able to travel and come here. So we grouped the topics according to the area of research. So there is agronomy, breeding, pest and disease management, socio-economy, climate change effects, and quality improvement. So I take this opportunity to thank the scientists present here and those intervening online for responding to our calls by sending abstracts and accepting to participate and share their experience in this conference. The scientific conference is organized every 2 years within the framework of the African Coffee Research Network's objective to facilitate the exchange of scientific information between researchers of member countries, but most importantly, it's a mission to enhance research in order to respond to the challenge that African coffee industry is facing today. Some of those challenges are related to inadequate application of good agronomic practices, outbreaks of pests and diseases. We have seen many cases in different countries. All the coffee plantations with all the varieties that are currently susceptible to pests and diseases and have less yield. The climate change effects and so on. All of these effects affect the productivity and quality of coffee, of course also the revenues of farmers they get from it. Therefore, there is a need of new innovative tools and technologies that can help smallholder farmers to focus on better farming management of their coffee plantations and improve the productivity. There is a need of high-yielding varieties, resistant or tolerant to biotic and abiotic stresses. There is a need for action, for example, low-regret options to enhance climate resilience, to make existing climate risks, and to plan for a long-term climate change. There is still a need for new measures to deal with the outbreaks of pests and diseases. And ultimately, we need new processing technologies to improve the quality of our coffee so that it can be competitive in the market. research plays a key role in all of that, but it needs to be linked to the extension for it to be effective. We believe that this conference will give an opportunity to scientists to discuss and exchange ideas on how to get common solutions to these challenges and respond to the farmers' needs for a sustainable production of the African coffee industry. Besides sharing experience and research findings from different countries, we expect from this conference to generate ideas that will help in formulating research projects for development of the coffee value chain. We promise to share outcomes and proceedings of this conference with the coffee scientists in member countries, and follow-up of the implementation of the recommendation will also be done. I once again thank the presenters and the participants and wish you a fruitful discussion. Thank you.
C'est plutôt nous qui remercions Dr Célestin pour ce mot introductif qui nous donne déjà l'envergure du travail qui nous attend durant la journée. Poursuivre.
It also improved the thanks Mr. Celestin for his word. So we ask for your rapt attention in listening to the welcome address of the representative of the Minister of Trade of Togo, Chairman of Ayako. Mr. Alsem Gouton, please, you have the floor. Thank you. It's still a great pleasure for me to find myself around our best researchers. I always do remember that our researchers in Africa has really nothing to envy from the international researchers, given the fact that the international researchers acknowledges the expertise and the knowledge of our researchers in Africa. So before I start my speech, I want to acknowledge the expertise, the knowledge and the merit of our researchers. So I want you to give a round of applause to our researchers. Thank you. Minister of Trade and Industry and Promotion of Local Consumption, who is the ongoing president of Ayako, is not just a game of words. He really desired, because he is also a fan of researchers. He wished he would have been here personally, and he wished he is spending at least 1 hour with the researchers before going back. But the schedule is so heavy. The month of November is very loaded, and we have challenges whereby all the ministers are really called here and there. That's why he couldn't be here. But he made me understand that if he has the will to meet the researchers for few exchanges, I will have the duty to send the message to you. Having said this, as he asked me to represent him or deliver his speech on his behalf as chairman of the Ayako, please enable me to do this duty, perform this duty. Ladies and gentlemen, members of African Coffee, ladies and gentlemen, dear researchers, I have beside me Mr. General Secretary Ambassador Ortega, His Excellency, and on my left we have the first leader of RECA. I have difficulty pronouncing his name. I have pronounced the easiest word, the easiest name, which is Celestin. So I want to give myself the pleasure of acknowledging the presence of the distinguished delegates and researchers We have distinguished delegates of various countries of Ayako who are also here in this hall, and our guests who are also present. Among them, we have guests like Mr. Denis Ejiu. Is he in the room? I saw him when I came. He's here from Ayako. I saw him beside Kabi. And dear guests, we ought to remember that each and every one of you continues a nice stay in Togo despite the intensity of the ongoing activities. As we open this day of the annual conference on 2022 of Ayako, I want to express my sincere recognition to the 25 countries of Ayako on behalf of our researchers and our partners and people who are involved in various researches, especially in that of the value chain of the African coffee. This is a proof of maturity and the internal capacity of our research institutes in promoting and operationalizing and making accessible the results of research in the only and unique aim of making our product producers and especially the gum of use in terms of economics and self-employment in the value chain. Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, dear researchers, the theme maintained this year, I quote, is connecting research and dissemination of information for a best productivity and quality of coffee. I want to express the point to which productivity and quality is in the hearts of the highest authority of our countries, in the sense that the economic development plans of these previous years on the continent focuses particularly on production of quality and local transformation. Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, distinguished delegates, dear researchers, you are quite aware that the coffee industry is a major source of income for more than 12 million homes in Africa and a major pillar for fighting against rural poverty. It constitutes a source of food security and nutrition security as well as job creation in the rural and urban areas. It constitutes the major part of what enables us to appreciate what we can do in order to improve the better future of our beneficiaries. I want to insist that the coffee industries provide for our states a national income and currency. Ladies and gentlemen, you agree with me that the potential role of Africa in the value chain of the world, and there has been a busy activity of a certain value for many years. That's why I want to draw to your attention that the challenges identified in the case of developing this sector is focused on bad cultural practices, lack of new varieties of high productivity, disaster produced by diseases, and climate change that has a certain impact on the lower productivity in the African producing countries of coffee. Our network, the RECA, of course, ACRU on the African network of Ayako, want to facilitate and strengthen the capacity of research institutions and strengthen the human resources and work hard effectively with technology for providing appropriate information for the coffee sectors in answering the challenges of which the sector is facing. The present meetings in Lomé will enable our researchers from different institutions of the member countries and partners of ACRU to share their summaries and make presentations on various subjects in the field of coffee. To mention very few, we have the agronomy, the selection and fighting against diseases, and the socio-economic aspect, the effect of climate change and improvement of quality. We are expecting that the sharing of information will open a means to generate ideas that will give inspiration for the development of new proposals of projects which could be sent to various partners and donors for the technical and financial support. As we hope a good success of your work, I declare that this scientific conference of researchers and network on African coffee is opened. Thank you for your rapt attention.
Monsieur le représentant de
Chairman of the Chairman of IACO for opening the FEED scientific conference and is sending our attention back to our works. As we arrive in this hall, someone was saying that what's good for you in the coffee sector is that you have people who finds it. If you are looking for performing varieties, they will find them for you. If you are looking for quality and variety that can resist to climate change, they will find them. Even with facing coffee, they will find them to you. So why won't you call them finders? And why do you call them finders and then you call them researchers? Please be happy. We are with researchers who can find it, and we will spend a day very, very heavy with 16 presentations this morning before we go for a lunch break. And in the afternoon, we will be having 13 presentations. In sum total, we'll be having 29 presentations. You are sufficiently brave to withstand for the day with the 29 presentations. And to manage ourselves during the day, the chairman and the moderator of the day, we will please ask Dr. Celestine to please present him to us so that he will come and sit and take his seat.
avant le retrait des officiels.
Before the officials leaves the podium.
Yes.
Lui, il a ouvert. Il dit, je déclare ouvert.
Yeah. Let me do it now. Okay. I want to go. I wait for you now.
Oh, yes.
Yeah. So I'll make my remarks.
Je vais faire mes observations tout à l'heure. Son Excellence, Monsieur le Président.
Minister of Commerce, Local Consumption and Industry, and Secretary General of the CCFCC, Mr. Anselm Goton, the Director of Research and Development and also Coordinator of the Africa Coffee Research Network, Dr. Celestine Gataria, distinguished Chief Executive Officers, Executive Directors of coffee boards, distinguished delegates, scientists from member states, ladies and gentlemen. On behalf of the member states of IACO Secretariat, it's my pleasure to welcome all of you to the 5th Africa Scientific Coffee Conference held here in Togo. I would like to thank the people and government of Togo for their warm hospitality. Permit me also to thank the scientists gathered here representing 14 African nations for their commitment and support to the Africa Coffee Research Network. I wish to congratulate you on the successful selection of your abstracts, which will be discussed today. I would like to thank Dr. Celestine for coordinating this conference as the coordinator of the ACRN. The theme for this 5th ASCC is connecting research and extension for an improved coffee productivity and quality. This is a very pertinent subject and a key prerequisite in the transformation of the coffee value chain in Africa. As you're aware, African coffee producers continue to face several challenges across the value chain. Worse still, climate change is an ever-present obstacle to farmers, especially smallholders who may not have access to capital, which can help them to adapt to the changing conditions. Drought is becoming more common, and many producers do not have the necessary irrigation equipment to combat the dry conditions. African coffee yields tend to be low, as growers may not have access to new coffee plant varieties or costly inputs. Many producers also suffer from a lack of support services, like training and advice from extension programs, which could greatly increase productivity. In addition, perennial price volatilities continue to pose challenges towards the making of long-term investment decisions. Sadly, many of our governments attach very little attention and resources in the area of R&D. Yet, the answers to the problems require abundant investment in research and development. Distinguished participants, in response to these challenges, the ACRN under IACO was established in order to facilitate and enhance the capacity to research institutions in member states so that we improve on resource manpower and effectively disseminate appropriate technologies or information to the coffee stakeholders. The ASCC is therefore one of the tools to facilitate exchange and dissemination of scientific information on coffee between the member countries. We believe that in order to further enhance the collaboration and information sharing between coffee scientists and enhance coffee research and innovation in the African member countries, the ASCC is a suitable regional platform that creates this opportunity. It is my hope that today's 3 sessions covering plant breeding and quality improvement, agronomy and social economy, and pests and disease management and climate change will succeed in further enriching our knowledge database and establish new networks. Dear participants, as I conclude, I wish to share some observations following my recent visit to Sene Cafe in Colombia. In my view, that's one of the best coffee research centers in the world that I've visited. I witnessed firsthand very advanced level of research covering the whole coffee value chain, from the farm to the market and the advanced lab equipment to facilitate the work. The 2 most important lessons learned for me, which I would like the African coffee researchers to embrace someday, is the importance of funding research and development by the private sector through a kind of a federation. And in the case of Colombia, it is through the Colombia Coffee Federation, of which Sene Cafe, as one of the group companies under this federation, with the linkages of extension services which are critical in the sustainability of the value chain. So one takeaway was the importance of extension services. You can have the best research, but if your extension service infrastructure is not in place, the farmer will not get that value. So that is one lesson I think we can learn. As government, we should invest in extension services if we're going to have a sustainable coffee value chain. So I hope the ACRN can organize a benchmarking tour for you in the near future to establish this collaboration with these kind of research centers. Allow me at this point to thank all of you once again, and I wish you successful deliberations. Thank you very much.
Nous remercions le secrétaire général de l'OIAC pour son intervention et nous invitons Dr Célestin à nous présenter le modérateur de la conférence scientifique.
So for this morning session, we have moderator, Dr. Elijah Gichuru, who is a chief research scientist at the Institute Director of Coffee, and the Institute Director of Coffee Research Institute, CRI, in Kenya, which is also under the Kenyan Agriculture and Livestock Research Organization. Dr. Gichuru holds a BSc, an MSc, and a PhD of the University of Nairobi in Agriculture and Plant Pathology. He worked with the Ministry of Agriculture in Kenya before joining the then Research Foundation, CRF, in 1994. He has research experience of over 28 years. He has published numerous research papers, conference and book chapters, mentored and supervised young people as master's and PhD students. He has served chair of African Coffee Research Network and contributed in African journals. He is responsible for the coordination and promotion of research into the coffee value chain and has developed a linkage with research institutions in Kenya and other countries. He has received various research grants.
Il a coordonné également des projets mis en œuvre par les équipes
and outside Africa. So, Dr. Gichuru, the floor is yours. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Director for Research. Okay, thank you. I was just checking about time because we are somewhere in the program already and the whole day is tightly packed. I hope we'll be able to recover. May I take this opportunity to welcome all of you to this session scientific conference. I also take the opportunity to thank the organizers of the meetings for having a space for scientists. I thank the scientists who submitted their work, whether it was approved or not. There is still progress, and we'll see more of that. I hope within the fraternity of listeners, both here and outside virtually, we also have the consumers of the outputs of research. Like we have had, if we do research and it's not consumed, then it is not useful per se. We also hope we have various stakeholders so that at the end of the day we have networking, which again will help us to advance in science and serve our stakeholders to have solutions for them. I will take my time to invite the first speaker, and while I do that, I hope we will keep time 10 minutes so that then we regain our time. In terms of questions and feedbacks, we will do at the end. After a break, which we will take and make sure that we have connection for our virtual presenters. So our first presenter is Professor Pampile Nguema. I hope I'm pronouncing it well. He is a researcher at the Togori. No, that's not the one, sorry. Pampile Nguema Dotumu is the head of General Agronomy Department, Institute of Agronomic Research and Forest Research at Libreville, Gabon. He is a major plant breeder. He works on rubber, cacao, coffee, and oil palm. Take the floor, please, and hope you will speak Swahili. Thank you very much. Welcome. And proceed for 10 minutes, please. Yes. Yes. I think the presentation is there, is it? You have the... We are asking about the presentation. Is it in the projector? ICT, please, could you help us to have the presenters? I suppose they have all their presentations in one place so that then can move on from one to the other. Yes? You can begin, please.
Merci et bonjour à tout le monde.
Thank you and good morning all. I'll hereby present the research work that we did in Gabon on characterizing the genetic aspect of coffee that is being cultivated in the southeast of Gabon through the microsatellite method. And presenting this work, we will start with an introduction to remind you of the theme that we tackled, and we will look at the method and the material we use to obtain some results and conclude before we formulate a conclusion and then talk about the future perspectives of the research. We have to remind you that the importation of the vegetal coffee vegetation dates back to the colonial era. But to date, we still have the absence of documentations on the real identity of the coffee trees that are being cultivated in the country. So we have a lack of knowledge on the various genetic aspects that exist in the country, and that is a bit different from Cote d'Ivoire and Cameroon, where we know more or less the diversity of coffee in the country. In the case of Gabon, it's just like that of Angola and DRC, and if we refer to what it was said the other day, Thierry Leroy said, it therefore makes us to look at the need of looking at the genetic diversities of coffee that is being produced in coffee. That will enable us on the one hand to set up a program of improvement of variety that will lead us to obtaining more performing coffee materials. On the other hand, we will also have the opportunity to compete with others in terms of production of seeds, because we are all aware that it's more about state sovereignty. So Jean-Pierre Baudouin reminds us in 2022 that in 2002 that the genetic aspect is a state it's a state legacy that we need to protect in order to improve the production and plant species. In the same manner, we have other writers who told us that there are a huge diversity, and especially the wild type in the lake area of Congo and Gabon and Cameroon, and as well as Congo. And others also speculated that similar observations were done in the region of Madagascar concerning the coffee trees. So this in 2018, I do remind that genetic species of Galliflora is very important with regard to Arabica. And to end up, many authors also say that the genetic diversity overlaps the genotypic diversities, and it is important to exploit the heritage that exists in order to obtain a genetic species that can create new variety and more performing seeds, especially in the type of Robusta coffee trees. And to end up, other writers say that the different aspects in a Galliflora variety will help us to know the source of genetics. In this information is very limited, except few cases in the countries where we know. And Cote d'Ivoire is a good example in the field because they have had several studies on the diversity and the interest on the various diversities and the varieties, genetic varieties. So many of my collaborators observed that there are target groups that could target the improvement of coffee trees, and on the one hand, and the resistance on to diseases on diseases on the other hand, and they also talk about the quality of the finished products. So when we said we saw that it was important to restructure the resources, the genetic resources, in the aim of improving coffee in Gabon. For this, we think that we can connect and analyze the data that will enable us to have a good knowledge of diversities, and to that we must add anything that has to do with organoleptic quality, that we know the real varieties of interest that we will continue farming, so that in Gabon we have much more focus on the quality of a trade coffee than the productive quantitative coffee productivity. When we started this work, it was more about characterizing the phenotypic and genotypic of the trees varieties produced in Gabon, and we started this by the southeast of Gabon. So it enables us to identify the quality of the organoleptics of the coffee trees, and to end up to have a bank of seeds that have the potentials of high level of production in terms of quality. For that reason, we established few stages to get there. So we have to identify the phenotype and the genotype of exploited vegetation in the country. Yeah. Yes. We also undertook a certain typological organogram to compare the coffee in Gabon in terms of quality, and we also undertook seeds in order to maintain what exists on the ground, in order to end up with a national program of improving the varieties through a selective creation, which is creating new individuals with recent characters. So that work took place in the farms of Alanga and Elengue in the southeastern part of Gabon, and the farm materials used will essentially be the components of leaves and the series of maturity of Robusta. In the first part, we did a sampling of trees, followed by the team leaders who knows the field so well, and they look at the scientific characteristics and look at the varieties of the coffee exploited. In addition to that, we evaluated the leaf parameters, talking about their leaves and their width, and we look at the microsatellite aspect, and to end up with an statistic analysis on the aspect, and they also talk about the genotype aspects in another side. So roughly these are a few samples of matured seeds that we collected in Malanga, and they are quite different by their color and the caliber of the series. In terms of results, we localized geolocalization of Langa, 8 species and sampling, and we also took 3 samples on Alenge. And when we did the statistic analysis on the morphology and width of the leaves, we noticed that our diagram brought out statistics values that are normal. That incited us to undertake another variance analysis that revealed at a very significant aspect of the hybrid aspect of the length and the width, on the other hand, of the coffee leaves, as we talk about the various types. And in terms of analysis by microsatellites, it was noticed that on the various sampling that we sent that are here in red, it happened that we have 4 types of genetics. The first genetic pool, is made of the Robusta of Congo and the Luganda. And it belongs to the second group of coffee trees, and it is made of 2 samples. The second group identified is made of a single sample, and it is at the Kwilu side, or that belongs to the group 1 of coffee trees. The third group here in blue is made of hybrid, a hybrid between Robusta on the one hand and Conilong on the other hand. So it has 4 species. Before that, we have the fourth group that is also hybrid, but between the Guineans, and it is made of 4 genotypes or different separations. When we look at the whole set, it appears that we have a greater part of diversity potential of cauliflora as we examine the 11 samples presented here. Here, for the first genotype type of Robusta from Congo and Uganda, we have, as the image shows, about the leaves and the series here. The only one that was identified as belonging to this group was from the plantations of the farms of Alanga. It has average leaves width, and generally this group is more sensitive to the face. The leaves are very wide and intermediary between the Guinean, which is more productive in the season, and the other parental type are also produced much later in the season. A second genetical type is made of Brinu of the first subgroup, and we have a single sample that revealed to belong to these pots, and it is the most cultivated group in Brazil and in Congo, in Gabon, Congo, Angola. So in this group, it originates from somewhere. The leaves are of much variety, and the group are generally sensitive to redness with regard to as compared to Robusta. The leaves are smaller, as is been described, but much more smaller than the Robusta group of Congo and Uganda. So the coffee trees of this group are much more smaller to drought, and they resist drought. And when it comes to the hybrid between the Kwilu and the Robusta, the 4 accessions that are represented here are identified, and we have an issue because we don't know whether it's about natural aspect of controlling, and we think that if it has to do with the 3 element that controls them, that was surely done in Cameroon, because there are no 3 elements of this type in Cote d'Ivoire, and coffee trees might surely have intermediary characteristics that can have a certain factor or quality of high quality, as we also think about the intermediary quality among the parents. And this character can be of much interest. For the last group, it is made of hybrid, and this genetical type is made of parents from Guinea and the parents from Conilong. And we also ask ourselves the question to see, where does this hybrid come from? If they were selected in Cote d'Ivoire, it's possible, because we think that it's in Cote d'Ivoire that we can find the Guinean parents. And we also doubt how they came about in Gabon. And since they were found in Cote d'Ivoire, it's possible that this variety might have come out from Cote d'Ivoire in the year 80s, when the plantations Alanga were set up, the Njai variety. So that presents intermediate characters between the 2 parents group. So that will also confer them a value of heterogeneous value, which is of interest. And meanwhile, we are much more interested in this hybrid, and we can also think about the available documentations in Cote d'Ivoire and tackle the various Guinean groups and the groups from Kwilu. And to end, we also undertook a bit in-depth training about the quality when we talk about the accessions, the samples that we collected. So we went to peeling them, a hand peeling of the series, and to date we are waiting for the result. Maybe in our next communications, the results with regard to quality of the coffee of Gabon will be presented. In conclusion, it happens that the genetic diversity of this area of coffee, to mention Alanga and Kele, is much more interesting in one of the varieties that we examined, because it has to do with most of the Robusta from Congo, Uganda, and Brazil. Except that the Guinean group, which is reductive according to the literatures, but it will also be useful for the 3 years to come. And we also think that there is a real potential of the variety in Gabon based on results that will help us to undertake an improvement program at long-term and average terms, mid-terms in the country. It all depends whether we know the diversity and then make a selections of a conservation called selective, and then it's not just to take you beforehand to take back and produce a vegetable materials which will be innovative and performant and also resilient for the other operations to follow. That will enable the staff of Gabon to obey first of all and be independent with regard to the external world. Because seedlings, we are all aware that Gestaff and use various programs, they will use RECA and they will use the extensions to house the housing of the equipment, to have the necessary equipment in Gabon, and then we will then contribute to the promotion and valorization of the coffee sector in Gabon, and also design an approach for the coffee of Alanga, which is a pure tradition that we know in the country very well in the sub-region. And to end up, we are at the junction of a crossroad where the interest is more scientific, economic, trading, and social. We can all say something at this topic. I wouldn't end without this presentation without thanking the moral and fiscal people who enabled us to undertake this work. So Giraffe 2 is the Director General, Mr. Mabubu, who has supported a lot since we reached in this day. And the Director of KESTAP, he provided with the means to undertake the project this day. And Sirad also gave us his installation through the consultant of Madame Organ Virginia, so that we'll be able to analyze samples at their place. We also have Mr. Sibaojang, who is Director of Coffee and Cocoa in Gestav, also involved a lot in this work. And finally, we can thank all the people who did all it takes, as well Dr. Sofa Company, who at Sirad helped us to do analysis by microsatellites. Thank you for your rapt attention.
Thank you, Professor. Just take.
Merci.
Pastor, you can take your seat in front here, please. Professor, you can take your seat in front. The next paper is still on diversity by Dr. Rahari Malala Hiva Nathali. Welcome to the front. She is a coffee researcher at FOFINA, which is the National Agronomic Research System in Madagascar. She is also a plant breeder, even from the subject you can say as much. She is based at Kianchavalo Regional Research Station, and she will tell us about diversity of coffee. We note that that's another center of diversity of coffee, so we look forward to her presentation. I request the timer, please, at 8 minutes, raise an alarm, so that then we can be finishing at around 10 minutes from the start. Daktari is doctor in Swahili.
Yes, thank you. Je vais présenter en français.
Thank you. I have to present in French. Good morning, all. My name is Matari Haralal, and I'm from Madagascar, from the Applied Research Center on Rural Implementation at FOFIFA. It's a pleasure to present to you the diversity of species of coffee trees and the use of it in research. First of all, I will present the coffee. We have coffee in a tree extent that is distributed in the region of in the tropical area of Africa from the Indian Ocean. We also have the excellency that was recently sent at Kofi and it's much in Africa and in the Asian giants also. The difference between epsilon is a coffee tree and coffea is the morphology of their flower, and epsilon T has to do with the pollen grains when in the central production organ at the center of the flower. So, among the coffee species of coffea, we have a species, and there are only two that are cultivated and traded in the area. This is the Arabica and the Califora species that are being cultivated and traded. We have three geographic areas at the same time that has to do with the caffeine and its distribution and the species of coffee. And for the Indian Ocean aspect, you have the Coccophea, which are species without caffeine, and they, for the West African region, we have the Mozambique coffea with coffee trees that are naturally weak and they produce less caffeine. And we have the West African species whereby the coffea represent the species they give a high rate of caffeine in their species. And when we look at the species of Madagascar, they show the various red points on the map, and they have these species that are from Madagascar, and they are almost half of the coffee without being so strict. And these species are under Cinq Botanics series. In Madagascar, we have the collections of Ofifon that's among the 65 species, and I am the person in charge of this collection. To help get diversity, we look at the phenotypic aspect, and on the 44 species of coffee trees, we studied 36 species, and for the phenotypic diversity, we follow the morphology, and we have the health of the node, the flowering, and as a result, as you see on the map, we can see that there is a population and species that are quite different, and the various shades represent the 5 botanic species series, and generally there is less intraspecific diversities with regard to the species, except that for this above we have a species that is a RECA species. It has a lot of diversity and geographic repartition in Madagascar. It represents a bit more of the morphology. When it comes to the phenology, the Madagascar species has a broad diversity for the length of the period of flowering to the maturity of the fruits. We have the Cicadas goes to 3 times 12, 13 months. So the duration of the cycle has to do with the distribution or the geographic distribution of the plants and according to their adaptation of the climate conditions of Madagascar. But when we talk about world problems, it's most of Arabica, because Arabica is more cultivated when as compared to Robusta. So the current issue has to do with the climate change, and there is a scenario which says that from now to 2015 there will be 50% of the world surface of coffee culture of Arabica that will be reduced, and that has to do more with the weak genetic diversity of this species, and at the genetic resources also we have the loss of the wild species that could be used in the improvement of seeds, and this species is also sensitive to diseases, and now we have the consumers who are asking all the more, for instance at the level of the profile and then the percentage in coffee. But for Madagascar, the protection of Arabica has never progressed. It has always been 5%. It is Arabica that dominates, and that is linked to the fact that this species is not really adapted to the climate change of climate conditions of Madagascar, and it is also sensitive to the local variety of wheat, and the production is the general production of coffee has really reduced from the last 20 years. And Madagascar it doesn't produce, it produces only 20,000 tons of coffee currently. So this is the introduction, is to show you that there are interests for the wild species for the improvement of the coffee production or the species cultivated. For instance, we have the adoption to the various climate conditions. As I said, we also have the issue of distribution of these wild species in the whole of the island, and there is also a morphophenological distribution, like the size of the fruits or the flowering cycle and maturity period. And we also have a diversity of the genetics when it comes to the wild species, and there is a possibility of crossing the species. And when it comes to the percentage in biochemical composition, there are many varieties. There are species that do not have that do not produce caffeine, and other wild species are already known for being cultivated or consumed locally. For instance, there is coffee ambrosiana or coffee astellophila or coffee isonoistes. But all this it has interest of much importance for research, but we must know that there is about 60% of wild coffee that is on the list of species, endangered species, in the list of UICN. So that requires more of conservation. Now, to introduce the valorization of these wild species that are being known, we are talking about Arabica from the crossing between Coffee ichunivites and Coffee carnifora. And for the two species of Genovites and Carnifora, Arabica is also the figure here in the center represents the distribution of Carnifora. That represents 8 groups genetic with regard to the distribution, and that proves that with the Carnifora species there is more genetic diversity as compared to Genetica or Arabica. That is where maybe we can be used by the colorization, and for the fact that from a spontaneous crossing of Carnifora and Genetica, we can create this diagram and create synthetic Arabica. So in Madagascar, we have reproduced this diagram, and there was a creation, or the crossing rather, between Ethionistes and Carnifora, and these two species are diploids, and they were able to be recrossed with Arabica and then be introduced in terms of quality of Arabica. For instance, here we have tea for the table, we have the tea seeds, and this recrossing of hybrid is acquired apart from Unitas coffee and Arabica coffee. And after that, the aim is to obtain certain interest links of genetics. For instance, there is the issue of cost ramifications that are of much interest for the Colombia, and the production and the aspect of carnivora is also dealt with in productivity. So these images are to show you that the diversities that we have at the level of the hybrid that are created at for FIFA in Madagascar. So for the generation 1 and 2, they are hybrids that are just from generations of crossing between eugenetics and Coryphoca and Arabica, and the generation into are descendants of this hybrid. And when we look at the first two generations, there is still the productivity and the resharing of aspects. But when you look at back crossing, you get Arabica, and you can see the coming back of the sensitiveness to the fruits. But when you look at some of the genotypes that are still resistant and with morphological characteristics of interest for the production. Votre temps finit déjà. And at the level of the agri performance of the seeds, we have for generation 1 and 2, as I said, we have the weight, average weight is a bit higher than Arabica. And we also notice the diversity, genetic diversity, and for here this is to show you the type of hybrid between Aeginetus and Carnivora and Arabica, and the other one is Aeginetica Iberica and Arabica. And here we look at the hybrids that I have shown you are intercrossed with Arabica, and the crossing we have, the creation that we have in Madagascar enabled us to broaden genetic diversity of Arabica. So for the conclusion, we are for means of improvement. There are many means to improve that improvement that can be used, because there are species of coffee trees, either they are cultivated or they are wild. There are means of Arabica. It is very strict. Thus we use the carnivora, or even those who are very hybrid and they are diploid. But what we have done in Madagascar is to create a hybrid on tree, a links, meaning using carnivora and species which are diploid like Odogenetes, to be able to cross them with Arabica. And we use also the creation among Eugenites and other species of the wild from Madagascar, and these are species that are of a great interest because the cycle is shorter and the flowering cycle is also shorter. It also present flowers on the stems, because the coffee doesn't present these trees generally. So to conclude, world coffee has a wide diversity of phenotypes and genotypes, as well as biochip chemistry that can be used in the improvement of the coffee that we cultivate, like Arabica. And the hybrid, in the specific hybrids that I've just shown you, can be new coffee varieties that can be employed in Madagascar with characteristics of genetics which are of a great interest about Arabica, and it is the same when it comes to generation 2, which are much more tolerant to rust, and these hybrids with the wild species can be used to create other aspects so that we can think about solving other world climate problems that we have currently. On this note, I'll finish my presentation and thank you very much. The logo below is the partners who helped me to undertake this research.
Still have to push our timing.
No.
Please, you can welcome at the front, please. The next presenter is from here at home, from Togo, Mr. Kandana Pana. Kandanga Pana has a BSc in Agriculture, Master in Agro-Resource Sciences and Environmental Engineering. He is currently doing a PhD in soil microbiology and plant nutrition. He works at Togolese Institute of Agronomic Research and based at the Center for Agroforestry Zone. Welcome, and because you have 2 papers, noting that you have 2 papers, I hope you will make them one after another and in a very fast way, so that you also don't keep the people who are waiting virtually.
Ok, bonjour à tout le monde.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Kadanga Pana. I'm a researcher at the Togolese Agronomic Research in the Center of Forest Zone Agronomic Center. I'm involved in the coffee, cocoa, and cola research. This morning, I have the opportunity to present the outcomes of the research carried out on the assessment of the performance of the new Arabica species in Togo that is being grown. Now, this is my presentation shall unfold as follows. We know coffee is one of the cultures that have an important value all over the world. This is the second after oil, petroleum. So we have 2 types of ecological demand, and we have 2 species. We have a Cafe Canephora, which is a species adapted to the altitude, that is, and then coffee Arabica can be cultivated and a very high altitude. And these 2 types of the Arabica coffee is the most appreciated by consumers, and is also very looked for on the market because of the very low level of caffeine and also the taste that is quite good. But the conditions, pedoclimatic as well as topographic conditions in the area in Togo does not help in growing Arabica, which actually could make it possible for the coffee growers to now decide to go for Canephora. And the issue with this type species that they have a very strong how don't it say beta, so consumer do not like that type of coffee species with respect to the demand by the local processors, and it is important therefore to now carry out research on the Arabica coffee species. That's the reason why we started with the seed of Arabica coffee in Cameroon, and these have been grown, and then and a plan that have been put in place on 2 stations, especially in Tove, who is located and in the valley, and then on the mountain top we have another one in 2020. The purpose, the general objective of this objective is to diversify the coffee culture in Togo and improve the quality of Togolese coffee. The purpose was to carry out adaptability tests, taking into account pedoclimatic conditions and the aforementioned stations, and also to have a better view of the agronomic characteristics of these plants, and by so doing, being able to have an hybrid new species that may have the interesting organoleptic quality. So by way of methodology, we, as was said earlier on, we have 2 stations. The one of Tove is located in 248 meters in altitude, whereas that of Dani is in 810 meters altitude. So we have used Arabica coffee plant that we actually use, and we took from Cameroon and then used up to 1,112 land by acre land, and then the follow-up and the maintenance was carried out by people in charge of the site. We also collected data from the height of the plant and the diameters, and these two parameters were collected on the 13th, 19th, and the 25th month. Also on the state of the coffee plant, carried out by an assessment, and we have given a grade based on the coloring of the leaves, based on the parameters that we are now taking into account the level of productivity following the 25th month, and then we carry out a visual blossoming of the plant, and we carry out a statistic performance. Here is the outcomes that you have in terms of the height. We now notice that in Dani they are performing in terms of the height over the 3 data collections we carried out, and the same was also noticed in the for the young plants, and then the one that we put in on the Dani stations, they are stronger vis-a-vis the one in the Tove stations. So over here with the graph, you have an idea of the height and as well as the diameters, and this is a clear evidence that in Dani, one can say that they are more blossoming than the one in Tove. So we also have take into account the number of glomerules, and then we have 46, whereas in Tove we have 15 glomeruli by plant. So the level of productivity is somehow acceptable, and one can also notice that on the both stations the plants were growing very well. So you have over here a view of on the left hand side you have the coffee plant in the Dani stations. They have the same age, but the on A, you have Danins that is already blossoming, whereas on B, we have the Tove stations that yet to start blossoming. And therefore, the outcome of the we now understood that the better agronomic performance were from the plant in the Dany stations. That we have conducive climatic conditions for the growing of coffee, and researchers also clearly shown that the Arabica coffee is adapted to higher altitude conditions, whereas California is for the value type of environment. So in conclusions, we're saying that the Arabica coffee installed in the Tove and Dany stations are quite adapted to the various pedoclimatic stations. However, the outcomes were from the agronomic performance. We are still in the data collection process in view of having a better conclusions and knowing how we can disseminate among the growers. As I said earlier on in my previous slide, we are expecting the creation of a new variety that will have the more interesting character and could be resistant to diseases and climate change impact. Having said that, I've come to the end of my presentation.
Paper, please.
Ok. Et la deuxième communication porte sur l'influence du schéma de mise en place sur les performances agronomiques du café Arabica au Togo. Donc ici, la différence avec la première présentation, c'est que en installant les plans sur la station de Dany, et bon, je vais aller beaucoup plus rapidement, je vais aller en même temps aux objectifs.
And as I said earlier on, there's a difference between the two presentations. So over here, let me skip some of putting in place the plans on the two stations. So we have two types of density and how to grow them. As I said, the purpose was to study the agronomic performances of the young plants on those stations and being able to identify the best out of the two so as to disseminate among the coffee growers. Over here, we did it on the Dany stations, and then we have two type of schema, scheme, and then we have 3 times 1.5, 1. And then you have 3 times 3, which represent 2,223, whereas the 3 times 3 represent 1,112 plants by acre land. And the same parameter were used as we did previously, and so the outcomes of our research clearly shows that out of the agronomic parameters taking into account the height and the diameter have shown that the when you have a 3 times 3 plant, they grow, and their growing process is higher than that of the 3 times 1.3 and 0.5. So it is an evidence of the outcomes of what the study we carry out. With respect to the number of glomerular, when you take the 3 times 1.5, we can see that their growing process is faster than the one of 3 times 3. As we this is in line with Rutunga, also our clearing show that is this using the 2 times 2 or 2.5 times 1.5. In conclusions, with the second presentations, one can say that the best performances for the growth in height. We have a 3 times 3 scheme, but with respect to the number of glomerular, the productivities provided the highest value as we use 3 times 1.5. So, as a result of the outcomes, we do understand that for a better productions of Arabica coffee in the sites of data collections, we should put in place the 3 times 1.5 approach. Thank you.
Come to the front, please. A wise man knows what is expected to do, and you are really wise. You have handled the papers in the best way, so that you have saved us a little time. But we still note we started late, so we need to hurry a little bit. The next presenter is Dr. James Muita Gimase. He is a research scientist from Coffee Research Institute in Kenya, which is part of the Kenya Agricultural Livestock Research Organization. He is a coffee breeder with a bias towards new methodologies of breeding. And let's hear him as fast as he can, Dr.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Bonjour. Thank you. As the other presenters, I'm also presenting on genetic diversity of genetic resources conserved in Kenya from the genetic resource missions that were carried out in the 1960s. And this work is a collaborative work from several scientists within the Kenya Agricultural and Research Organization, the local universities, and the Bioscience East and Central Africa International Livestock Research Organization at the Nairobi campus. Basically, thank you. The coffee business globally is about $200 billion. And 2 species are of economic importance, despite the very high diversity within the Coffea genus of 131, where the Canephora species account for 40%, while the Coffea arabica account for 60%. So Africa takes a share of 12% from the business, producing both Robusta and Arabica, where Uganda takes the lead in Robusta production, and Ethiopia takes the lead in Arabica production. So in Africa, we produce 40 Robusta and Arabica. And Ethiopia, Kenya, Zambia, Malawi, and Zambia basically exports Arabica. Uganda, Tanzania, also I think Mozambique normally produce both Robusta and Arabica, and most of the countries in West Africa export Robusta coffee. So the 2 species of the two species, Robusta is outcrossing and highly diverse, and more tolerant to the diseases, the common diseases, coffee rust and the coffee berry disease, while the Arabica is less diverse, self-fertile, and more susceptible to the two common diseases. Coffee Arabica basically has its origin in the Ethiopian highlands and partly former plateau of southern Sudan, and partly northern part of Kenya that borders the southeastern highlands of Ethiopia. So history has it that the region in Ethiopia where the central diversity of where Coffea Arabica originated was under very strict control, and a few seeds find their way out to Yemen. So most likely they were from a single tree, maybe. And then from there they are finding their ways to the Reunion Island, which becomes now the secondary center of diversity, and the Java Island in Indonesia, from there to the Amsterdam Botanical Garden to South America. So the cultivated species in East Africa, where Kenya is, find their ways from the Reunion Island in the early 1900, late 1800 and earlier 1900. So you find that maybe the cultivated species which come from two ancestral varieties, the Baobon and the Tibika, may have originated from either a few trees or one tree, to be precise. So this one, despite the low diversity within the Canifora, the Robusta, the Arabica gene pool, so selecting a few individuals from maybe a single tree or a few trees worsened the diversity situations. So this low diversity within the cultivated species prompted the international genetic resource collection missions, basically the one that was carried out by the FAO in 1964, targeting the Ethiopian land races and a few accessions from southern Sudan that were conserved in Kenya, Ethiopia, India, Tanzania, and some parts of South America, and then followed by a second collection missions done by the French Institute Orstom, which is now the IRD, that targeted also the Ethiopian land races, targeting Arabica species that were conserved outside the center of origin in Ethiopia, Madagascar, Cameroon, Cote d'Ivoire, and Kenya. And the last one of 1977 by the Orsom missions, also of the French, and the IRCC, which is the International Research Center for Cocoa and Coffee, targeted the Kenyan selections that were done in East Africa, and they were conserved in Cote d'Ivoire and Kenya. So this work was actually to look at the genetic diversity of these collections that were done by the three genetic resource missions. As we all know, from the breeding perspective, is that genetic resource is actually the foundation of any breeding work, because without genetic resource, you will not have a base from where to select. But for you to use these resources well, then you have to understand their genetic diversity informations. So the objective of this study was actually to carry out, to profile the genetic diversity from the three missions using diversity array markers, so that we can have an overview of how diverse this particular genotype from these missions look like. So the diversity array markers were chosen by the fact that they give information on real yields, which is the basis for the selections, and they also give information on the evolutionary process that it took place during the dispersion of a particular genotype. On methodology, we used 173 genotypes, where 80% were members of the three genetic resource missions, and this material were genotyped through a platform in IRRI, which is through a collaborative project on integrated genotyping service and support. And the sequencing was carried out at diversity arrays in Australia. And the markers were aligned to the Coffea canifora reference genome, which is fine. And to allocate the particular markers to a particular chromosome. The marker quality were on the basis of minor allele frequencies. We look at the minor allele frequencies. We also looked at heterozygosity index and also the missing data, where 10% missing was removed. So the remaining one were imputed using the IGSS platform called KD Compute. And then the population structure was analyzed using the structure software. And the result from the structured software was used to do analysis of molecular variance. And the device was further analyzed using the Ney joining tree. And these were the results. In terms of marker quality, you can see that the markers were aligned to the 11 chromosomes within the Conifera genus. And the chromosome 2 was the longest with about 5.5 million base pairs. And the chromosome 9 was the shortest. In terms of minor allele frequencies, the markers were able to fulfill the intention. They really targeted the rare alleles, because the rare alleles are the basis for any selection process. So by looking at the markers, majority were at 0.25 out of 0.5. So majority of the markers were rare alleles within that population. In terms of heterozygosity, so the markers were less diverse. The mean was at 1.0. So they targeted less diverse markers. The structure analysis revealed that there were 4 subpopulations within the genotypes, where population 1 represented by the red color, 2 green, and the 3 blue, and the 4 yellow. So looking at Ney genetic distance to see the differentiation between the genotypes, we found that the population 1 and the 2 were the most distantly related. So looking at the diagram, you'll be able to see that there was no allele sharing between population 2 and the 3. And then, in the same results, population 2 and 3 were the most related. Actually, they shared most of the alleles. And the population 1 and the 4 were the most closely related. So looking at the structure plot, you'll be able to see that there was a lot of sharing between alleles, on alleles between population 1 and population 4. In terms of heterozygosity, that is the diversity index, population 3, which accounted for most of the, about 70% of the population, was the least diverse, with a diversity index of 2.6. Actually, that was one thing, too low. Then, followed by population 2, that had a diversity index of 7.6, followed by population 3, 9.7, and the population 4 was the most diverse, at 37.4%. In terms of proportion of membership, the highest proportion was population 3 with 66.1%, followed by population 1 with 15.3%, then population 2, 11.6%, and the last three, population 4, which was more diverse, it has a proportion of membership of about 7%. So this result was used also to carry out analysis of molecular variance and the fixation index. And we found out that the variation between population was very low at 80%, while the variation within individuals in a population was very high at 92%. So the variation was significant at 95%, and the fixation index, which is a measure of divergence within individuals, was actually very low at 8.5%. So this one confirms the fear that the diversity within Arabica genotypes is very low. Now, in terms of the genetic resource missions, population 2 and 3 accounted for the 3 genetic resource missions, and population 3, which accounted for 80% of the 3 genetic resource mission, had a diversity index of 2.6. Actually, that is one thing. It is not low. It is one thing. It is like just one population. Then that one now, what does it tell us? That these missions were actually individuals from maybe one particular ancestor, from one ancestor. So the more diverse population, starting with the population 1, comprised of selection of the Timor hybrids, and they are actually selection in Kenya, commercial varieties, which are Timor hybrids, and some selection from Colombia. So the most diverse population comprised of selections that are resistant to CBD, Timor hybrids, and some selection from India, the Arabosa selection 6 and the selection 5. So the same to the genetic tree, the same was revealed by the study. So what did we conclude is that there is a very low genetic diversity within the international genetic resources, and integration enhances genetic diversity. So what is our way forward? Scientists, the breeders, then we have to go a notch higher and adopt introgressed lines in the resurrection process if we have to remain in business, in the coffee business. We also thought that we have to explore new sources of resistance. We look at the Resmosa, we look at the Coffea canifora, we look at the Stenophila, we look at the Zangubariae, so that we can bring in genotypes, maybe for tolerance to high temperatures, low precipitation. What about reducing the period between flowering and harvesting? We have to wait for 8 months, we have to wait for 9 months, we can reduce it maybe to 4 to 3 months, the way it has done in other crops. So we also thought that we need to see whether within those particular gene pool we have some donors for resistance to insect pests.
Conclude, please.
So, to conclude, I want to say that we need another genetic resource missions targeting the more diverse populations. And my parting shot will be that to AU, to SERN, we need a working coffee research consortium so that we can share experiences, we can share resources, the little money that each country has, bring it together so that we can work together and give African good products. And thank you for listening to me.
Thank you, James. Welcome to the front. Can we move to the next presenter, Nathan Aliokachiguma? Please approach. He's a principal agricultural research scientist in Lunyangwa Agricultural Research Station in Malawi. He works in the Department of Agricultural Research Services on coffee improvement program, and he is a plant breeder. Welcome, doctor. I hope you'll do it faster.
Thank you very much, moderator. Good morning.
Bonjour, mesdames et messieurs.
Guma. I work with the Minister of Agriculture and the Department of Agricultural Research. I'm here to present the work that we have done so far. These are just preliminary results. We are implementing this project with our partners. This is World Coffee Research. So under this project, we are doing evaluation of introduced and local Arabica coffee genotypes. We are looking at yield, growth parameters, and tolerance to major pests and diseases. And as I said, this project is being implemented under the global project, which is referred to as International Multi-Location Coffee Varieties Trial. Yeah, so coffee is an important cash crop for Malawi, such that it comes fourth after tobacco tea, and sugarcane. However, the smallholder farmers' production is still less than 500 kgs per hectare. And one of the major constraints is that farmers are still cultivating the coffee varieties that were released in the middle 1990s. And for more than 20 years, farmers have not been supplied with new and improved coffee varieties. At some point, we tried to contact our other countries, trying to seek for opportunities whereby we could do collaborative research projects so that we could benefit from their improved varieties. We tried to write several countries, but nobody was interested to share their materials until World Coffee Research came to our rescue. So Malawi is one of the 16 countries that is participating in World Coffee global network of 27 trials across the world. So we hope that if our farmers are going to benefit from this initiative, and the project then is definitely going to contribute towards increased coffee productivity and production in Malawi. Specifically, we want to determine variability among the coffee genotypes and identify genotypes with high cherry yield as well as good cup quality. And we are also interested to assess the tolerance of the genotypes to the major pests and diseases. Especially we are more concerned about coffee leaf rust and coffee berry disease. So the trial is being implemented at Lunyango Agricultural Research Station. That's where I come from. And we have about 28 genotypes that we got from World Coffee Research. And we have included our own local materials. These local materials are Geisha and Katimo 129, which is locally known as Nika. And we have also included 3 genotypes that perform well from the previous trials, and farmers seem to like them. They are not yet into the farmers' field, but when farmers come and visit our station during open days, they really appreciate the performance of these 3 genotypes. So in terms of data correction, we're interested in yield, cherry yield, cup quality, and then we have also corrected some data on growth parameters. In terms of disease tolerance, we're looking at coffee berry disease, coffee leaf rust, and we are also looking at susceptibility of those genotypes to a number of pests. And that's the scale that we used for disease and pest scoring. Data were analyzed, were fed to the mixed linear model. Now let me go to the results. These are results based on the yield data that was corrected for the 3 harvesting cycles. We have noticed that most of the introduced genotypes are performing much better than our local materials, which is Cadmo 121 and Geisha. In terms of cup quality, we noticed that all the genotypes are performing quite well, which is not surprising because World Coffee collected the best performing varieties in different countries. And it's not surprising that most of the varieties had a score of above 83%. And interesting enough is that our own locally cultivated variety, which is CAT 129, outperformed the rest of the genotypes, despite that in terms of yield, it performed relatively lower. This is just a byplot of yield against capping score. And then this one was the highest yielding variety, and it also had a very good cap quality. So we noticed that about 3 varieties are performing quite well in terms of both yield and cap quality. Another good observation was that among these good performing varieties from World Coffee Research, some of them are F1 hybrids. Now the challenge that we have is that should we recommend these varieties for farmers to cultivate, are we going to be able to provide the farmers with those varieties? Because what it means, we cannot disseminate the varieties by seeds. Farmers cannot propagate by seeds due to the subsequent segregation in the F2 and the other generations. Now we have embarked on the tissue culture processing. We would like to come up with a standard so that we should be able to raise the coffee plant rates using tissue culture techniques. At the moment, we are still struggling, but through assistance and technical assistance from the Coffee Research Institute of Kenya, we have managed to make some progress. We are at that level of developing the embryos, though we are still struggling to produce the shoots from the embryos. So we are appealing to those who can assist us with technical know-how so that we should be able to develop the shoots from the embryos. In terms of susceptibility to pests, we have seen there are several genotypes that are doing well, they are tolerant, and again, there are several genotypes that are tolerant to coffee leaf rust. In terms of susceptibility to green scales, we have noticed that there are some varieties that are doing quite well. Down there, they're doing quite well, but there are others as well that are susceptible. In terms of the mealbag, we noticed there are those varieties that are also doing well, few of them, although most of them are susceptible. In terms of leaf miner, a lot of varieties are susceptible to the leaf miner. And on that one, it's just susceptibility to Anthesia. Very few varieties are tolerant to Anthesia bug. And that's the Anthesia bug. And in terms of susceptibility to skeletonizer, this is an important pest again in Malawi. We are seeing several varieties that are doing quite well. And that's the pest. That's just a byproduct. And this is just a summary of what I've presented so far. In conclusion, there was high variability among the coffee genotypes for cherry yield, tolerance to pests and diseases. High cherry yield performance was observed for genotypes IPR 103 Catigua, or Azteca, and H1 Centro Americano. The high-performing genotypes should be selected for evaluation in other sites in order for us to test for G by E effect. So far we are evaluating these genotypes at the station, but we are planning to replicate the trial to other sites so that we should be able to test for G by E effects. And again, we should be able to test the varieties in hotspots for the diseases. Soil correction factor and fertilizer regime should be implemented as recommended in order to fully examine the genetic potential of the genotypes. Our soils are acidic, so we need to use the appropriate fertilizer recommendation, of which we are not doing at the moment. Considering the biennial bearing habit of coffee, cherry yield performance should be observed for a couple of more years Yeah, so what I've presented here in terms of yield is just for data based on the 3 harvest cycles. So we are yet still making more observations. That's the end of my presentation. Let me acknowledge World Coffee Research for their support and technical assistance. Zozo Coffee Planters Cooperative Union, this is the farmers organization that produces coffee, processes, and exports coffee. And they are the ones who helped us with cup quality test. And I also would like to thank the technical and support staff of the Runyango Agricultural Research Station where I come from. That's the end of my presentation. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Nathan. For the last physical presentation, we have Job Chemutai Alunga. Please come to the front. Job works on plant breeding of coffee and cocoa at the National Coffee Research Institute in Nakori of Uganda. He's a plant breeder and geneticist, and currently undertaking a PhD in plant breeding. Wish him well. Plant breeding and biotechnology. Welcome to the floor.
Your Excellencies, Directors, ladies and gentlemen, a good morning to you. My name is Chemutai Job Alunga, and I'm a plant breeder, as the moderator has said. And before I present, I wish to recognize the presence of our Ugandan delegation. We are led by the Managing Director of the Coffee Regulatory Body in Uganda. That's Dr. Emmanuel. You're welcome, sir. I also wish to recognize the presence of my director and my senior researcher, Dr. Kagezi. The presentation I will be making is on a species which is rarely talked about, but I can say that it's a coffee for the future, given its great attributes. The study, we carried out a study between the researchers. I represented the research team, and then we had 2 individuals from the coffee regulatory body. One of them was a specialist in the quality analysis, and another one was an extension worker working with the coffee growing communities in Uganda. So our study is entitled Assessing the Coffea liberica, or commonly called as liberica coffee, value chain, perceptions, attributes, and potential for commercialization and research in Uganda. That will be my presentation outline. Given the time constraints, I will not mention a lot, but for us who can understand English, please, you can be able to quickly read through. I must say that just like all the countries represented here, coffee in Uganda plays a very important role, especially to our economy. Coffee contributes about 20% of our GDP as Uganda, and we have over 1.5 million households directly cultivating coffee. So coffee is very important for our country. I can also say, as many of you can know, Uganda is Africa's leading exporter of coffee, though Ethiopia produces more than us. Most of Ethiopia's coffee is consumed locally. So Uganda has an ambitious plan to increase its coffee production from the current 6.35 million bags to 20 million bags. I think when we reach 20 million bags, we will be competing with Vietnam. And we plan to reach that target in 2030. But amidst our quest to improve our productivity as a country and our production, we are having so many challenges. As His Excellency the Ambassador earlier said, we are having issues of climate change. We are having issues of pests and diseases, which are increasingly becoming more, especially the coffee field disease on Robusta coffee. We are having the coffee berry borer pest problem that is within the Robusta coffee, which we produce about 80%. So we need to look for other ways or practical ways to be able to mitigate these challenges. And one of the species which gives us that opportunity is the Liberica coffee. It is neglected, but I can say it's the coffee of the future. Uganda, as I earlier said, we produce about 80%, that's Robusta coffee. 20% is Arabica coffee. But I can say that within that, there is an element of the Liberica coffee coming up. And somebody might say, what's Liberica coffee? Liberica coffee currently has two subspecies, and one of them is Coffea excelsa, which is taken as a subspecies of the Liberica coffee. And as you can see, it grows quite, somebody can call it wild. You can see in comparison with the size of the people, it grows as a tree. It is mainly intercropped with Robusta for the few farmers who are growing it. And also, it is very robust. It has a deep-rooted system, very resistant to diseases. And whereas Arabica and Robusta coffee takes 10 to 12 months to mature after flowering, Liberica and excelsa takes a short time, about only 3 months. So a farmer can be able to harvest a little bit earlier. It yields quite highly. The parchment is quite big, as I will indicate in the next presentations. And why did we carry out the study? First of all, there is a threat of increased production in Uganda, given the challenges we are facing, as I earlier said. And also, there is a concern that this species, which is increasingly becoming significant in the Ugandan coffee sector, we have no regulations for it, so that's why we had to study to understand it better, because you can't regulate what you don't easily understand. So that's why we carried out the study. I've talked about the justification. We need to generate more information about this coffee and also its potential, not only in Uganda, but also for Africa, because its production ranges all the way from Liberia to Uganda and up to Angola in the South Africa. So we need to understand it better. So we assess the spread of the species, the benefits, and then the demerits of the species that's in Uganda. Those are the objectives. Given the time, I will not mention all of them. But also we looked at the market dynamics of the Liberica coffee. In Uganda, we interviewed the propagators, the traders, and exporters. So we mainly used the focus group discussions, where we interacted with the farming communities in selected areas where the crop is mainly grown. And we did our study between 2018 and earlier in the 2019. So the main districts we looked at are the West Nile districts, that's Yumbe, Arua. Those border South Sudan. They border also part of the Congo. And we also looked at some of the emerging major producing districts in central Uganda. The red dot indicates that's Kampala. So those are quite close to Kampala. For the statistical analysis, especially for the cap quality, we used means. So we used the simple software of Excel, and also we used the SPSS and other software. So we had about 113 respondents in the study. Males were about 68%, and then females were about 32%. And that can be allocated to the issue that women don't own a lot of land in Uganda, so most of the land is owned by the men. So you find that most of the producers of coffee, the owners of the plantations are mainly men. In terms of the gender for the districts, in Kamuli, we had a significant number of males, as I've indicated. And, but the major production district was Butambala district, that is in the central district of Uganda. In terms of the source of planting materials, most farmers were getting the seed that is from under the trees of the mature Liberica trees. When it rains, they germinate, so most of the farmers were getting their source from under the trees of the Liberica trees. A few nursery operators were operating, and some of the farmers, because they found the trees already growing, so they were born with the trees already growing, so they never had a response where they had sourced the planting materials from. Why are farmers so much interested in this species? It is because of the productivity. We had 98%. We had about 89% saying that the productivity of the species was excellent, and only 2% were saying that it was quite poor. We have two main harvests a year in some places, and 54% of the respondents said that they could only harvest the species once in a year. The main harvest time is between February and April. That's for Uganda. Why were farmers growing it? They were saying that the plant produces its seed, or it's harvested when all other species have been harvested. So it is a plant which knows, which visits the farmer when they are at their poorest. So that's why they like it so much. After harvesting Arabica and Robusta, in the off-season is when they were harvesting the Liberica. So that's why they liked it so much. In terms of the coffee marketing dynamics, some farmers were, some traders were trading it as pure, and these were exporting it mainly to Italy, to South Korea, Japan, and also Sweden. And they were having a premium market for it in those countries. And in terms of the cap profile, in our general perception, Liberica is perceived to be poor in terms of cap quality, but the study revealed that it has potential to have specialty grade, as I will be showing in the few next slides. So we did the sample selection, that's for the cap quality analysis, and then we did wet processing. We did also the semi-washed, and then we did the naturals. That is for the sample processing. We had to dry the samples to look at the moisture content, and most of the moisture content of the dried Liberica was about 13%. In terms of the physical analysis, we did the grading of the coffee into the different screen sizes. And for the cap quality analysis, we mainly use the Robusta specialty, the SCCA standards, because we don't have international standards for the Liberica coffee. In terms of the bean size, most of the bean size was between screen 15 and above. So about 24% was giving us screen 16. And we also had a large proportion giving us screen 18 and above. 17% of the coffee samples were giving us screen 17 and above. So it falls within the commercial bean size of the other coffees. In terms of the cap quality,
wind up, please.
Yeah, okay, I will wind up quickly. The samples, we had an average score of 80%, and if we had followed the Robusta classification, that will give us fine coffees. So it has a really good quality. The moisture content after the parchment was about 11.2%. These are the cap profile attributes. I must say that most of the coffee was having the fruity flavors, and the aroma was really great. So Liberica is mainly used as a blend for other coffees. It gives this that extra wow factor because of the fragrance and the aroma. These are the different profiles. So the findings and conclusions, the cap quality was really promising, giving us over 80%. It has the potential for giving us a specialty grade coffee. And then it can also be used as a blend of other coffees. In terms of recommendation by exporters, we need the production of the crop regulated such that we can be able to market it well without having any issues. And then we also need to develop the proper post-harvest handling practices such that we can be able to maximize its quality and its potential. And then we will need to explore and develop the coffee value chain from the farm to the cup. The research team recommended that since this is a unique kind of species, we need to study it more. We need to look at its morphological and then its molecular characterization such that we can be able to use it to improve on other coffees. And also we need to do the biochemical analysis of the species to understand it more. And also, since it is adapted to various conditions, especially drought, we can be able to explore its growth, especially in the drier parts of the continent, such that we can be able to increase our coffee production as a continent. I wish to recognize the entities which have supported this study, especially the government of Uganda, also AYACO for sponsoring my travels here, Uganda Coffee Development Authority, and my mother institution, that's NARO, and NACORI for the help in this work. Thanks a lot, please.
Thank you, Job Alunga. That was the last of the physical presentations. Now we are late for our coffee break, so we will take our time to do several things during the coffee break. The coffee is served within the room, so you can walk, pick your coffee, and come back as we continue with whatever you are doing at this moment. The ICT, please ensure that we have the connectivity for those who are doing it virtually, and then after 15 minutes, they will start their presentations. I'm sad that and to rush these presenters who have really done a very good work with high quality presentations. Can we appreciate them with a hearty applause? They have given really quality material, but the time was too short. We agree on that. And maybe in the future, what we would aspire is also to have maybe more days, because we like to have more presentations and done in a way that we can digest them fully. There are many opportunities that they have highlighted, including, methodologies which can be shared. You can imagine if they shared even DNA, we could have a lot of results from various diversity studies, and that's our challenge as a continent. So I wish to say that you'll have a question, one or two at the end of the virtual meetings as well, so you can break for the coffee break. But for the presenters, we wish to have one photo around as we part, and we welcome the director of research, AYACO, to join us in that photo, and if the Secretary General is still within the house. So timekeeper, 15 minutes, then we'll have the virtual presentations. Is that clear? Is that okay? See no other comments, so I take it we have agreed that's what we are going to do. Break up for coffee, please. Thanks. That's Mr. Paul Musa Lahai. Have your seats, please.
Veuillez vous asseoir, s'il vous plaît.
Members, let's start. I can see online our next presenter is online. Can we have silence, please, then? Silence, silence, silence. Our next presenter is the one listed as last. Mr. Paul Musa Lahai, a coffee researcher from Sierra Leone Agricultural Research Institute, and he will be telling us about the phenotypic diversity of wild Sierra Leone coffee, the new species, Coffea stenophila, collected from some regions in Sierra Leone. Welcome, Paul, and you can make your presentation. Hello. We are not hearing him. We have the right connections, please, so that then we can hear him. Hello, Paul. Is he muted or something? We are not hearing you yet. We are not hearing him. Can we solve the problem? Hello, we can see you talking, but we can't hear you.
Test.
Wow. Yes, you are the one testing, Paul? Hello. Hello.
Paul, do you hear me?
Or if we can't make use of communication, we might go to the next session as the ICT tries to solve the problem. Can I invite the presenters of the earlier sessions to come at the front? The presenters we had earlier, please come to the front. Professor Nguema, Dr. Rahim Malala, please come to the front, and all the others. Kachiguma, please come to the front. Where is James? Chemutai, oh yeah, you on. I like that, proactive. Kadanga, yes. If ICT solves the problem, please alert us so that we can connect to Paul and listen to his presentation. But meanwhile, we can take a few minutes just to interact with the presenters before we break for the next session, second session. Excuse me, Côte d'Ivoire. Silence. Yes, but if you have a question, comment, or any other input, you are welcome to make it. We will take just like 10 minutes unless Paul is reconnected to wrap up the presentations on breeding by any comments, inputs which members may have. I see the hand of Kenya. Did I see your? Yes, Panakuma, you can make your comment.
Now, Chair, I want to start by thanking the researchers for making very good presentations. Presentations that have tackled some of the challenges within the member countries on matters mainly coffee productivity, by addressing some of the challenges like the pests and the like. However, I have not heard much about research within the entire value chain, because coffee research should cover aspects to do with also processing, issues of value addition, issues of the cap profile. It's only Uganda which attempted to discuss a variety together with the cap profile. I was very happy when I saw that myself. But we tend to do research for productivity without addressing the consumer concerns. You might find some research changing the cap profile because there are some DNAs which contribute to certain cap profiles. So I would urge maybe future research to focus more on the value addition technologies, the inefficiencies in other segments of other nodes of the value chain, like processing, the other aspects in the value chain which can impact negatively on coffee. But the researchers are biased towards productivity. And yet we can add the value of coffee without necessarily, you can add the value in many ways, not just through production and productivity. So Chair, those are my comments which I wish the researchers can address.
Thank you, Kenya, Nakuma, for the inputs. We can take a few, then we react to them. Timekeeper, alert us when 10 minutes are over, please. The lady first, then the gentleman will follow. The The lady in green.
Good morning, all. My name is Jalo Jinabu from the Guinean delegation. First of all, I thank endlessly the researchers who have done a very interesting research on selection and genetics and various varieties of coffee of the member states of Africa and Madagascar. First of all, it's not a question that I want to ask, but I want to ask for a favor to all these researchers who have done a presentation. If it's possible to have their presentation, it will enable us in gaining, despite the fact that research has already been raised, and that's why we'll not be able to design themes. Eventually, we have coffee with our various thematics that has been handled. We have a lot of challenges like diseases and climate change on productivity and a lack of training of traders and producers and all the value chain. We have challenges, so having these various presentations will help me like a young researcher to get familiar with the various themes and then make recommendations to our research institutes in Guinea to be able to set up students to work in these various thematic fields. And what my predecessor spoke about right away is to also look at other aspects like the processing and transformation of cocoa, and aspect of transformation of cocoa. Research must also be focused on that, because when we talk about research, we have to look at all the value chain from production, transformation to consumption. So I thank each and every one of you, and will directly ask for that favor of having the various presentations. Thank you.
Togo.
Merci.
Thank you. I want to congratulate the researchers who have just presented their articles. Especially, I'm interested in the presentation of a country. I'm interested in Madagascar, because in Madagascar we have heard about a variety that can help us to improve the quality of our coffee, our Robusta coffee. I've heard that Madagascar has a variety that has no caffeine. I want to ask Madam if it's true, and if it's true, that's something very good, and we have to involve that in our collection, this variety, and then make selections and reduce the rate of caffeine in our Robusta. We've had some work done, but it is not sufficient. We have produced Arabista, but the Arabista has its insufficiencies, its weakness, because it is a crossing between a geoid and a tetraploid. So there are defaults. So if the variety in Madagascar is a dioid and a diploid like the Robusta, it will be very good. I want to ask Madam if really there is coffee there that do not have caffeine. Thank you. Merci, Dr. Wagebe. Quelqu'un avant de réagir?
So we can take their comments, then we react to those first. The gentleman from Togo.
Merci, monsieur le modérateur. Je tiens d'abord, au nom du Togo, à remercier les chercheurs pour les travaux abattus et les différentes présentations qui sont assez édifiantes. Mais le constat reste le même, parce que ce n'est pas la première fois qu'on se retrouve
Excuse me, please. Are the translators translating? My channel is...
Aujourd'hui, il y a beaucoup de pays qui éprouvent beaucoup de difficultés en matière de recherche. Et dans le lot de tous ces pays qui échangent dans la communauté, je veux parler.
What I talked about in the OIC, and several countries that have performances, but it's as if it is not shared among the researchers network, where this is why lies the challenges we have. Any consumers in the African continent, we are not working together. We cannot forge ahead. I would like to appeal to the Secretariat to make sure that we could have a researchers fellowship making available to each member state varieties and species more adapted to the various climate in our countries. Thank you.
Thank you. One for react.
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I wanted to give a quick and direct answer to Dr. Wigbe with regard to the issue he raised on coffee without caffeine. Yes, if there is some in Cameroon, I believe there is some in Cameroon. In Madagascar, I believe we have also something in Cameroon, and it dates back to 2006. And this discovery from Professor Charrier that he knows very well, and the variety is called coffee Chahirienne. And it is a Robusta which is naturally without caffeine. So there are researches ongoing with him and his collaboration. We'll see what we can go, how far we can go. Yeah, there is a natural coffee without caffeine. Thank you, Pascal.
Can you say your name, and we assume you are from Cameroon?
Yes, excuse me. Excuse me, I apologize. My lady Omer, I am the Executive Secretary of Cocoa and Coffee Interprofessional Council in Cameroon. That is the organization of private sector on cocoa and coffee sector. Thank you. I apologize.
Thank you for that input and making that connection. So we now know there are more than one sources of coffee with either low or no caffeine at all. In form of reaction, the first issue raised by the Kenyan delegate, on which the Director of Research is he in, or he has moved out, so that he can explain what plans they have in, providing research results beyond production. But I'm sure we have researchers all along the coffee value chain, and we need research in every stage of the value chain. Underlining what we produce, how we process, with how we brew, and then how it is consumed, so that even we have different ways of brewing coffee, making chocolates, cold brewing. Now we have brewing under liquid nitrogen and so on and so forth. So we have research. It's a matter of how it was harnessed in terms of presentations in this forum. Uganda, I've noted, I will give you time after this reaction. But if anybody else wants to add in one or two issues from the panel, you can add on that issue.
Thank you very much, the moderator. I would also like to add on to what you have just said regarding the first comment. It is indeed true that most of the research aspects within the value chain of the coffee are not tackled in terms of research. I totally agree to that comment, that observation. From my own observation is that one of the problems, the challenge that is there are people who are able to do, who have the capability to do that research. But most of our governments are not willing to invest in research. It seems like most governments have left the role to do research to the private sector, the donors, but we should accept that research is not cheap. Research is expensive. If we are to make progress, our governments should be willing, there should be political will to invest in research in all different aspects of the value chain. There are people who are there, they are well qualified, they have the potential to do the research, but the government will is not there, and there is no investment in the research. That's my observation so far. Commenting on the second comment regarding sharing of the presentations, to me, I don't have any problem sharing the presentations. I think for me, I'll leave it to the Secretariat that can facilitate that sharing of the presentations. Those are my few comments.
Thank you, Kachiguma. I can see the Director of Research is back, so he could still put in a word on how they intend to address other areas of research, including coffee and health. But before I do that, I can see the comments from the lady from Guinea, Togo, and Cameroon is about sharing of resources. That's information, materials, and any other facility that we may need to share. And that's why we need to strengthen our research network and the systems of exchange of materials, information, personnel, staff training, everything. Making the cost also of research as low as possible so that we do not need to duplicate and start many things from the scratch when already you have somewhere else where things are advanced. It's about the policies, and the exchange of materials is allowed. I know like in Kenya we have exchanged with several countries under the appropriate intellectual property rights. We have a lot of consultancies, the lady in Madagascar, you can also involve some of these scientists as consultants. You have a lot of opportunities and we need to strengthen that. Uganda, Dr. Emmanuel, is it something that you can say and then you give a chance to the Director of Research to comment about the future outlook of research and sharing of information and how we can do our research more efficiently?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I also want to add to my colleague, the head of Coffee Directorate from Kenya, that when I look at the presentations over the next few hours, the whole day, we are still looking at increasing production and productivity, but I think we need to go back to look at where Africa is moving. Our coffee is produced, originates from Africa, but we have continued to concentrate on increasing production, becoming a net export of green beans. Even when we look at our share of the export volumes over the last 20 years, Africa's exports are on the decline. Africa's consumption is also on the decline. And what has Europe and America done? They have concentrated on value addition, and not only on the beverage as coffee as a beverage, but also other coffee products. So I would like to challenge our researchers that we actually should be looking at agro-industrialization. Look at coffee and other products, not concentrating on the production and the productivity, because Africa will not industrialize if we only concentrate on increasing the yield. We have to look at how we can add more value. And this takes me to the next, my next comment, and especially to Ayako. When I look at the researchers here, I didn't hear of any collaboration across the borders, or even with many academic institutions. It's as if we are now an international conference where everybody from his own country is coming here. And yet, as IACO, we are looking at how we can have collaboration between the researchers among us, either the private sector, the universities, and the research institutes. So I will be waiting at the end of this workshop to tell us the vision of the IACO, especially from the network, how we can bring all these researchers together. Otherwise, we could still share the presentations from our own countries with no need of IACO bringing us together. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments, and I wish that would be the last. You have a burning one? I hope you are not repeating anything.
I'm not repeating anything for sure. But I'm going a little bit much further to link socioeconomic studies with the research. You stopped at variation, but our research needs to be guided by what is happening in the market. Then we can do variation that makes sense. We can do technologies that respond to challenges in the market. If I had control over what happens in IACO, the economic studies that were presented yesterday should be combined with research. So we make research, or we invest in research that makes sense, not this disconnect that's been here for many years. But I don't want to blame anyone, because since 1900, we've been doing research to supply raw materials to Europe. So if we have to change now, we needed to invest in research that makes sense. If you look at the number of years we've been making this mistake, it's the same number of years, even more, if we have to make impact in market. That is through market-guided research investment. Thank you.
Thank you. You don't have to be very serious the way you are presented. But you get the desire of, coming together, and I think I like that spirit, so that then we can share whatever we have and move forward, and then adopt the demand-driven research, other than just responding maybe to the sources of funds and things like that. And before we go to Director of Research, in the panel, is there anybody with a burning statement? We appreciate you for your work. In case there isn't anybody, then the Director of Research, Dr. Celestine, there are two issues I would wish that you conclude with. One is how to address research beyond production. It appears like the concentration was about diversity production, but then how will you in the future tap results from other areas of research? The next one is what are your plans, or the plans of the organization to booster collaboration within the region, if I can call it so. The last one is what are your plans in sharing the presentations and any other scientific information that you have, and we can make recommendations. For example, can we have a strong African coffee research journal, for example, and make it a journal of reference in coffee research along the entire value chain. And with your comments will be the end, so take the shortest time but very clear. Thanks. Doctor. Microphone.
Thank you. Actually, I wanted to speak when I'm standing, but it's okay. I'm going to speak. Let me just start by sharing the information. And we, among the researchers and of the member countries, one of the reasons of having, for example, this scientific conference, it has been a platform where we expect that researchers from different countries come, meet, and we share all the different findings from the work that they do from the different countries. So the scientific conference is one of the platforms for us to share the information, though we should be able to have different meetings, not only one conference per year. So with the possibility that we can be able to have also different workshops, even having some of them online, because meeting like this, I think it somehow also requires some funds. I think that's where we are going to continue concentrating, having the scientific conference where we can meet like this, but creating more opportunity where we can also share and meet online and share information among the researchers. So the other one is the website. We have already created a website, a CRN website under IACO website. And that's where we also expect to put everything so that everybody can see what we have as findings from the different countries as a way of sharing. So on the website, usually when we have a conference like this, we will have a report that we are going to put to post. We also have proceedings of abstracts that we are going to post to our website. But sometimes we also post the presentations, but this always requires the authorization from the presenters, because some of these findings, you might find that there are some researchers who are still doing their PhDs, and they don't want just post on the website because it is still confidential. So posting on the website the presentation requires every time the authorization from the researcher. So I thank Nathan from Malawi for authorizing us to be able to put his presentation on the website. That will do it. And if you also get authorization from other researchers, the presentation that we have here can also be able to be posted on the IACO website. But so far, on the website we have proceedings of abstracts and reports from the previous scientific conference that we had in 2018 in Gabon, and then 2020 in Accra, Ghana. So those ones are available on IACO website under ACRN sub-website. But we also are looking ahead to see how we can also have a journal, a scientific journal where researchers can be able to publish their papers. I think this one is underway, and we hope that we'll be able to make it. So for Dr. Emmanuel about having, for example, not only the scientists from our member countries, usually when we make a call for abstracts and when we receive them, we receive call for abstracts from different researchers. Some of them, they work with the research organizations, but others also coming from the universities. So here we'll also be having some researchers who are going to present, but not necessarily coming from the research organization. They are coming from the universities, but we should also open up. Before it used to be like ACRN with the member countries, so I agree that we need to open up and be able, since research is universal, be able also to even call even the international researchers who can come and share their findings. So I think this one, we have noted, and then we will, in the future, prepare by considering it. So for production, I did not understand well the question, because now in the first session we are talking about breeding, but like we presented, during this conference we will have different presentation from production to processing and socio-economy, everything as aspects for the coffee value chain, I think is already taken into account. So we'll have, for the other sessions that are going to follow, so we are going also to have some socioeconomics who are going to present their findings. We're also going to have people who are going to present on quality issues. But I think the question was with the Enoch was, when we are doing breeding, we should not only consider the yield and production, we should also consider the quality. And I'm very sure that this is taken into account when they are developing the varieties, even though maybe it wasn't presented here. Because usually when you are doing blending, you don't do only yield, but you also make sure that the variety that you are developing has a good quality for the consumers. I think this one, it's obvious when they are developing the varieties. So otherwise, for the following sessions, we are going to have aspects of socioeconomy, aspects of quality, climate change, pests and diseases, so everything. I hope I have answered the questions.
Thank you. I think you have touched base with the concerns. I'm informed that the presenter from Sierra Leone is now online, and that will mark our last presentation. We have taken a little bit more time, but I think some issues are cross-cutting and don't expect them to be repeated thereafter, like how to share, information, whatever Dr. Celestine has explained. So please, could we have the presentation from Sierra Leone on the screen?
Thank you very much. Yeah, this is a work I'm presenting on phenotypic diversity of wild Sierra Leone coffee, which we collected from the south and eastern regions of Sierra Leone. A work done by myself, Professor Peter, Professor Lahai, and Ba, and Dr. Boku. Coffee serves as one of the major export commodities in the country. And in Sierra Leone, we cultivate mainly Robusta, and then few of Liberica, which are normally found in amongst the Robusta plantations, farmer fields, except at the research station where we have some few trees, and we are working on it, as well as the Sierra Leone coffee, Stenophila, which I am presenting on. Yeah, as I said, coffee is one of our major export crops. Recently, we discovered the Sierra Leone Stenophila coffee in the Cambu Hills in the eastern region and the south of the country. And additionally, this coffee was also discovered in Cote d'Ivoire and Guinea, neighboring Guinea. And cupping tests have been done because it's a coffee that was abandoned over hundreds of years ago, probably due to its low yield. And then with the advent of the Robusta coffee that is high yielding, farmers had to desert the Stenophila and then change over to the Robusta coffee. But it's been found out that the Stenophila coffee has got an excellent taste, which we believe will serve as the niche market for the country. Although there has not been any published data on the sensory or organoleptic quality of the coffee, but few cupping tests were done in early 2018. Yeah, coupled with the reasons farmers gave to the abandonment of the coffee, and like as I said, it has got poor yield, and which is one of the reasons why farmers normally fail to establish this coffee in their plantations. So, reference to the number of flowers or fruits per node and shoots, we have found out that Stenophila yields are likely to be less than that of the Arabica, the Carnifora. Yeah, and although this may have commercial implications. Yeah, in terms of methodology, the samples were collected, or the study was done in Gegaru, Bumbu, and then Kasui forests as we have the maps shown below. And these three locations, two of the locations are found in the east, and then one of the locations in the south. Across the other region in the north, we have actually looked at all habitats, but we found out that the Stenophylla is not available in those places. So we took 198 Stenophylla sections from the wild, and then we had 5 standard checks at Slurry at Bambao, which is one of our research stations. So in totality, we have about 203 samples collected. These were superimposed on the wild Stenophylla at different stages of growth and then their varying terrains. So the experiment was conducted from January to February in 2022, in which the materials were available and the leaves in pretty good shape. So we did some observations, and samples collected were done through random selection. So on data collection, we collected 13. We worked on 13 qualitative traits that are based on the descriptors described by Ibgray 1996. So we observed the growth habits, the stem habits, the angle of insertion of primaries, and then the young leaf tip color, and all these characters that can serve as varying, that can provide variabilities in the growth and production of coffee Stenophylla. So frequencies of the 13 morphological traits were computed using Microsoft Excel, and then further on we used the Shannon-Weaver Diversity Index to look at the extent of diversity amongst the Stenophylla materials we have in the wild and that which we have in check at the research stations. So from the different study areas, like I said, we characterized 13 qualitative traits, and we found out that there were varying morphological variations among wild and cultivated C. Stenophylla, Coffea Stenophylla. Now, on the growth habits, nature of stem and angle of insertion of primaries on the main stem, we discovered that within the wild, about 72%, and then 18 and 19% and 9% respectively were of intermediate, open, and compact growth habit. And this spanned across all the 3 study sites, as well as that which we have in our collection. So we concluded that the wide nature of the C. Stenophylla justifies the presence of all the 3 growth habits, probably due to mutations and inbreeding that has taken place over the years. In the same way also, about 63% of the stems were observed to be flexible, while about 36 or 37% were stiff, which were really hard. These are materials, I believe, that have lasted for over 100 years within the wild. And our findings corroborate with the findings of Weldy Michael in 2020, who also reported variations in the growth habit and nature of stem of the large circumference or gap. And this indicates the presence in the wild that dates back to decades. So we have a picture of the stiff stem, and the girth was taken to be like 60 centimeters, and then we have the flexible stem. Things that happen normally in the wild, either a big tree falls on the stem and then there will be some kind of roots. But as the case may be, there has been continuous proliferation of the coffee Stenophylla within the wild. Although there are few stands which we discovered during our studies. So this is a picture showing the different or the progressive stages of development of coffee Stenophylla from the nursery, from the day we nursed onto the various leaf stages, right until the time when they are due to be transplanted in permanent fields. On leaf morphology, we recorded 3 key groups with respect to the leaf tip color, and about 78% of that were green, and 11% were greenish, and then about close to 10% were of bronzy color. This result also indicates that the C. Stenophylla exhibit variations within the wild in the leaf morphology drawn from various locations in the country. Yeah, unlike the coffee Arabica, which exhibits elliptic type of shape, the leaf of Stenophila is dominated by the lanceolate shape, as we have in the images below. So few of the trees of coffee Stenophila are actually elliptic, some are ovate, and others are obovate in shape. So there we also recorded 3 different shapes of the seeds. That is the actual seeds after being depulped, and some were oblong, and then some were elliptic, and some were slightly rounded, with the various percentages allocated to them. About 78% were oblong, 13% were elliptic, and then 7% were round in color, in shape. So we also used Shannon-Weaver diversity to tell us, to find out or unravel the various diversity that exists within the Stenophila species. And okay, so among the 13 qualitative traits that we assessed, the angle of insertion of primaries and branches on the main stem, we had Shannon diversity index of 0.87, and then the growth habit is about 0.78, and bean size about 0.75, young leaf color 0.66, stem habit 0.66, and then the fruit shape, so on and so forth. These recorded high level of diversity and evenness within the wild. For the seed shape, the seed shapes, we have the stipulate shape, the leaf shape, and then the seed uniformity. These also recorded not really high level, but their own level of diversity was moderate. The leaf apex shape showed about 0.06 of Shannon-Weaver diversity, and then calyx leaf persistence about 0, which means there was no diversity. So therefore, virtually there was no diversity with for the leaf shape and then the calyx leaf persistence. In comparison, the result indicates that the angle of insertion of primaries, growth habits, bean size, young leaf color, stem habit, and fruit shape showed higher level of diversity than the other morphological traits that were studied. So in conclusion, we unraveled the existence of phenotypic diversity among Coffea Stenophila in the 3 study sites using our 13 morphological characters as described by Avery. Therefore, this shows that coffee improvement programs for this special type of coffee could result in domestication, as we are currently doing, hybridization and selection of high-yielding materials that are resistant to pests and diseases, and that which can withstand the test of time, especially when we are experiencing climate change. So the observed variabilities should be exploited, as we concluded that in order to develop hybrids based on the desired traits, particularly in the improvement of the Coffea Stenophila. It is also of essence that morphological characters be observed through genetic fingerprinting. And then additionally, we have collected over 1,152 samples of Coffea Stenophila robusta and Liberica within the country, and the leaf samples have been sent to the USDA for genotyping. So thereafter, and mind you, when these leaf samples were collected, we also had to tag each of the trees. So upon confirming their genetic makeup, we would know which is which and whether there has been mutations over the years, because that would actually form the basis of our breeding program in the country. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Paul, and we appreciate that presentation that takes coffee across Africa from all the extremes. I think Sierra Leone is the other extreme of the map. We had finished the open forum, unless it's possible to ask Paul one burning question. That's a new variety that everybody can descend on to learn about it. I see no comment. I wish to hand over back to the Director of Research to transit to the next session.
Thank you.
Paul, you're online?
Yes, I am.
Yes, anybody with a question for Paul? We miss having to see you and shake your hand. Africans are not virtual. They believe in, real touches. Yes, the lady from Guinea. There is one question from you, from Guinea.
Okay.
D'accord. Merci à...
Thank you, Mr. Paul from Sierra Leone. I will say that Guinea and Sierra Leone are very neighboring countries. I heard about coffee eosinophila. It is something of coffee, and I heard about this variety of coffee in Sierra Leone, and today it's very clear. I see Mr. Paul who has worked on it, and I'm very interested to know more about this variety of coffee, because the last time when I was in a training mission with the coffee producers of cocoa in Guinea, in forestry Guinea, that is in Guinea, where we were with a Japanese delegation in RECA who financed this training, it was these people who spoke about this variety of coffee that they have developed in Sierra Leone, and today it is a variety that is much appreciated for export. I don't know why, whether it is the organizations or what I know at least of this variety is that it doesn't produce well, but it has very, very good characteristics we have to search for. So, Mr. Paul, really, Guinea and Sierra Leone are not far from one another, so it shows that I'm interested to know more about this variety, and I'll be interested if there is a possibility of working with him. Eventually, I'll be going to Sierra Leone to have more information on this variety, and I'm much more impressed to know that in addition to our various varieties of Arabica or Robusta, that there are some other varieties that can be developed further, and this is still in the aim of developing the coffee sector in Africa. So I think that it is about innovation and research which is the better solution of developing the whole value chain of coffee and cocoa in Africa. Thank you. Merci. Vous avez mis assez d'énergie en termes d'intérêt, et je pense que ça nos sentiments tous en ce domaine. Le dernier, c'est Denis Chou de l'OIC de la Côte d'Ivoire. Merci, modérateur.
What is the economic of this variety? What is the potential for the market?
Yeah. Thank you very much. Like I said, Professor Jeremy and Aaron Davis from the Kew Garden came to Sierra Leone, and then they took some seeds, and they did some cupping tests in the in the UK, and they realized that the Stenophila has got a better taste than some coffee varieties actually. And once this is developed, it will serve as a niche market, not just for the country, but for Africa as a whole.
Thank you. I think that's exciting enough. We wish to finish this session, and we encourage continuous engagement in any way, whether via internet and so on and so forth. I take it that whoever presented has no limitation to sharing of what was presented in terms of proceedings of the conference. Now, because I come from Kenya and I can see Kenya now, head of delegation talking much.
Chair, you are ignoring Kenya. Now, I want to make a comment on the last presentation where the presenter is talking of poor yields. This is a scientific presentation. Poor yields means what? It could be 1 kilo, it could be 10. So it's good for us to hear, when we hear poor yields from Sierra Leone, what are we talking about in terms of quantities, so that we know where the researcher is aiming to take the coffee from, where it is. So there was use of poor yields from the presentation. What does the presenter mean by poor
Okay,
yields?
That is currently, you know, this is a first-hand information we are giving on stenophylla, and studies on the yield within the wild is underway, and we hope to clarify that soonest.
So Chair, again, the presentations are very heavy on the methodologies and the materials. You know, here we are a mixture of delegates. We want to know maybe the objectives of the study, the problem which was being addressed, how the findings have gone to address the challenge, and maybe the benefits that we are going to see in the coffee industry, without going into details on the scientific method, because all the researchers in the room understand the methodologies very well. So I would imagine that we should have gone more of informing us and then referring us to where the papers have been published for maybe members to go and get the details.
I think that's a general comment, not just for Paul. I wish to leave it at that so that then people can digest in different ways. Yes, we know we have extension people, producers here, maybe marketers, and so on and so forth, the policy makers. So what is adequate for one group may not be adequate or well formulated for the next group, but the Secretariat will deal with the diversity of stakeholders. With that, I wish to finish and call upon the Director of Research to initiate the next session, please. Thank you.
Nous remercions Dr Guichourou Elijah pour son leadership et tous les chercheurs qui ont fait leur présentation ce matin. Nous vous prions de les acclamer encore. Merci beaucoup. Nous arrivons à la fin de la première session et nous allons entamer, avec votre permission, la deuxième session. Il est 12h43, 44. Le repas est prévu à 13h15. Donc, nous avons encore une trentaine de minutes. On va gagner du temps. On va gagner du temps et inviter le professeur Pamphile Nguema, qui vous était déjà présenté. Donc, il va s'installer et gérer la seconde session. À la seconde session, nous avons 5 présentations. La première saute. C'est bon, professeur? Vous avez la parole, s'il vous plaît.
Prof, please, you have the floor.
Rebonjour à tous.
It has been introduced in the morning. We'll now have the second sessions where we'll listen to various presentations, and these sessions will deal with the agronomic aspect and also socio-economic aspect of the coffee sector. So we'll have presentations right here from the hall, and those who have online presentation will see how to engage them. Otherwise, we will listen to presentations meant right from the hall here, and so as we did earlier on, we'll call on the various presenters. So first of all, we'll listen to the presentation from Mr. Orisa Sona. He will carry out an analysis on the profitability and the technical efficiency of the cocoa sector in Kogi State in Nigeria. Orisa Sona is a Nigerian, is working in National Cocoa Research Institute. So we'll see how to get in touch with him if it is possible. Turns to others, the technical team. Now let's now move on to, if at all is available for his presentation. Mr. Soren is rather in the room, so he will now have the floor to make his presentation. Time is not on our side, so we need someone. So you have 10 minutes for your presentations. 10 and 3 minutes by the end of your presentation. We'll let you know.
Technical efficiency and profitability of coffee production in Kogi State, Nigeria. I want to inform us that Nigeria cannot do without agriculture. Coffee belongs to family of Rubiaceae, and coffee plant is a native to Africa. And coffee, specifically we have coffee Arabica and coffee Carniflora. Coffee Arabica has been traced to Ethiopia in the 19th century. Coffee Robusta was believed to come from Central Africa. Specifically, coffee was introduced to Nigeria in 1859. Coffee is most important export crops for Africa, Latin America, according to Opeke 2015. And Brazil is the world leading producer of coffee, followed by Vietnam. And for Africa, we have the Uganda, Ethiopia, and even Cote d'Ivoire. The question is, out of Nigeria. Yes, coffee plantation and coffee processing are providing a lot of jobs for 100 million people across the globe. According to FAO 2009, and coffee is a second traded commodity in the world after oil and second consumable liquid after water. Coffee is one of the most valuable primary products in global trade agricultural produce. And the major coffee producer in Nigeria, we have Kogi, we have Edo, we have Ekiti, we have Abia, Benue, Kwara, Taraba, and Plateau State, according to CRIN 2014. Yes. And I want to inform us again that in Nigeria, coffee occupies a significant area of land covering over 270 hectares of land. There's a problem that we observe. If there is no problem, there's no need to go for, the problem will lead us to what we call objectives. Many people have worked on coffee. They have worked on annual crops, but people don't want to work on coffee. That's why we are here. We detect there's a problem. Many people have worked on coffee. According to Daramola 2003, he worked on problem on coffee. According to Adeolu, he also worked on the abandonment of coffee, about his club price marketing, which is a poor among the market channels. Compatibility also observed, according to Omolaja, which is a problem. And the major factor affecting farming was this segregation. The solution of coffee board is a problem. So that's why I have low yield in the country, and many people have worked, but people have not worked on what are the efficiency. Are they making even money there? Profitability and technical efficiency as such, they have not worked on it. That is the problem. That's why we are going for this research. And this is a research question. The problem statement also leads us to objectives. The first objective is to determine socio-economic characteristics of the respondents, and the second is to estimate the technical efficiency of coffee farmer in the study area, and the third one is to look the profitability. Are they making profit or not? And the last one is to look to examine the constraints, the obstacles, the barriers they are facing in their coffee production. Now, this is a research methodology. We want to look at the methodology we use for the research. The study area. The Kogi State is the highest producer of coffee in Nigeria. Kogi State is the highest producer of coffee in Nigeria, and it occupies 29,865 millions of people. And the Kogi State, they have two seasons, wet season and dry season. And I want to inform us that Kogi State, they produce coffee in abundance. Research design, survey design was used for the source of data. I have both primary data and secondary data. Primary data entails the use of structural questionnaires, and secondary data entails the use of past projects, which I used to support the work. And data collection instrument is questionnaires and interview, survey techniques. These are the types of multi-state purpose. These are the instruments I use to analyze data. Because of my, this is a result and discussion. From the results, distribution of respondents by the sex, you're able to detect that 77.8% of respondents are males, while that of 22.2% of respondents are female, which means that male dominate the production of coffee in a study area. And for the experience, we have to do that 30.5% of respondents have the 21 to 30% of experience. And for the total area cultivated, for the research, we have to detect that 59.9% of respondents have between 4 to 9 hectares of land. Now, this is the result for cost returns and profitability. This is the total variable cost, total fixed cost. What I'm saying here is that for you to know their profitability, total revenue, minus total variable cost, we give you your profits. Total revenue, if you minus it together, we give you your profitability. For the result, you're able to show that farmers are making their they are improving their profit. And in technical efficiency, the instruments are used, you call it stochastic frontier model. You call it Cobblor glass. It's a power pack. These are what you use for technical efficiency. From the results show us that the total of labor, there are significance. But if you look at the fertilizer, which fertilizer have the negative, you can see it there, minus 0.488, you have a significance on the production. So there's no significance using fertilizer. Now, this is at the constraint. Many people have worked on, we are able to detect obstacles they are facing in Nigeria. Here, there's the land availability, we have labor shortage, we have storage facilities. You're able to detect that 17.3% are the fire incidents. No, this because of this, many people, they just go to the farm and they just put fire there. We have a lot of problem there. So these are the problems they are faced in the study area. And so for summary, the cost return structure and profitability of coffee production show that coffee production as a venture is a profitability, they are making profit. And the positive significant value of the variable input implies that more of output to the value of their coefficient will be obtained for using additional quantity of this production variable, statistical variables. And in conclusion, conventional inputs have positive physical effect on production efficiency of coffee farmers. Analysis of determinants of technical efficiency show that production efficiency in coffee production could be created by increased labor, employees, seed quality, and volume of herbicide use. Younger people there, they don't want to go for the farmer. We have encouraged them, go for coffee. Coffee will change your life. You have been telling them, the young guys, they don't want to do anything, but coffee, I have told you in my presentation that coffee has provided coffee plantation and coffee processing and give us 1 million of jobs according to FAO 2009. So younger household heads are more efficient than other household heads. Recommendation: in order to increase the efficiency, farmers should use resources such as improve labor, fertilizer, farm implement, agrochemical to attain higher efficiency level and hence more profitability. Rehabilitation. This rehabilitation is very germane. That is, you use rehabilitation, but that you cut it, use copicing above 30 centimeters, and that will chupon that will come out, by side, and you leave it, you will give times 3 of your production. And government should find a way of reducing the high cost. We are able to detect in Nigeria that there is high cost of chemical inputs. Government should find a way of reducing it. Yes, with regard to farmer specific factor, especially education, there is need for policy to promote formal education. So that if you have formal education, it should also increase the production. More coffee farmers should be encouraged to form and join viable cooperatives so that instead of waiting for the government, they can lend their money, they can use to buy inputs, they can use to do anything they want if they are formed into cooperative. Farmers should always be obey the law of agricultural practice, Mrs. GAP. Every activities, when there's need for you to prune your coffee, do it. Within, these are the good agricultural practice we are talking about, and contribution to the knowledge. I want to inform us that the study provides current information on state of coffee in Nigeria. Nobody have ever worked deeply on that, but this study has given us hand information, so that the coffee production can be increased. And the information on technical efficiency in the coffee production provide policymakers and opportunity to improve policy formulation that could boost coffee production in Nigeria. Youth will be motivated to accept coffee farming as a business, like any other walks of life. They will accept it as a business. And the study gives us information of efficiency and profit of coffee production in Nigeria. And the study provides basic further for research on the coffee production. These are the reference. Thank you for listening. Thank you very much.
Merci beaucoup, Monsieur Orisa Sona.
Thank you, Mr. Orisa Sona. Thank you for abiding by the time allotted to you for your presentations. We do hope that the upcoming presenters will follow suit. Now we're going to give the floor to another presenter, the one from Côte d'Ivoire, to make a presentation on the finding of this research. Dr. Amouamouah Jesus has been working for the past 8 years in the agricultural sector in Côte d'Ivoire. He is a researcher in Côte d'Ivoire when he carried out studies on in the coffee sector in the country. His research activities have been carried out on the coffee cocoa organizations, and could we have now it has online presentations. Doctor should make a presentations from is on online presentations. So let's now listen to Dr. Oladoku Yetunde Oladoku Yetunde. Is he going to make an online presentation? If such is the case, then because of technical challenges, let's now make progress, and as time goes on, we'll find ways to give them room to make their online presentation. Now, Dr. Leonard Kiwulu from Tanzania, is he here? Is it present here? Is it among us here, so that we may enjoy his presentation? Well, same challenge. Whenever he's ready, we'll give him the floor to make his presentations. Now, Mr. Tarusinga Simpson from Zimbabwe. Is he present here? Is he here? Is not here. Is there anyone? Is it possible to have someone making his online presentations? Is that okay? Could we do that? Online presentation. Dr. Yao Guy Fernand, is he here? Dr. Yao Guy Fernand. We have two presentations. At a stretch, is a researcher in agro-pedology and director in Côte d'Ivoire CNRS. Could we have his first presentations displayed? Dr. Yao, you have the floor. You have 10 minutes to do justice to the paper. The presentations is titled Pedoclimatic Data, Upgraded Pedoclimatic Data in the coffee growing area in Côte d'Ivoire. We have Robusta and Arabica in the forestry areas in Côte d'Ivoire. So the presentation shall unfold as follows. We're going to talk about the constraint in Côte d'Ivoire. Within the framework of these presentations, will have to do with we'll talk about the low yield on the soil when there has several and a series of failure in the country. Those challenges has to do with the favorable use of the needed we have 80% of we have a parasite also present in those areas. As I said earlier on, today with the issue of climate change, this have an impact on the productions, which lead to a low yield, and then also a threat on the coffee culture in the country. And the presentation has to do with pedoclimatic data. We've been doing that for 2015 to 2021. The proposal was to be able to establish the reality of the constraint, and then also to talk about those land that have been degraded and the new environment. Will try to tell how we can support producers, what are areas that are conducive for the coffee productions, talking about Arabica species. Now, these studies was carried out in the production areas that covers the 19 areas in Côte d'Ivoire that you consider the degree, square degree, and have 111 square kilometers, and then according to the estimate to have a better view of what that represents. So the purpose was to carry out an updated assessment for a better use of the land, and then also the natural resources, how to use them to set and put in place ways and means by which one can take leverage on the richness of these areas. Now, let me skip all these slides over here. As I said, here is the area, the production areas, the 19 regions, and you have the square part of the line that we have identified, that you can see on the slide. Within the framework of this work, with coupling data on the field by using previous data, following which we are able to carry out studies, coupling with agroclimatic mapping of the area. Let me skip all these methodologies. Now, with respect to climatic data, we have climatic parameters that we use to carry out the assessment and looking for the average. All these parameters climatic demand with respect to the Arabica and Robusta coffee plantations. And so we have the implementations of the data. That has to do with a mapping of the area, and those are the methodology used if with respect to the time allotted. That's why I'm skipping all these slides, and I'll talk about the outcome. Based on the previous data available, we have a previous map that we use together with the interpolarizations. We have covered 90% of the areas. We have 1/a million. With respect to the climatic zoning, those are the area where Robusta coffee could be planted, and then the one with the Arabista species. we have a 12% favorable, and Robusta is representing 70%. Here are the areas that conducive for coffee productions and growing. With respect to the mapping, those are the areas that you can see on the screen. At the end of the studies, we can say for Robusta, we have a 75% conducive for the productions of the aspiration following the prospecting, which means from 75% we will be able to reach 83%. With respect to Arabica, we have 77% of area, then you have at the end of the day 72%. With respect to conclusions on the comparative studies, prior to the study, those are the zoning that we have in the proportions. At the end of the studies, you have now a view of what we had done. These assessments will now inform decisions in terms of planning and then to carry out activities in the growers' populations. So we have a satellite imaging and we have a better view of the area. Those are the major innovations. And the sampling has been analyzed. We're going to assess the status of fertility and know how to validate the formula in that regard, and with respect to those areas that you have identified, and then using technical approaches for the areas covered by our study. So with respect to the time minute, with the 10 minutes I have been given, this is what I can say so far. Thank you. So over to you for the second presentation. So may I remind the House that we are trying to fast track the various presentations in view of staying in the time allotted before going for the lunch break, and then come back later on for the next sessions. The second presentations from Dr. Yao.
Ok. Celle-ci, elle est en lien. Aujourd'hui, les problématiques.
This is in link with the current problem, which has to do with coffee. As we know, beside the parasite problems and the diseases, it's about the environment of culture that we should attack. The culture is either the soil that is degraded or the climate that we should try to understand. And this presentation is related to an agri-climate issues, and that is one of the stages of the presentation that I have just done. So the method I can evacuate quickly. We have all this. These are issues of conscience, and I just mentioned we move on to the next stage. Here, the problem of production is that of height, issues of rain, and extending and reducing of rain days, and these are all issues we have in the producing areas and the farming areas. We move on to the approach, and this, the area of study, is to establish a link with the climate parameters necessary for farming Robusta coffee. And at the climate level, they have different requirements, and at the soil level, the two cultures can be adopted when you look at the soil requirements. But the climate, there is a requirement for coffee Robusta and then Arabica coffee. The requirements are different. So this work is also about thinking about the climate issue when it comes to the problem we are going to tackle. Today we are going to tackle the sector to be able to orient producers towards the culture of cultivation of Arabica or Robusta. These are data that were studied with the climate parameters, and that of the period and the areas. So this is a study that was done within the period and data collected from 1997 to 2019. These are data that we indicated with the data treated, and as he said, there are things that are studied with all that is come to implementation of data collected, and I will not come back to that. These are the requirements for Robusta and that of Arabica, and these are the data we are going to use on the site to bring our specialties with the maps we have designed. If you take for instance this map, this is the area we studied, and this is the map I was showing with the climate issues. And since here the soil is done per meter square, and this is the case of Sube, is the area of Subri. We had in terms of favorable areas, we have 90% of favorable areas in terms of cultivation for Robusta, but when you go to Arabica, you see that the area is no more favorable, but it is much less favorable. So this was the work that was done for the whole 19 acres of production. So we have those data per meter square for the 19 regions, and at the end we do suggestions with implementations on the site to look at the whole area of production at the 18 parallel on the terms of zones that we see favorable for Robusta and that of appropriate for Robusta. So today, at the climate level for areas of production, we have 19% of the area which is appropriate for Robusta and 12% for Arabica coffee. So the climate will continue with more bindings when it comes to the area, mountainous areas in Cote d'Ivoire. In a summary, today we are in a current program of updating the data where we've handled the homogeneous areas are presented, and we do a zoom in some areas to know whether in Cote d'Ivoire what are the dates of the starting of the season, what will be the length of the rainings, and what are the dry seasons and the pluviometry rain gauge, and that is what is being done to here to 2022. We can now zoom on the various regions so that we can plan for our agric activities through the preparing of the land, dates of installation of the land pieces, and then all the other issues that has to do with farming. So roughly that is what we have done. That was the last presentation. Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Yao. You are invited to join us here, and you know that we will take the chance while we are online to invite Dr. Oladokum Vietunde from Nigeria for his presentation. I have to mention that Dr. Oladokum is a researcher at the Research Institute on Nigerian Coffee, and he works a lot on gender approach. So she will present a work that has to do with economic analysis on coffee production at a smaller scale in the state of Kogi in Nigeria. If Doctor is ready, you can come forward, please. Bonjour à tous. Est-ce que vous me recevez?
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Oladokum Yetunde, and I'm making this presentation on behalf of the other authors, Oluyole Kayode, Adeshida Francis, Agulano Folusho, and Agbola Lydia. And the title of our presentation is Economic Analysis of Small-Scale Coffee Production in Kogi State, Nigeria. And we are from the Economics and Extension Department, Cocoa Research Institute of Nigeria. Introduction. Coffee plants are evergreen shrubs or trees classified in the large family RECA. Coffee leaves are dark green in color and are glossy in nature. Coffee is regarded as stimulant because of its caffeine content. Globally, the most prominent oil drink is coffee, as reported by Coffee Report 2022. In developing countries of the world, coffee production is a major sector, an important means of livelihood. income generation, and foreign exchange, as reported by FAO 2021. Globally, some nations are known for high coffee production. They include countries from Latin America, Asia, and Sub-Saharan Africa. Ethiopia, Uganda, and other nations in Africa produce 12.8% of the world's coffee. Coffee is produced majorly in Kogi State in Nigeria. In the past, it has brought great gains to farmers, hence improving their income and livelihood. It was later discovered that over time, coffee farmers are cutting down coffee trees because of low access to markets. This study therefore assessed the cost and returns of coffee production in Kogi State, Nigeria. The main objective of this study is to assess the economic analysis of small-scale coffee production in Kogi State, Nigeria. The specific objectives are to assess the cost and return analysis of coffee production in the study area and to determine the effects of labor costs on gross revenue. Methodology. This study was carried out among coffee farmers in Kogi State. Ijumu local government was chosen, and Yamoye community was purposely selected because of the high concentration of coffee farmers in that community. Information was obtained from the respondents using well-structured questionnaires. 120 copies of the questionnaires were distributed. After study for missing data, 105 farmers' information was used for analysis. Descriptive statistics, budgetary analysis, and linear regression was used in this study. Descriptive statistics involve the use of percentages, frequency, and mean. The budgetary analysis includes, as shown in the slide, total cost, which is the total fixed cost plus total variable cost, gross revenue, which is total output, total number of tons of coffee sold, times unit price. We have the gross margin and you have the net income. Linear regression was used for objective 2, and the model is as shown above in the slide, where Y is the revenue from coffee, and the X-axis are labor cost of land clearing, labor cost of planting coffee, labor cost of weeding, labor cost of pruning, labor cost of harvesting coffee, and socioeconomic characteristics like age of farmer, educational level, and sex of farmer. Table 1 shows socioeconomic characteristics of coffee farmers. 77.1% of the farmers are above 60 years. Like I said in the introduction, most of the farmers that still have coffee trees on their farm are older farmers. Most of them have cut down the trees. Young people, young men or women are not involved in coffee production because of the low access to markets. They are scared that if they plant coffee, they will not have a market to sell the coffee to. Those things are changing now. Crane is coming on board to sensitize young people to go more into coffee production. 88.6% of the farmers are male. As reported by Kingali 2021, in Tanzania, and to the same case, the same thing is the issue. There are more men involved in coffee production as compared to women because women have low access to credit and land. 30.5% of the farmers have tertiary education, and 55.2% of the farmers have between 4 to 5 hectares of land. Table 2 shows the cost and return analysis. As shown in the slide, we have a total variable cost, and the average variable cost per hectare is 7,371.34 kobo. The average fixed cost per hectare is 1,000 naira, 721 naira 50 kobo. Then we have the average total cost. We have the average gross revenue by hectare, as shown in the slide above, and the proportion of net income to total cost is 6.8%. Table 3 shows the effect of labor cost on revenue. The R squared is 0.986, which shows that 98.6% of independent variables were explained by dependent variables. Then factors that are significant are land clearing, labor cost on land clearing, planting coffee, weeding, pruning, harvesting. These are the major determinants of gross revenue of coffee farmers in Kogi State. Conclusion. This study assessed the cost and return analysis of small-scale coffee production in the study area. Variables such as labor cost on land clearing, planting coffee, labor cost on planting coffee, labor cost on weeding and harvesting were important determinants of revenue in small-scale coffee production in the study area. The proportion of the net income to the total cost was 6.86%. Hence, 6.8% of the total cost expended on coffee production was generated as profit. This proportion is low because most of the farmers were found to have cut down their coffee trees due to low markets. Recommendation. Government at all levels, stakeholders in the coffee industry, to sensitize the farmers on the need to go back to planting coffee and link them to the right markets. Thank you for listening.
Merci. Nous venons donc d'écouter Dr Oladokun depuis le Nigeria. Et nous allons prendre...
Listen to doctor in Nigeria, so we're taking the following communication from a distance. It's that of Dr. Leonor Kiwiru. He will be Dr. Leonor Kiwiru is a research fellow at the Cafe Research Institute in Tanzania. He will be having a short presentation on the difference of income with adopting and less, the yield gap among adopted and unadopted of improving coffee varieties in the Bingang in southern Tanzania. If Dr. Kiuli is online, please, we are listening to you.
Dr. Leonard, we can't hear you. I think your mic...
On ne vous reçoit pas, je pense que votre micro n'est pas allumé. You agree with me that the technical side of it has challenges, and Dr. Kabiru, who was online, has a challenge with his microphone, and by the time the technicians and the people will make things work well as it is, we will invite the assistants to come to the restaurants for a break. It is break, a lunch break, and we'll be coming back to continue. This lunch break is 45 minutes. So it is important we move towards the restaurants to handle the 45 minutes of lunch break and come back to the hall for the presentations to continue. Thank you. Pause the
membres et d'autres continents sont attendus à cette importante rencontre qui sera essentiellement consacrée aux jeunes et aux femmes dans l'industrie du café. Les points d'attraction de cette rencontre seront le forum politique de haut niveau, la 5e conférence scientifique sur le café africain, la 62e assemblée générale, les réunions de comité et le 10e symposium du café africain. Dans l'une des sessions inédites sera le premier concours africain des jeunes baristas de café. Cet événement international constitue des opportunités d'échange sur les grands enjeux liés à la filière café en Afrique. Infoline 22 27 09 45 91 44 58 00. Ensemble, valorisons le café africain. Under the high patronage of His Excellency Foreso Zimnanya Singbe, President of the Togolese Republic, Lomé is hosting from November 14 to 18, 2022 at the 2 Février Hotel the annual meetings of the Inter-African Coffee Organization. Delegates and experts from the 25 African member countries and other continents are expected to attend this important meeting, which will be mainly devoted to young people and women in the coffee industry. The focal point of this meeting will be the high-level political forum, the 5th Scientific Conference on African Coffee, the 62nd General Assembly, committee meetings, and the 10th African Coffee Symposium, one of the unique sessions of which will be the first African competition for young coffee baristas. This international event provides opportunities for exchanges on the major issues related to the coffee sector in Africa. Infoline 22270945 9144 5800. Together, let's promote African coffee.
Je souhaite alors plein succès à nos travaux et que vive, prospère la consommation du café. Je vous remercie.
La thématique telle qu'elle transparaît dans cette 22e session révèle quelque chose. Nous avons des jeunes, nous avons des femmes. Nous voulons les mettre à production sur cette filière-là pour plus de valeur ajoutée, plus de création d'emplois pour ces jeunes-là qui ne sont que demandeurs. Nous ne pouvons plus continuer d'exporter nos emplois. Nos jeunes en demandent. Transformons nos productions sur place. Et d'ailleurs, c'est cette dynamique qu'entretient le Togo sous la haute impulsion de son Excellence M. Foreso Zimnanya Singbe, le président de la République. Transformer sur place ici nos matières premières. C'est un engagement qui est pris, nous restons fermes là-dessus.
Coffee, you are my favorite taste.
Nous sommes contents d'être au Togo. Le sujet avance très bien au niveau de la durabilité du café. Il y a une mobilisation, il y a une volonté politique des États membres. Et je suis confiant pour la suite des travaux. On a un secrétaire général qui est très dynamique. Et je pense qu'on a raison d'être optimiste pour l'avenir.
Je déclare ouvertes les réunions annuelles de l'Organisation interafricaine du café. Je vous remercie de votre aimable attention.
Au patronage de son Excellence M. Foreso Zimnanya Singbe, président de la République togolaise, Lomé accueille du 14 au 18 novembre 2022 à l'hôtel de Février les réunions annuelles de l'Organisation interafricaine du café. Des délégués et experts des 25 pays africains membres et d'autres continents sont attendus à cette importante rencontre qui sera essentiellement consacrée aux jeunes et aux femmes dans l'industrie du café. Les points d'attraction de cette rencontre seront le forum politique de haut niveau, la 5e conférence scientifique sur le café africain, la 62e assemblée générale, les réunions de comité et le 10e symposium du café africain. Dans l'une des sessions inédites sera le premier concours africain des jeunes baristas de café. Cet événement international constitue des opportunités d'échange sur les grands enjeux liés à la filière café en Afrique. Infoline 22 27 09 45 91 44 58 00. Ensemble, valorisons le café africain. Under the high patronage of His Excellency Foris Ozimnania Singbe, President of the Togolese Republic, Lomé is hosting from November 14 to 18, 2022 at the De Février Hotel the annual meetings of the Inter-African Coffee Organization. Delegates and experts from the 25 African member countries and other continents are expected to attend this important meeting, which will be mainly devoted to young people and women in the coffee industry. The focal point of this meeting will be the high-level political forum, the 5th Scientific Conference on African Coffee, the 62nd General Assembly, committee meetings, and the 10th African Coffee Symposium, one of the unique sessions of which will be the first African competition for young coffee baristas. This international event provides opportunities for exchanges on the major issues related to the coffee sector in Africa. Infoline 22270945 91445800. Together, let's promote African coffee.
Je souhaite alors plein succès à nos travaux et que vive, que prospère la consommation du café. Je vous remercie.
La thématique telle qu'elle transparaît dans cette 22e session révèle quelque chose. Nous avons des jeunes, nous avons des femmes. Nous voulons les mettre à production sur cette filière-là pour plus de valeur ajoutée, plus de création d'emplois pour ces jeunes-là qui ne sont que demandeurs. Nous ne pouvons plus continuer d'exporter nos emplois. Nos jeunes en demandent. Transformons nos productions sur place. Et d'ailleurs, c'est cette dynamique qu'entretient le Togo sous la haute impulsion de son excellence M. Foris Ozimnania Singbe, président de la République. Transformer sur place ici nos matières premières. C'est un engagement qui est pris, nous restons fermes là-dessus.
Coffee, you are my favorite taste.
Nous sommes contents d'être au Togo. Le sujet avance très bien au niveau de la durabilité du café. Il y a une mobilisation, il y a une volonté politique des États membres. Et je suis confiant pour la suite des travaux. On a un secrétaire général qui est très dynamique. Et je pense qu'on a raison d'être optimiste pour l'avenir.
Je déclare ouvertes les réunions annuelles de l'Organisation interafricaine du café. Je vous remercie de votre aimable attention.
Au patronage de son Excellence Monsieur Foris Ozimnania Singbe, président de la République togolaise, Lomé accueille du 14 au 18 novembre 2022 à l'hôtel de Février les réunions annuelles de l'Organisation interafricaine du café. Des délégués et experts des 25 pays africains membres et d'autres continents sont attendus à cette importante rencontre qui sera essentiellement consacrée aux jeunes et aux femmes dans l'industrie du café. Les points d'attraction de cette rencontre seront le forum politique de haut niveau, la 5e conférence scientifique sur le café africain, la 62e Assemblée Générale, les réunions de comité et le 10e Symposium du café africain. Dans l'une des sessions inédites sera le premier concours africain des jeunes baristas de café. Cet événement international constitue des opportunités d'échange sur les grands enjeux liés à la filière café en Afrique. Infoline 22 27 09 45 91 44 58 00. Ensemble, valorisons le café africain. Under the high patronage of His Excellency Foris Ozimnania Singbe, President of the Togolese Republic, Lomé is hosting from November 14 to 18, 2022 at the De Février Hotel the annual meetings of the Inter-African Coffee Organization. Delegates and experts from the 25 African member countries and other continents are expected to attend this important meeting, which will be mainly devoted to young people and women in the coffee industry. The focal point of this meeting will be the high-level political forum, the 5th Scientific Scientific Conference on African Coffee, the 62nd General Assembly, committee meetings, and the 10th African Coffee Symposium, one of the unique sessions of which will be the first African competition for young coffee baristas. This international event provides opportunities for exchanges on the major issues related to the coffee sector in Africa. Infoline 2227-0945 9144-5800. Together, let's promote African coffee.
Je souhaite alors plein succès à nos travaux et que vive, prospère la consommation du café. Je vous remercie.
La thématique telle qu'elle transparaît dans cette 22e session révèle quelque chose. Nous avons des jeunes, nous avons des femmes. Nous voulons les mettre à production sur cette filière-là pour plus de valeur ajoutée, plus de création d'emplois pour ces jeunes-là qui ne sont que demandeurs. Nous ne pouvons plus continuer d'exporter nos emplois. Nos jeunes en demandent. Transformons nos productions sur place. Et d'ailleurs, c'est cette dynamique qu'entretient le Togo sous la haute impulsion de son excellence M. Faure Sozimna, président de la République. Transformer sur place ici nos matières premières. C'est un engagement qui est pris, nous restons fermes là-dessus.
Coffee, you are my favorite taste.
Nous sommes contents d'être au Togo. Le sujet avance très bien au niveau de la durabilité du café. Il y a une mobilisation, il y a une volonté politique des États membres. Et je suis confiant pour la suite des travaux. On a un secrétaire général qui est très dynamique. Et je pense qu'on a raison d'être optimiste pour l'avenir.
Je déclare ouvertes les réunions annuelles de l'Organisation interafricaine du café. Je vous remercie de votre aimable attention.
Au patronage de son Excellence Monsieur Faure Sozimna Singbe, président de la République togolaise, Lomé accueille du 14 au 18 novembre 2022 à l'hôtel de février les réunions annuelles de l'Organisation interafricaine du café. Des délégués et experts des 25 pays africains membres et d'autres continents sont attendus à cette importante rencontre qui sera essentiellement consacrée aux jeunes et aux femmes dans l'industrie du café. Les points d'attraction de cette rencontre seront le forum politique de haut niveau, la 5e conférence scientifique sur le café africain, la 62e Assemblée Générale, les réunions de comité et le 10e Symposium du café africain. Dans l'une des sessions inédites sera le premier concours africain des jeunes baristas de café. Cet événement international constitue des opportunités d'échange sur les grands enjeux liés à la filière café en Afrique. Infoline 22 27 09 45 91 44 58 00. Ensemble, valorisons le café africain. Under the high patronage of His Excellency Faure Sozimna Singbe, President of the Togolese Republic, Lomé is hosting from November 14 to 18, 2022 at the De Février Hotel the annual meetings of the Inter-African Coffee Organization. Delegates and experts from the 25 African member countries and other continents are expected to attend this important meeting, which will be mainly devoted to young people and women in the coffee industry. The focal point of this meeting will be the high-level political forum, the 5th Scientific Conference on African Coffee, the 62nd General Assembly, committee meetings, and the 10th African Coffee Symposium, one of the unique sessions of which will be the first African competition for young coffee baristas. This international event provides opportunities for exchanges on the major issues related to the coffee sector in Africa. Infoline 2227-0945 9144-5800. Together, let's promote African coffee.
Je souhaite alors plein succès à nos travaux et que vive, prospère la consommation du café. Je vous remercie.
La thématique telle qu'elle transparaît dans cette 22e session révèle quelque chose. Nous avons des jeunes, nous avons des femmes. Nous voulons les mettre à production sur cette filière-là pour plus de valeur ajoutée, plus de création d'emplois pour ces jeunes-là qui ne sont que demandeurs. Nous ne pouvons plus continuer d'exporter nos emplois. Nos jeunes en demandent. Transformons nos productions sur place. Et d'ailleurs, c'est cette dynamique qu'entretient le Togo sous la haute impulsion de son excellence M. Faure-Sozimena-Singbe, président de la République. Transformer sur place ici nos matières premières. C'est un engagement qui est pris, nous restons fermes là-dessus.
Tofi, you are my favorite.
Nous sommes contents d'être au Togo. Le sujet avance très bien au niveau de la durabilité du café. Il y a une mobilisation, il y a une volonté politique des États membres. Et je suis confiant pour la suite des travaux. On a un secrétaire général qui est très dynamique. Et je pense qu'on a raison d'être optimiste pour l'avenir.
Je déclare ouvertes les réunions annuelles de l'Organisation interafricaine du café. Je vous remercie de votre aimable attention.
Au patronage de son Excellence, Monsieur Faure-Sozimena-Singbe, président de la République togolaise, Lomé accueille du 14 au 18 novembre 2022 à l'Hôtel de Février les réunions annuelles de l'Organisation interafricaine du café. Des délégués et experts des 25 pays africains membres et d'autres continents sont attendus à cette importante rencontre qui sera essentiellement consacrée aux jeunes et aux femmes dans l'industrie du café. Les points d'attraction de cette rencontre seront le forum politique de haut niveau, la 5e conférence scientifique sur le café africain, la 62e Assemblée générale, les réunions de comité et le 10e symposium du café africain, dont l'une des sessions inédites sera le premier concours africain des jeunes baristas de café. Cet événement international constitue des opportunités d'échange sur les grands enjeux liés à la filière café en Afrique. Infoline 22 27 09 45 91 44 58 00. Ensemble, valorisons le café africain. Under the high patronage of His Excellency Faure-Sozimena-Singbe, President of the Togolese Republic, Lomé is hosting from November 14 to 18, 2022 at the De Février Hotel the annual meetings of the Inter-African Coffee Organization. Delegates and experts from the 25 African member countries and other continents are expected to attend this important meeting, which will be mainly devoted to young people and women in the coffee industry. The focal point of this meeting will be the high-level political forum, the 5th Scientific Conference on African Coffee, the 62nd General Assembly, committee meetings, and the 10th African Coffee Symposium, one of the unique sessions of which will be the first African competition for young coffee baristas. This international event provides opportunities for exchanges on the major issues related to the coffee sector in Africa. Infoline 2227-0945 9144-5800. Together, let's promote African coffee.
Je souhaite alors plein succès à nos travaux et que vive, prospère la consommation du café. Je vous remercie.
La thématique telle qu'elle transparaît dans cette 22e session révèle quelque chose. Nous avons des jeunes, nous avons des femmes. Nous voulons les mettre à production sur cette filière-là pour plus de valeur ajoutée, plus de création d'emplois pour ces jeunes-là qui ne sont que demandeurs. Nous ne pouvons plus continuer d'exporter nos emplois. Nos jeunes en demandent. Transformons nos productions sur place. Et d'ailleurs, c'est cette dynamique qu'entretient le Togo sous la haute impulsion de son excellence M. Faure-Sozimena-Singbe, président de la République. Transformer sur place ici nos matières premières. C'est un engagement qui est pris, nous restons fermes là-dessus.
You are my favorite taste.
Nous sommes contents d'être au Togo. Les sujets avancent très bien au niveau de la durabilité du café. Il y a une mobilisation, il y a une volonté politique des États membres. Et je suis confiant pour la suite des travaux. On a un secrétaire général qui est très dynamique. Et je pense qu'on a raison d'être optimiste pour l'avenir.
Je déclare ouvertes les réunions annuelles de l'Organisation interafricaine du café. Je vous remercie de votre aimable attention.
Au patronage de son Excellence, Monsieur Foriso Zimnania Singbe, président de la République togolaise, Lomé accueille du 14 au 18 novembre 2022 à l'hôtel de février les réunions annuelles de l'Organisation interafricaine du café. Des délégués et experts des 25 pays africains membres et d'autres continents sont attendus à cette importante rencontre qui sera essentiellement consacrée aux jeunes et aux femmes dans l'industrie du café. Les points d'attraction de cette rencontre seront le forum politique de haut niveau, la 5e conférence scientifique sur le café africain, la 62e Assemblée Générale, les réunions de comité et le 10e Symposium du café africain. Dans l'une des sessions inédites sera le premier concours africain des jeunes baristas de café. Cet événement international constitue des opportunités d'échange sur les grands enjeux liés à la filière café en Afrique. Infoline 22 27 09 45 91 44 58 00. Ensemble, valorisons le café africain. Under the high patronage of His Excellency Foriso Zimnania Singbe, President of the Togolese Republic, Lomé is hosting from November 14 to 18, 2022 at the De Février Hotel the annual meetings of the Inter-African Coffee Organization. Delegates and experts from the 25 African member countries and other continents are expected to attend this important meeting, which will be mainly devoted to young people and women in the coffee industry. The focal point of this meeting will be the high-level political forum, the 5th Scientific Conference on African Coffee, the 62nd General Assembly, committee meetings, and the 10th African Coffee Symposium, one of the unique sessions of which will be the first African competition for young coffee baristas. This international event provides opportunities for exchanges on the major issues related to the coffee sector in Africa. Infoline 2227-0945 9144-5800. Together, let's promote African coffee.
Je souhaite alors plein succès à nos travaux et que vive, prospère la consommation du café. Je vous remercie.
La thématique telle qu'elle transparaît dans cette 22e session révèle quelque chose. Nous avons des jeunes, nous avons des femmes. Nous voulons les mettre à production sur cette filière-là pour plus de valeur ajoutée, plus de création d'emplois pour ces jeunes-là qui ne sont que demandeurs. Nous ne pouvons plus continuer d'exporter nos emplois. Nos jeunes en demandent. Transformons nos productions sur place. Et d'ailleurs, c'est cette dynamique qu'entretient le Togo sous la haute impulsion de son Excellence M. Foriso Zimnania Singbe, président de la République. Transformer sur place ici nos matières premières. C'est un engagement qui est pris, nous restons fermes là-dessus.
Coffee, you are my favorite taste.
Nous sommes contents d'être au Togo. Les sujets avancent très bien au niveau de la durabilité du café. Il y a une mobilisation, il y a une volonté politique des États membres. Et je suis confiant pour la suite des travaux. On a un secrétaire général qui est très dynamique. Et je pense qu'on a raison d'être optimiste pour l'avenir.
Je déclare ouvertes les réunions annuelles de l'Organisation interafricaine du café. Je vous remercie de votre aimable attention.
Au patronage de son Excellence, Monsieur Faure Sozimna Singbe, président de la République togolaise, Lomé accueille du 14 au 18 novembre 2022 à l'hôtel de février les réunions annuelles de l'Organisation interafricaine du café. Des délégués et experts des 25 pays africains membres et d'autres continents sont attendus à cette importante rencontre qui sera essentiellement consacrée aux jeunes et aux femmes dans l'industrie du café. Les points d'attraction de cette rencontre seront le forum politique de haut niveau, la 5e conférence scientifique sur le café africain, la 62e Assemblée Générale, les réunions de comité et le 10e Symposium du café africain, dont l'une des sessions inédites sera le premier concours africain des jeunes baristas de café. Cet événement international constitue des opportunités d'échange sur les grands enjeux liés à la filière café en Afrique. Infoline 22 27 09 45 91 44 58 00. Ensemble, valorisons le café africain. Under the high patronage of His Excellency Faure Sozimna Singbe, President of the Togolese Republic, Lomé is hosting from November 14 to 18, 2022 at the De Février Hotel the annual meetings of the Inter-African Coffee Organization. Delegates and experts from the 25 African member countries and other continents are expected to attend this important meeting, which will be mainly devoted to young people and women in the coffee industry. The focal point of this meeting will be the high-level political forum, the 5th Scientific Conference on African Coffee, the 62nd General Assembly, committee meetings, and the 10th African Coffee Symposium, one of the unique sessions of which will be the first African competition for young coffee baristas. This international event provides opportunities for exchanges on the major issues related to the coffee sector in Africa. Infoline 2227-0945 9144-5800. Together, let's promote African coffee.
Je souhaite alors plein succès à nos travaux et que vive, prospère la consommation du café. Je vous remercie.
La thématique telle qu'elle transparaît dans cette 22e session révèle quelque chose. Nous avons des jeunes, nous avons des femmes. Nous voulons les mettre à production sur cette filière-là pour plus de valeur ajoutée, plus de création d'emplois pour ces jeunes-là qui ne sont que demandeurs. Nous ne pouvons plus continuer d'exporter nos emplois. Nos jeunes en demandent. Transformons nos productions sur place. Et d'ailleurs, c'est cette dynamique qu'entretient le Togo sous la haute impulsion de son Excellence M. Faure Sozimna Singbe, président de la République. Transformer sur place ici nos matières premières. C'est un engagement qui est pris, nous restons fermes là-dessus.
Coffee, you are my favorite taste.
Nous sommes contents d'être au Togo. Le sujet avance très bien au niveau de la durabilité du café. Il y a une mobilisation, il y a une volonté politique des États membres. Et je suis confiant pour la suite des travaux. On a un secrétaire général qui est très dynamique. Et je pense qu'on a raison d'être optimiste pour l'avenir.
Je déclare ouvertes les réunions annuelles de l'Organisation interafricaine du café. Je vous remercie de votre aimable attention.
Au patronage de son Excellence, Monsieur Faure Sozimna Singbe, président de la République togolaise, Lomé accueille du 14 au 18 novembre 2022 à l'hôtel de février les réunions annuelles de l'Organisation interafricaine du café. Des délégués et experts des 25 pays africains membres et d'autres continents sont attendus à cette importante rencontre qui sera essentiellement consacrée aux jeunes et aux femmes dans l'industrie du café. Les points d'attraction de cette rencontre seront le forum politique de haut niveau, la 5e conférence scientifique sur sur le café africain, la 62e Assemblée Générale, les réunions de comité et le 10e Symposium du café africain, dont l'une des sessions inédites sera le premier concours africain des jeunes baristas de café. Cet événement international constitue des opportunités d'échange sur les grands enjeux liés à la filière café en Afrique. Infoline 22 27 09 45 91 44 58 00. Ensemble, valorisons le café africain. Under the high patronage of His Excellency Forisozim Nanyasingbe, President of the Togolese Republic, Lomé is hosting from November 14 to 18, 2022 at the 2 Février Hotel the annual meetings of the Inter-African Coffee Organization. Delegates and experts from the 25 African member countries and other continents are expected to attend this important meeting, which will be mainly devoted to young people and women in the coffee industry. The focal point of this meeting will be the high-level political forum, the 5th Scientific Conference on African Coffee, the 62nd General Assembly, committee meetings, and the 10th African Coffee Symposium, one of the unique sessions of which will be the first African competition for young coffee baristas. This international event provides opportunities for exchanges on the major issues related to the coffee sector in Africa. Infoline 22270945 9144 5800. Together, let's promote African coffee.
Je souhaite alors plein succès à nos travaux et que vive, prospère la consommation du café. Je vous remercie.
La thématique telle qu'elle transparaît dans cette 22e session révèle quelque chose. Nous avons des jeunes, nous avons des femmes. Nous voulons les mettre à production sur cette filière-là pour plus de valeur ajoutée, plus de création d'emplois pour ces jeunes-là qui ne sont que demandeurs. Nous ne pouvons plus continuer d'exporter nos emplois. Nos jeunes en demandent. Transformons nos productions sur place. Et d'ailleurs, c'est cette dynamique qu'entretient le Togo sous la haute impulsion de son excellence M. Forisozim Nanyasingbe, le président de la République. Transformer sur place ici nos matières premières. C'est un engagement qui est pris, nous restons fermes là-dessus.
Coffee, you are my favorite taste.
Nous sommes contents d'être au Togo. Le sujet avance très bien au niveau de la durabilité du café. Il y a une mobilisation, il y a une volonté politique des États membres. Et je suis confiant pour la suite des travaux. On a un secrétaire général qui est très dynamique. Et je pense qu'on a raison d'être optimiste pour l'avenir.
Je déclare ouvertes les réunions annuelles de l'Organisation interafricaine du café. Je vous remercie de votre aimable attention.
L'élément déterminant, je le cite toujours, c'est d'encourager les jeunes à pouvoir vraiment rejoindre cette dynamique du secteur agricole. Parce que les jeunes sont beaucoup démotivés et nous voulons créer toutes les conditions idoines pour leur permettre d'adhérer véritablement à cette dynamique que nous recherchons pour le café. Dans notre culture, nous avons tendance à mettre au second plan le genre, donc la femme. Nous voulons insister surtout sur cet aspect parce qu'il est temps que nous puissions remettre, même mettre en place ces valeurs-là. Cette cible est due pour l'essentiel à l'existant. Parce que, comme je l'ai dit dans mes propos, les femmes sont beaucoup plus nombreuses dans le secteur et on n'arrive pas à les mettre vraiment dans l'évidence. C'est aujourd'hui plus que jamais le moment de les encourager et de reconnaître cette valeur. Nous avons connu des crises diverses qui a fait que la production a beaucoup chuté en Afrique. Et il est temps que nous puissions vraiment mettre en place tous les ingrédients nécessaires pour encourager la consommation, ce qui pourrait susciter de l'intérêt pour la production. sommes dans l'expectative que le partage d'informations ouvrira la voie pour générer des idées qui donnent des inspirations pour le développement de nouvelles propositions de projets de recherche pouvant être envoyés à différents partenaires et donateurs pour des appuis techniques et financiers. Tout en souhaitant un plein succès à vos travaux, je déclare ouverte la conférence scientifique des chercheurs du réseau sur le café africain. Je vous remercie de votre aimable attention.
We started in Medellin, Colombia in 2017, then Campinas, Brazil in 2019. In 2023, we are excited to announce that the Third World Coffee Producers Forum is coming to Kigali, Rwanda. Bringing together an impressive group of experts, this forum is here to create national coffee sustainability plans that will help coffee producers design and implement comprehensive coffee policies, all to secure a prosperous future for coffee producers worldwide. So join us from the 13th to the 14th of February 2023 at the Kigali Convention Center. For more information and to register, visit www.worldcoffeeproducersforum.com.
Sous le haut patronage de son Excellence, Monsieur Faure Zimnania Singbe, président de la République togolaise, Lomé accueille du 14 au 18 novembre 2022 à l'Hôtel de Février les réunions annuelles de l'Organisation interafricaine du café. Des délégués et experts des 25 pays africains membres et d'autres continents sont attendus à cette importante rencontre qui sera essentiellement consacrée aux jeunes et aux femmes dans l'industrie du café. Les points d'attraction de cette rencontre seront le forum politique de haut niveau, la 5e conférence scientifique sur le café africain, la 62e assemblée générale, les réunions de comité et le 10e symposium du café africain, dont l'une des sessions inédites sera le premier concours africain des jeunes baristas de café. Cet événement international constitue des opportunités d'échange sur les grands enjeux liés à la filière café en Afrique. Infoline 22 27 09 45 91 44 58 00. Ensemble, valorisons le café africain. Under the high patronage of His Excellency Faure Zimnania Singbe, President of the Togolese Republic, Lomé is hosting from November 14 to 18, 2022 at the De Février Hotel the annual meetings of the Inter-African Coffee Organization. Delegates and experts from the 25 African member countries and other continents are expected to attend this important meeting, which will be mainly devoted to young people and women in the coffee industry. The focal point of this meeting will be the high-level political forum, the 5th Scientific Conference on African Coffee, the 62nd General Assembly, committee meetings, and the 10th African Coffee Symposium, one of the unique sessions of which will be the first African competition for young coffee baristas. This international event provides opportunities for exchanges on the major issues related to the coffee sector in Africa. Infoline 2227-0945 9144-5800. Together, let's promote African coffee.
Je souhaite alors plein succès à nos travaux et que vive, prospère la consommation du café. Je vous remercie.
La thématique telle qu'elle transparaît dans cette 22e session révèle quelque chose. Nous avons des jeunes, nous avons des femmes. Nous voulons les mettre à production sur cette filière-là pour plus de valeur ajoutée, plus de création d'emplois pour ces jeunes-là qui ne sont que demandeurs. Nous ne pouvons plus continuer d'exporter nos emplois. Nos jeunes en demandent. Transformons nos productions sur place. Et d'ailleurs, c'est cette dynamique qu'entretient le Togo sous la haute impulsion de son Excellence M. Faure Zimnania Singbe, président de la République. Transformer sur place ici nos matières premières. C'est un engagement qui est pris, nous restons fermes là-dessus.
Toffee, you are my favorite taste.
Nous sommes contents d'être au Togo. Le sujet avance très bien au niveau de la durabilité du café. Il y a une mobilisation, il y a une volonté politique des États membres. Et je suis confiant pour la suite des travaux. On a un secrétaire général qui est très dynamique. Et je pense qu'on a raison d'être optimiste pour l'avenir.
Je déclare ouvertes les réunions annuelles de l'Organisation interafricaine du café. Je vous remercie de votre aimable attention.
L'élément déterminant, je le dis toujours, c'est d'encourager les jeunes à pouvoir vraiment rejoindre cette dynamique du secteur agricole. Parce que les jeunes sont beaucoup démotivés et nous voulons créer toutes les conditions idoines pour leur permettre d'adhérer véritablement à cette dynamique que nous recherchons pour le café. Dans notre culture, nous avons tendance à mettre au second plan le genre, donc la femme. Nous voulons insister surtout sur cet aspect parce qu'il est temps que nous puissions remettre, même mettre en place ces valeurs-là. Cette cible est due pour l'essentiel à l'existant. Parce que, comme je l'ai dit dans mes propos, les femmes sont beaucoup plus nombreuses dans le secteur et on n'arrive pas à les mettre dans l'évidence. C'est aujourd'hui plus que jamais le moment de les encourager et de reconnaître cette valeur. Nous avons connu des crises diverses qui a fait que la production a beaucoup chuté en Afrique. Et il est temps que nous puissions vraiment mettre en place tous les ingrédients nécessaires pour encourager la consommation, ce qui pourrait susciter de l'intérêt pour la production. Dans l'expectative que le partage d'informations ouvrira la voie pour générer des idées qui donnent des inspirations pour le développement de nouvelles propositions de projets de recherche pouvant être envoyés à différents partenaires et donateurs pour des appuis techniques et financiers. Tout en souhaitant un plein succès à vos travaux, je déclare ouverte la conférence scientifique des chercheurs du réseau sur le café africain. Je vous remercie de votre aimable attention.
We started in Medellin, Colombia in 2017, then Campinas, Brazil in 2019. In 2023, we are excited to announce that the Third World Coffee Producers Forum is coming to Kigali, Rwanda. Bringing together an impressive group of experts, this forum is here to create national coffee sustainability plans that will help coffee producers design and implement comprehensive coffee policies, all to secure a prosperous future for coffee producers worldwide. So join us from the 13th to the 14th of February 2023 at the Kigali Convention Center. For more information and to register, visit www.worldcoffeeproducersforum.com.
Sous le haut patronage de son Excellence, Monsieur Faurice Zimnania Singbe, président de la République togolaise, Lomé accueille du 14 au 18 novembre 2022 à l'Hôtel de Février les réunions annuelles de l'Organisation interafricaine du café. Des délégués et experts des 25 pays africains membres et d'autres continents sont attendus à cette importante rencontre qui sera essentiellement consacrée aux jeunes et aux femmes dans l'industrie du café. Les points d'attraction de cette rencontre seront le forum politique de haut niveau, la 5e conférence scientifique sur le café africain, la 62e Assemblée Générale, les réunions de comité et le 10e Symposium du café africain, dont l'une des sessions inédites sera le premier concours africain des jeunes baristas de café. Cet événement international constitue des opportunités d'échange sur les grands enjeux liés à la filière café en Afrique. Infoline 22 27 09 45 91 44 58 00. Ensemble, valorisons le café africain. Under the high patronage of His Excellency Foreso Zimnanya Singbe, President of the Togolese Republic, Lomé is hosting from November 14 to 18, 2022 at the 2 Février Hotel the annual meetings of the Inter-African Coffee Organization. Delegates and experts from the 25 African member countries and other continents are expected to attend this important meeting, which will be mainly devoted to young people and women in the coffee industry. The focal point of this meeting will be the high-level political forum, the 5th Scientific Conference on African Coffee, the 62nd General Assembly, committee meetings, and the 10th African Coffee Symposium, one of the unique sessions of which will be the first African competition for young coffee baristas. This international event provides opportunities for exchanges on the major issues related to the coffee sector in Africa. Infoline 22270945 91445800. Together, let's promote African coffee.
Je souhaite alors plein succès à nos travaux et que vive, prospère la consommation du café. Je vous remercie.
La thématique telle qu'elle transparaît dans cette 22e session révèle quelque chose. Nous avons des jeunes, nous avons des femmes. Nous voulons les mettre à production sur cette filière-là pour plus de valeur ajoutée, plus de création d'emplois pour ces jeunes-là qui ne sont que demandeurs. Nous ne pouvons plus continuer d'exporter nos emplois. Nos jeunes en demandent. Transformons nos productions sur place. Et d'ailleurs, c'est cette dynamique qu'entretient le Togo sous la haute impulsion de son Excellence M. Foreso Zimnanya Singbe, Président de la République. Transformer sur place ici nos matières premières. C'est un engagement qui est pris, nous restons fermes là-dessus.
Coffee, you are my favorite.
Nous sommes contents d'être au Togo. Le sujet avance très bien au niveau de la durabilité du café. Il y a une mobilisation, il y a une volonté politique des États membres. Et je suis confiant pour la suite des travaux. On a un secrétaire général qui est très dynamique. Et je pense qu'on a raison d'être optimiste pour l'avenir.
Je déclare ouverte les réunions annuelles de l'Organisation interafricaine du café. Je vous remercie de votre aimable attention.
L'élément déterminant, je le cite toujours, c'est d'encourager les jeunes à pouvoir vraiment rejoindre cette dynamique du secteur agricole. Parce que les jeunes sont beaucoup démotivés et nous voulons créer toutes les conditions idoines pour leur permettre d'adhérer véritablement à cette dynamique que nous cherchons pour le café. Dans notre culture, nous avons tendance à mettre au second plan le genre, donc la femme. Nous voulons insister surtout sur cet aspect parce qu'il est temps que nous puissions remettre, même mettre en place ces valeurs-là. Cette cible est due pour l'essentiel à l'existant parce que, comme je l'ai dit dans mes propos, les femmes sont beaucoup plus nombreuses dans le secteur et on n'arrive pas à les mettre dans l'évidence. C'est aujourd'hui plus que jamais le moment de les encourager et de reconnaître cette valeur. Nous avons connu des crises diverses qui a fait que la production a beaucoup chuté en Afrique. Et il est temps que nous puissions vraiment mettre en place tous les ingrédients nécessaires pour encourager la consommation, ce qui pourrait susciter de l'intérêt pour la production.
On commence dans quelques minutes.
sommes dans l'expectative que le partage d'informations ouvrira la voie pour générer des idées qui donnent des inspirations pour le développement de nouvelles propositions de projets de recherche pouvant être envoyés à différents partenaires et donateurs pour des appuis techniques et financiers. Tout en souhaitant un plein succès à vos travaux, je déclare ouverte la conférence scientifique des chercheurs du réseau sur le café africain. Je vous remercie de votre aimable attention.
We started in Medellin, Colombia in 2017. Then Campinas, Brazil in 2019. In 2023, we are excited to announce that the Third World Coffee Producers Forum is coming to Kigali, Rwanda. Bringing together an impressive group of experts, this forum is here to create national coffee sustainability plans that will help coffee producers design and implement comprehensive coffee policies, all to secure a prosperous future for coffee producers worldwide. So join us from the 13th to the 14th of February 2023 at the Kigali Convention Center. For more information and to register, visit www.worldcoffeeproducersforum.com.
Sous le haut patronage de son Excellence, Monsieur Faure Zimnania Singbe, président de la République togolaise, Lomé accueille du 14 au 18 novembre 2022 à l'Hôtel des Févriers les réunions annuelles de l'Organisation interafricaine du café. Des délégués et experts des 25 pays africains membres et d'autres continents sont attendus à cette importante rencontre qui sera essentiellement consacrée aux jeunes et aux femmes
dans quelques instants.
du café. Les points
Est-ce que la
d'attraction de
technique
cette rencontre
a quelqu'un en
seront
ligne?
Le forum politique de haut niveau.
Est-ce que la technique a quelqu'un en ligne? Dans 5 minutes, nous reprenons la session, s'il vous plaît. Il y a encore beaucoup de présentations. Le docteur Léonard Kiwilou est en ligne. Si nous pouvons regagner nos places pour profiter du moment où la technique est en notre faveur, pour qu'il démarre sa communication, s'il vous plaît. Alors, s'il vous plaît, veuillons nous installer. Nous allons passer la parole à Dr Kiwilou, qui est en ligne, pour qu'il nous fasse sa communication, s'il vous plaît.
Okay, kindly take your seats, and we shall start the meeting very soon.
S'il vous plaît. La technique. La technique. On peut lancer celui qui est en ligne, s'il vous plaît, la technique. Ok.
Okay, Leonard, you can go.
Okay, thank you for giving me this chance to present my study that's focused on the assessment of coffee yield gap among adopters and the non-adopters of improved coffee varieties in two major coffee producing districts in Tanzania. This study came across after seeing the increased demand of coffee in the world and take into consideration the coffee produced in most of producing countries, particularly in Tanzania, is still low. So we decided to go for this study and to see how we can intervene to contribute to the increase in coffee productivity, and after all, to contribute also to the increase in household profitability. So the general concern about this study was about the argument that the productivity from smallholder farmers is low in our place compared to the productivity that are gained by large coffee producers like estates, who produce around above 1 metric tons per hectare, while smallholder farmers produce around 200 to 250 kilograms per hectare. So Tanzania Coffee Research Institute has developed the 19 improved coffee varieties, particularly for Arabica, which are resistant to major coffee diseases. And these diseases were linked with the low productivity from smallholder farmers. But however, we didn't have empirical evidence that show how these varieties perform under farm management practices. So we are interested to know if these real improved varieties, they really contribute to the increased productivity, taking into consideration they are not infested with major coffee diseases like coffee berry and the coffee leaf rust. So we have the objective three main objectives. The first one is to check the yield gain by smallholder farmers under their normal management practices. And the second one was to check the yield gap compared to the national average yield reported from the research. And the third one was to check the factors that contribute to the yield gap among the smallholder farmers. And we conceptualized our study taking into consideration the household parameters. We take into consideration the institutional factors and also take into consideration the farm characteristics. That together, these, from one way or another, they may contribute to the yield gain by smallholder farmers, whether have improved varieties or have traditional varieties. And this study followed on the theory of household production theory, taking into consideration the inputs-output relationship which any farmer or any producer aims in order to optimize productivity. And we used a cross-sectional, it was a cross-sectional study design. And at the first we employed the multiple stage sampling procedure and followed by a random sampling procedure where we get a total sample of 320 respondents. 122 were adopters and 198 were farmers with traditional variety that we call as non-adopters. And in the data analysis, we used the first part, a descriptive analysis, where we take the research yield with subtract with the farmer gain yield from the farm management practices. And the second part, we use the SAFNAC simulation model to see if the management practices that farmer implements contribute significantly to the yield gap. And the third one, we use the OLS regression model to determine the factors that might contribute to the yield that farmer gain in the study area. And the key findings that we have noted are smallholder farmers with improved coffee variety in both study sites gain relative higher yield compared to smallholder farmers with traditional coffee variety. However, the average yield that have been noted in the study site were relatively higher compared to the average national yield, which were reported of 200 to 250 kilograms per hectare. Meanwhile, we have noted that the smallholder farmers with improved coffee variety gain 38% less of the optimal yield that they are supposed to gain from the improved varieties as reported from the national research. Similarly, the smallholder farmer with the traditional varieties gets 49% less compared to the yield that they are supposed to gain from the national research yield recorded from those traditional varieties. And this is how it looks like, that the farmers gained a yield of around 1 metric ton for improved varieties out of the 2 metric tons that are supposed to gain. Similarly, for farmers with the traditional varieties, non-adopters, they gain around 0.5 metric ton, 512 kilograms per hectare, compared to 1,000 kilograms per hectare that they're supposed to gain. And the finding from the SAFNAC simulation model also indicated that the farmers' practices, they are still below the yield simulated by the model. And when we go for the OLS, our finding also show that the type of coffee variety that's planted by smallholder farmers, plant population and access to extension services, including farmer application of fertilizer, pruning practices, have a significantly impact on coffee yield that are gained by smallholder farmers. And in a nutshell, the study showed that, or we can conclude that smallholder farmers with improved varieties gain relative higher yield compared to smallholder farmers with traditional varieties. That I mean adopters and the non-adopters of these varieties. And also, we have noted that both farmers, adopters and the non-adopters, they all gain yield below the average national yield recommended from the research institutes. And probably this might be due to the farming practices that farmers used to adopt, particularly the use of fertilizer, pruning practices, access to extension services, and so forth. That contributes to farmers to gain relative lower yield compared to what they are expected to gain from the national average yield. And due to the key findings that have been reported, we hope there is a need to strengthen extension services so as farmers can have a good knowledge on management practices that are recommended for them in order to optimize productivity. And also there is a need to engage stakeholders to promote yield increasing technologies, particularly the use of these varieties and also the use of the fertilizer or recommended agronomic practices so that they can optimize the productivity. And finally, farmers, they can be encouraged to adopt the improved variety. As we have noted, those with improved variety, they gain at least twice the yield they gain by smallholders with the traditional varieties. And if you go with this three main approach, it's our hope that the increased demand of coffee in the world markets will also go together with the increase in coffee production in producing countries and contribute to the increase of household productivity and the profitability. Thank you very much for giving me this opportunity to present my study. Thank you.
Merci beaucoup, Dr. Kiwulu, pour cet exposé.
Thank you, Dr. Kiwulu, for your very brilliant presentations that take into account the topic of these studies and talking about disseminations and also new technologies. Now, following the presentations that is in two, do we have any other online presenter? Otherwise, we'll call on Dr. Adenayi Kofi to take the floor. Dr. Adenayi Kofi is an agronomist. He has a doctorate degree from the University of Lomé. He is involved in coffee cocoa sector by providing he's a Togolese. So we'll give him the floor for 10 minutes to give us an overview of the outcome of his study.
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have the honor to share with you a study that we took at the level of our country on the generative behavior of Robusta coffee. Robusta coffee is the most cultivated variety in our country. It has been noticed on the vegetative cycle of the plants, and the production of this coffee takes a lot of it, no matter what we provide of it. The work we have undertaken has the major aim of evaluating the repercussion of the productivity. So we do the work in the fourth zone of study, which is the western part of the central region and the mountainous region on the Robusta Valley area. And we had 3,551 producers in the area, and they take care of their coffee and provide the necessary need to look at how they can produce and look at the impact of recycling and the behavior of the farms were done as we usually do with inputs as it has been done. But the rest statistics that were done is in the 0.5. We noticed that in between every 4 years of production, the first year the variability of the output was very low. But when we compare this variability for the 4 years, the first year of study, we noticed that there is no difference of statistics between the outputs in the year before or the year of the portion was pruned. But we noticed that there is a decrease of income in the unpruned farms, and after recycling, the output reduces while the portion that was pruned increases its productivity. And the same applies to the second year. The output on the pruned farms continue to reduce, and the income on the unpruned farms have been improved. The statistic difference in the trials was 1.5 difference in the maintained portions, and at the end of the 4 years we noticed that there is a difference of 72.9%, and when we compared it to the initial production, we understood there is a difference of 295%. So if we look closer to the productivity, we notice that on the pruned farms in the previous year, the productivity on the two portions were almost the same, and in year 0 we had no difference. And as the years grow, we notice that the productivity of every portion has increased, and at the end, at the end of the 4 years, the portion that was pruned is at 141.84 kilogram, when the other one was 0.84 kilograms per hectare. So we know that it was better to prune to have 0.84 or to 1.221 kilogram, and if you don't prune, we remain 0.84 kilograms per hectare. Now let's have the impact of it on the yearly production. At the end of the year, we have an income of 168 tons, and the second year we have a production of 184.74% on the national production. But looking at this analysis, we are sure that the income of Robusta coffee by pruning is very important, and it improves the productivity of coffee, Robusta coffee in Togo. Mr. Chairman, that's what I have to share with you. Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Eden, pour
l'importance et qui nous rappelle encore.
Thank you for reminding us that the importance of pruning is very important, and that provides fruits, of course. So I agree in a specific case of recycling, and that creates regeneration. Thank you. Please take your seats. Dr. Amelie. Dr. Amli Komla is a researcher in soil science. He also leads the Agric Center of a forest area in Togo. So he should talk to us about his research work. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and dear colleagues and researchers, dear participants of this section. I want to present to you the results on a study that was done by colleagues on dissemination in charge of coffee and cocoa and research in coffee and cocoa in our area of production. This is about perspective agriculture that was done in order to identify the factual challenges and the solutions in challenges of coffee and cocoa in Togo. I want to tell you that ITRACAF is an institution that's in charge of research and development in these major product cash crops, which is ICAT and ICC is those ones in charge of information dissemination. And my presentation plan is as follows: introduction, methodology, and intro. In introduction, we are going to present you the coffee in Togo. Coffee is the second cash crop, agri-cash crop in the country, and it occupies with cocoa more than 30,000 farmers, and it's a major income for the country. This contribution to the country is about 1.2% of the national revenue, and we have enormous investment that has been done in the coffee sector, and that enabled people to plant more than 50,000 hectares of surface area and increase the income of the products. But from 1996, from the liberalization, after the liberalization of this coffee go sector, we witnessed a fall in the trend of production, and the trend is not only linked to the surface area but also to the reduction of harvest. I have to confirm that this study that was done in the recent presentation of ITC and with regard to the aim of coffee, if you look at the other two countries who produces enough in terms of harvest, to mention Brazil, Colombia, and Vietnam, if you look at the two African countries that are Kenya and Togo, you see that Togo being represented in blue, it has also a reduction in production that was observed from 2010 until now. The trend still continues. And when you look at this observation, the government from 2010 recorded this sector into one of the most important sectors of the country. So from 2020 we have important finance that has been invested into it. The aim of the Togolese government in 2020 focus that by now 2025 they will increase cash crops in Togo, to mention coffee and cocoa, to be with 8 to 10% for the country. So this will help the country to progress the coffee and cocoa sector. And Togo is involved in designing a national action plan in the coffee sector. So it is important to look at the status of the participatory process today in coffee production so that they will increase the production of the products. And in this context that this this project was done to identify the challenges, and we collected information that is necessary for the work. When it comes to the method that was adopted, the survey area is as follows: is west of the plateau region with 4 sub-regional areas of what was targeted. To mention the Akboso, Akebu, and the Dani area on the district of Amu. In this area, we have 4 localities that were chosen, and 80 farmers were recruited in 20 farmers per area, and they were chosen haphazardly in their areas. And the working team was made of researchers from ITRACAF and 2 technicians of the technical unit of coffee and cocoa, supported by 4 head of agencies in disseminations of the country. So the data collection was based on a participative method with discussions of orientation and one-on-one interviews, and the data is collected on the type of plants and the management of these farms, as well as the challenges, in order to suggest solutions. As a result, you will see that looking at the size of the farms, most of the surface areas goes from half hectare to 5 hectares, and the major farms in Amu area were those that are the smallest in the Wawa and Dani area. When it comes to the belongings to the organization of the producers, we notice that 85% of them belongs to a cooperative, and they have access to support and advice of extension officers, and they benefit from the services. But the visits are only limited to one visit among 30% who benefits from these extension services. When it comes to production, we were able to emphasize that the producers that we made a survey, 15% of them do pruning services, and then the sharing is only done on 12.10% of the farmers we investigated on. And when it comes to a frequency of applying the inputs, it is only at a frequency of application once per year, which is number 50% of the farmers we surveyed on. When it comes to the type of fertilizer they use, there's the coffee NPK 2010 that is always recommended in Togo. Is the most used one for more than 60% of the farmers. And when it comes to the rate of application, it's at a very low rate, from 89 kilograms per hectare to up to 250 kilometers per hectare in the Amu area. When it comes to plant health practices, 60% of the farmers produces farm health services on their farms, and the frequency is once a while, maybe once a year for major producers in the area. So 30% of them only does it once a year. When it's come to the sources of buying farm input products, it's on the local market. We decide and pesticide that are bought in local market at 80%, and the applications of this insecticide goes from 1 liter per hectare up to 2.18 liters per hectare. Agroforestry practices is very important for us this time, because looking at the climate change, these are practices we always have a look on, but there are 80% of the farmers who confirm that they practice agroforestry, but the density that they use in their farm is more variable. It goes from 19 to associated coffee up to 41 and trees associated to coffee. And when it comes to the challenges that we were able to identify, these were the fruit of vegetation that affect more than 40% of the farmers we surveyed. When it comes to the average surface area per farmer, we noticed that when it comes to the Amu area, we have 2.5 hectares per farmer in the district, and which is a bit different from the other 3 areas where we have roughly 1.4 to 1.1 hectares per farmer. When it comes to the outcome is very low, as you see. It goes from 238 to 396 kilograms, and that's very low kilograms of coffee, marketable coffee. When it comes to all the results that we were able to look at, the important challenges that we had on the field was regarding the effect of climate change with the extension of the dry season and then the bushfire outbreak and lack of financing to support the producers and lack of the availability of the brown fertilizer. This fertilizer exists, but it is not really available at the subsidized price for the producers to apply on the field. So it should have been more or subsidized for the farmers. Another challenge is the need of performing materials on tolerance on and hydro sales services and creating new plantation, new farms, and replacing the old ones. As a conclusion, we end with this slide as we suggest some approaches of solution for coffee and cocoa to be sustainable in the country. We need to restart the awareness raising and training and evaluation of the farmers, because most of them today have felt being left on their own. So we have to revitalize the dissemination structure. We will also need to extend or increase the services by providing the plantation equipment, not any other material, but that will resist to the current challenges to the hybrid stress. We have to support the dissemination services and strengthen the capacity of the national structure of agric research. And at the last point, we will have to develop active mechanism to incite, to encourage the youth into the coffee and cocoa sector. Mr. Chairman, this is where I end my presentation as we wait for the reactions from the crowd. Thank you. From the audience, thank you. Thank you, Dr. Bede Kamla. Thank you once again for demonstrating on your presentation that dissemination is very important and that of the technical support with the help of a participative approach at the users level. And we now invite you to take a seat with them with us on this podium as we go on to the next stage. It is up to we now have to listen to. Do we have someone online? It's Mr. Tarusinga Samson of Zimbabwe. He will be talking to us. He will be presenting the effect of access on credits or loans on productivity. That's a case study concerning the small-scale farmers in the coffee sector in Zimbabwe. If the technical stuff is ready, we move on.
Hello. Okay, you.
We can hear some noise in the background. I think he's Mr. Tarusanga. How are you?
Yes, yes. I can hear you. Hello?
Hello, can you hear us?
Yes.
So you have...
yes, I can hear you.
Yeah, but you have some background which is... you have noise in the background. There are some people who are talking around you.
Oh, okay. Sorry, there's some noise in the background. Hello?
Yes, now we can hear you.
Yes, I think it's sorted. Hello?
Hello, so please go ahead. Can you go ahead and make your presentation?
Hello?
Hello, can you hear
Yes,
us?
thank you so much. I'm going to present this topic on the effect of credit access on the productivity of coffee smallholder farmers in Zimbabwe. As a way of background, coffee is the second most traded commodity in the world. I think it's now widely known. And Zimbabwe coffee productivity is low due to a number of reasons, as cited by the Financial Gazette in 2019. And this is not a good scenario, considering that we have got high capital investment in the coffee sector, and for farmers to take on new technologies, there is need for resources to be provided to them. But access to bank loans is normally difficult for females and the youths. So the problem statement there is there is low productivity in the small coffee sector of Zimbabwe. And the purpose of the research was to assess the effect of access to credit on the coffee productivity in the smallholder coffee sector of Zimbabwe. And the main location there is the Mutasa district in Zimbabwe. There, as you can see on the map, and the research methodology was a case study of that area, and the targeted population were smallholder coffee farmers in Zimbabwe. So structured questionnaires were administered through telephone interviews, and 45 farmers were selected. After analysis of variance and compilation of the results, it was observed that because there are so many smallholder farmers in Mutasa district, that's why the location was chosen. And according to the results, 25% of the population happen to be females, and 75% are males. This shows that the coffee production sector in the smallholder is male dominated, and the age distribution there was 61% age group from 31 to 50 was 39%, and greater than 50 were 61%. In terms of the age structure in the smallholder coffee sector, we realized that 47% of the farmers had reached the primary education level, and 43% had reached the secondary level, and the other 10% were shared between those who had not attended school and those who reached the tertiary education. Of the respondents, 73% were involved in a sort of a farmer group, and 27% had no involvement in farmer groups. The results also show that the average hectarage for farmers is 1 hectare, and also the average number of years in coffee farming was 14 years, which shows that majority of the farmers had more than 5 years in coffee production. And also, according to the research, about 52% of the farmers had gotten some form of credit. Then the maximum amount of credit that each farmer had actually gotten was $3,000 there, which looked, according to the perception of farmers, it's too low compared to their requirements. So the farmers' perception was that 98% of the farmers submitted that credit has a significant effect on productivity, and the credit availability for them was largely limited in terms of amount, and the credit for them is necessary for procurement of inputs such as fertilizers, which they say are exorbitant. So as we look at the results, we see that 43% of the farmers were males who had obtained the credit, and 27% females had obtained credit, which shows that generally males are obtaining more credit than females. And when we look at the age productivity with the credit, we realize that the farmers about 50 years are more likely to be productive with credit, according to farmer views and perceptions. And as we can see from that table, 34% were above 50, who thought that farmers who thought that 50 years olds are more likely to obtain credit, and 32% thought that those who are 31 to 50 years are likely to obtain credit. In terms of education status and group membership, it was observed that 20% of the farmers thought that those who had reached the secondary level education are more likely to obtain credit, and 28% thought that tertiary qualification was necessary to be more productive with the credit. Then it was observed that farmers viewed that farmers in farmer groups are more likely to be productive with the credit, and we got 54% there. So as a way of discussion and conclusion, we can see that access to credit is skewed towards the older farmers, although there was no significant difference among the young and the old farmers. 36% of all the respondents were males who had also accessed the credit, but 11% of the participants were females who had accessed the credit. This shows that it agrees with some other observers who have seen that males have a greater access to resources than females, although females are considered to be more active in the farming communities. Farmers with at least secondary school education were 14% most likely to generate higher income compared to those with the less education, according to Sambok in 2018. But here we saw that there was no association between education level and credit access. So we propose that it is important to ensure that credit favors the youth and the women and those in farmer groups who are considered to be more productive. But according to our research, it looked like there was no association between distribution to more productive groups and the amount of credit that they were getting, such that those who are considered to be less productive were actually obtaining credit. So we also suggest that extension services should concentrate effort in organizing farmers into farmer groups so that they receive more credit, since in that scenario they become more productive. So with that, I want to thank you. I come to the end of my presentation.
Merci. Nous venons
Thank you. We just come to the end. Thank you for your presentations. We have learned through the presentations of Mr. Tapsinga, talking about very difficult issues in the area of agriculture, talking about the coffee productions, which is to say that small holders were not able to access credit. He has been able to throw light on those issues with respect to the level of educations, the level of the number of people who find themselves in associations. Having said that, now we're going to listen to the next presentations from Dr. Rufus. Dr. Rotimi Rufus, is he around? Is he around to make his presentations? As you might recall, Dr. Rotimi Rufus has a PhD in soil fertility. So this is a field of expertise. He is the current director of the Coffee and Cocoa Research Institute in Nigeria. So he's been involved in the research, and for many years he has published several articles both at the national and international level. You have 10 minutes for your presentation. Dr. Rotimi, over to you.
Thank you, merci.
And I'm presenting on, sorry, can it be projected?
La présentation, s'il vous plaît. Okay.
Thank you. Yes, assessment of fire-engulfed coffee plantations for revitalization and future management. This is not a research work per se, but an assessment of things that are happening on our plantations. Fire outbreak has been a menace in Nigeria across plantations. And when this happens, majority of the farms are abandoned by the farmers. But what can we do if eventually this happens that brought about this activity? Next slide, please. Next slide. Okay. Thank you. Yes, as I said, fire outbreak on plantations has become a common phenomenon. And over 350 million hectares is being affected on annual basis. And sub-Saharan Africa accounts for half of what is happening on farms. So consequences of fire outbreak, its effects on soil physical properties. It also have effect on the chemical and biological aspect of the soil. Not only that, it affects human health through air pollution. So, the study per se is to determine nutrient status of burnt and unburnt coffee plots to assess the impact of fire on the soil physical, chemical, and biological properties. The coffee plots that were engulfed by fire was divided into two, the burnt and the unburnt section. Soil and coffee leaf samples were eventually collected. So the soil samples were analyzed for the textural composition, nutrient contents, bacteria and fungi population in the soil. Then the coffee leaves were analyzed for the nutrient contents. Then discussion on results. Yes, from table 1, you see the soil separates for the coffee plots. Now, from the result here on the table, we could see that the burnt coffee plots compared to the unburnt coffee plots were assessed. The soil texture does not have any effect. Yes, let's come to the chemical composition. We could see from the table, section by section, looking at the soil pH, the pH of the burnt coffee plot became a little bit alkalinic, whereas the other one remains slightly acidic. Comparing the organic carbon content, nitrogen, phosphorus, potassium, up to magnesium, the contents were more in the burnt soils compared to the unburnt one, whereas other components did not have much effect. Now, when it comes to micronutrient content, the burnt and unburnt sections, the burnt ones seem to be higher. When you compare manganese, it was higher relative to the unburnt. When we look at the iron content, similarly it was also higher. Then copper content, it was higher in the unburnt compared to the burnt one. And when we go to the zinc, they are relatively equal. Now, the results were compared with the critical levels to know what and what to be done in order to reactivate the soils. And that's why we have soil and foliar nutrient critical levels for both coffee and, for the coffee production. That is why we are able to compare the two soils together so as to be able to know the management level that will be needed. Now, leaf micronutrient content, the coffee leaves content, the unburnt section at the top, whereas the burnt one is below. You could see that the nitrogen content of the unburnt was higher in the coffee, but lower in the burnt one. When the P was also compared, we could see that the P was higher in the burnt section compared to the unburnt. And that goes down. Let's now talk about this carbon content. The carbon content was, although it could be, that should be expected, higher with the unburnt compared to the burnt section. However, the CN ratio were similar. Now, when we compare to the coffee leaf micronutrients, the values above were also obtained. They were all higher in the burnt one compared to the unburnt. When it comes to soil microbial population, the heat of the burning actually affects soil microbial population in the soil. when we consider both bacteria and fungi composition. In all the bond sections, the value were grossly lower compared to the unbound. That shows that the condition in the soil will be seriously affected on the bond section. Now, when it comes to plot nutrient management needs, for you to be able to manage the soil with this condition, what do? We compare each element one by one, looking at the organic carbon. The unbound section needs 4.8 tons of organic materials to be able to bring back the soil. It shows that either the land is bought or unbound, the organic content of the soil was generally low, and therefore they need to be upgraded. So that's just what that one means. But you need more in the unbound section. The nitrogen content was also higher, needed higher at the unbound section, and 40 will be needed for the unbound. When phosphorus was analyzed and compared, the unbound section still need 5.32 kg, whereas the unbound section does not need anything. That's why when women cook their soup or any meal, they taste to know what is needed to be added. That is what is just the case here. Then the potassium almost equal, but the calcium needed in the unbound but not needed in the bound one, showing that the burning has helped to increase into the soil through ashes the calcium needed. Magnesium on both sides, they needed 12 to 13 kg of magnesium. Whereas in the micronutrient aspect, just the manganese that is needed, about 83 grams per hectare will be needed in the unbound, whereas 90 will be needed for the bound section. The iron and copper were adequate, whereas zinc were marginal. Now, so soil generally in the soils, both areas were loamy sand at the top level. Now, the soil plus clay content were below 28%. And anything that's below 28% means that irrigation must be done to be able to have sufficient water retention on the farm. So, for you to be able to keep the soil able to absorb sufficient water, there is need to increase organic matter content in the soil. Soil pH was slightly acidic for the unbound plot, while it was alkalinic for the bound plot. All this I've explained as I was looking at each of the tables. So, on the overall, the soil NPK, calcium and magnesium contents of the unbound section, as well as the nitrogen, potassium, and magnesium content for the bound section, were all below critical levels. Why only the available P and calcium of the bound section were above critical level? Hence, there is no need for addition. This trend indicates that the soils were low in the nutrients, and therefore the soil could not meet coffee plant needs without fertilizer application. When it comes to plot need fertilizer for sustainable coffee production, therefore the plots will need to be applied fertilizer. Manure needs is at 5 tons per hectare, recommended for organic carbon to be able to come to level. So, and microbes and nutrients to be optimal in the soils. So, improved cultivars to be used to replace the damaged coffee on the bound sections. Fire tracing in order to curb future occurrence. Fire tracing and appropriate farm sanitation to guide against future occurrence is actually recommended. Thank you and God bless.
Merci, Dr. Rotimi.
Thank you, Dr. Rotimi. We have finished listening to the intervention of these researchers in the field that has to do with agric science and socio-economic and Dr. Rotimi has taken us around to have a look at the bushfire and their impact in agriculture and especially on the physical and chemical and biological aspect of the soil. It has come to find some solutions to remediate the bad effect of the soil and coffee farms, and few recommendations with regard to the use of farm inputs. So they are not late with regard to the timing, and as we wait for that, as we wait for the next coffee break, it will be good to take 10 minutes to know whether we have complementary information that you may need. Therefore, we close the session instead and then go for a coffee break and come back for the last session of the day. The floor is yours. The director of DRD is here, and he will have a word to say with regard to the agri aspects and agri-economy aspects and socio-economic aspects with regard to the aim of our meeting today. Thank you very much, and the floor is yours. I need few clarification for the last intervention. I wanted to look at the third chart, if you can present it, because the figures I couldn't understand them. The third chart of Dr. Rotimi. The third chart of Dr. Rotimi. Is the technical side ready to do that? Please show us the communication of Dr. Rotimi, please, because we have something on the chart number 3. Table 3.
Voilà.
The charts, the third chart, I think I have seen values that are on the other side with 0.99 and 0.73 and 1, which is very, very low with regards to the others. Well, in fact, in terms of the other parts, what do we call it? That is calcium, calcium. The rate of calcium, macro elements of calcium in the soil. If you can try to explain how we got to that level, why it's higher here and then the lower at the other side, will help us to have a better understanding. Please explain why the macronutrients of calcium is the Cuba Cu is very low, of copper is very low, and magnesium élevé. He said, try to explain why this difference in burnt coffee fields, in burnt coffee plots. Mn, magnesium per kilogram, why is it lower in the burnt coffee plots?
You know, after the burning, it was a natural occurrence, either by accident, fire engulfed the farm, and majority of farmers in Nigeria, when their farms get burnt or there is natural disaster, they try to run away or abandon the farm. But we are trying to say, you should not be running away. What can you do to bring back the farm so that it will be revitalized. Either we like it or not, ownership of land is not easy. Either to come by heritage or by buying is expensive. The one you have, maintain it. Now, we now go through the contents of the farm. Probably after the burning of the farm, maybe there is windbreak or whatever. Most of the nutrients are in the ash and can be taken away. Or rainfall can wash them below the soil level. That is leaching. So, what we found and recorded through analysis is what we are presenting. What actually happened may be a matter of guessing. One, either wind blowing away some ashes out of the plot, or dissolution by rainfall, and therefore washed below the rooting level. That is a rhizosphere, where the plants can operate. What we are discussing here is majorly at the upper topsoil level of the soil to be able to compare. And if that is happening, what will you do to bring back the soil to productive level? Thank you.
Merci. Une autre préoccupation dans la salle?
Do you have another challenge in the hall? Yes, Togo.
Monsieur Kwevo Kofi.
Mr. Kwevo Kofi Gang, I'm the Executive Director of CFCC. I want to make a comment with regard to the presentation of the Director of Craft, Mr. Ablede. And when it comes to his presentation, I've noticed that a certain number of effort has been done by the farmers in applying some number of maintenance and practices, but I've also noticed later that what I was waiting as and in harvest was very low. I mean, they did not go beyond 400 kilograms. I was hoping they would have roughly about 500 kilograms with regard to my experience. I want to see whether they had other challenges. Is the first challenge was the first challenge a drought? Because when you want to evaluate when it comes to cost of maintenance and output, I think that the operation of the average is deficit, and I don't think that will encourage production. So if you can revise and see with regard to the output, how was it obtained? And maybe the producers also did not handle the harvest, so he can give us some more clarifications on that aspect. Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Ablede.
Mr. Chairman. Merci beaucoup, Monsieur Kwevo.
Thank you, merci. Thank you, Mr. Kwevo, with regard to your comments. And I think that it's very relevant. You know, in research, the method we generally use to collect data varies, differs. And most of the time when we collect quantitative data, as we use the measures where you go maybe to the field to take samples or meter square, the rate is usually reduced lower than the declarations. This is a participative diagnosis that was done with the farmers. And my intervention comes to the evaluation of the output because it was on the declarative basis. And most of the time, when it's the case, the two are much more important than when the work is done directly on the ground, where we evaluate the quantity that has really been produced on that unit of surface area. So that can also be linked to the method of data collection. So these are things we can correct eventually. Reason why sometimes you see that we first take 20 farmers in a given area, and these were chosen haphazardly. These are methods we use to limit and reduce the gap on the declarative basis of the farmers. You might have noticed also that the challenges that were presented, and that the one that came first was the bushfires. There are others we couldn't present because we have hierarchies of challenges. Because of time, we didn't present them all here. Otherwise, you would have seen the one that came in second and third position. Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Ablede. I will take the last intervention, because online we have Dr. Yahoo from Cote d'Ivoire who will be coming in and we'll listen to his presentation and we move into the coffee break. So, a last intervention, please. Yes, it's yours. Mr. Chairman, I want to congratulate all the presenters here who presented their results, but I want to come back a little on the results of Dr. Ablede. His study, it's very important to me because he knows it himself, I'm saying so, but there are things that I will tell him. He said, for instance, that the insecticides are applied to fight against. They are applied once. While we are all aware that there are many insects in the coffee plantations, why is it that it's only once? The insecticides are applied only once. He must be able to tell us that. And I know that it's only once because our producers applies an insecticide when it's getting ready to harvest because of ants. We should be able to say that. Otherwise, when they say once, it's not sufficient. You also say that the quantity of fertilizer applied is low. Low, which as compared to what? You have to give us the standard. Low as compared to the standard. At the end, you also said that we have to increase the farms area, the farm area, especially of the farms. Our country is small, and you can see our production area, and I believe that you can say that we should increase the farms, but we don't talk about the income of the farms because we have degraded farms and the use of other interesting cash crops, and change the method of planting because currently we have hybrids that are being manufactured in Cote d'Ivoire. And they produce, and after 1 year they can give up to 3 tons per hectare if I have a good memory. So that's it. And you must be able to couple your study with the study of Dr. Aden. He said that when we prune, it produces more and produces more than before. So we have to identify with the interesting cash crops, and maybe you have a solution of your conclusion. Can I come in just for a minute? Thank you, Dr. Everett. I want to mention that it's true that the Craig Bemi raised a few interrogations, but in my opinion, this is more a contribution and advice. And therefore, what I will tell Dr. Ablede is that it should come closer to you because you've known yourself on the grassroots, and Dr. Ablede had a challenge of presenting the interventions of dissemination on a whole track, a whole technical track which has been made of various stages. So you understand that it's difficult to go stage by stage and then make careful studies, given the fact that the method used for dissemination is a participative method, and he explained it right when we were talking about output. So there are some insufficiencies with regard to the method, but I believe that there are many things to be done. and in dissemination as well on the coffee. Many farmers have a difficulty in accepting the regenerations by pruning. So you should also set up a main of messaging to send the importance of pruning, because the plants will be more vigorous and more productive, and of course they will move on to better productions for the dead trees and the destroyed herbs with the help of more performing plants and more productive plants. So I couldn't forbid Dr. Ablede from saying a few words to that. Thank you, Chairman. Dr. Ablede said it. In fact, they opted for the National Development Plan for the coffee and cocoa in Togo, and for the design of this plan there was a diagnosis part that must be done, and they did it, and the data generated by this study will be sent to you, and we contributed to its improvement, and it will be in the plan. Thank you very much. Thank you, Dr. Vigbe, for your contribution. Thank you. Thank you, and we will go, if the technical team is ready for Côte d'Ivoire, for Dr. Momoa Jesus to come in. He will talk about the agroforestry ecological system with the help of coffee plantation and the producers in the west mountainous area of Côte d'Ivoire. We will only have the time to listen to him. If DRD will have a word to say. Is Côte d'Ivoire online? Dr. Momoa Jesus. And technical team is saying that the internet we've lost internet between Côte d'Ivoire and Togo, and we invite Celestin and the director of DRD and Zolicaf to say a few words before we close the panel. Celestin, please. You want to say something? Mr. Chairman, I want to say a word before Celestin. Thank you. Ayako has made an effort to bring back several countries. It's when we were there, we made the effort to bring back Nigeria, Guinea, and other countries. I wish we take these countries with tenderness, so that they won't go back, because as we look at the issue of Kenya, the issue Kenya raised, Guinea don't have a research center as such. Guinea doesn't have a research center, so I wish we mention that, and that the RECA will help us to bring back these countries in having at least a beginning of a research center, and those who are ahead can go on and help. And I think it is ACRN and Ayako can do that, because this country has mostly been asking for that. When we come, what do we benefit? These countries must benefit from what we have equipped other countries to have. And whenever we say that the production of Africa is decreasing, what do we do? What do we do for it not to decrease? Because we don't have to consider ourselves as rivals. We don't have to be in competition. If someone has something, we should be able to share it. Especially, I want to talk about the vegetal material. If Côte d'Ivoire has something of vegetation that can give 3 tons per hectare, and even for sometimes for the harvest, you have to sit down before you harvest. Let's share these things so that all the countries will benefit from this research. That's what I want to say, Celestine. Let's write it down and let it be written and with white on black somewhere, and we do the follow-up. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Dr. Vigbe. I don't know whether Madam wants to tackle it the same way because we are lacking behind time and I have a good memory. I believe that at Accra or in Nairobi, we spoke more about mutualization of means, and this mutualization of the technical knowledge is also a cooperation that will exist between research institutes. And of course, you know that in the bigger group that we are, other ACRN, there are countries with various progress in terms of research in coffee. It's quite normal and logical in African tradition that the most advanced or the elder ones will pull the less or the younger ones with them. So I will share perfectly your opinion, and we will have his word to say on that. I share your point of view due to the fact that we have to take Guinea and Nigeria with tenderness so that research will progress and then we will have a positive, plausible results in the field of coffee in Africa. Mr. Director of Research, please have the floor.
Chair, I think the recommendation of Dr. Webe is really noted. And like the Secretary General of IACO, in his opening remarks yesterday, he also mentioned about the countries that are coming back in terms of for IACO and also for ACRN. In ACRN we have 21 member countries out of 25 member countries of IACO. So among those 21 countries, we have already 20 that are active. So we have not only, I think, the number of countries that Dr. Webe talked about, but we also have other countries like Madagascar, Sierra Leone, and Malawi, and other countries. I think the recommendation is really well noted. It has to be written somewhere like he is recommending, and because it's really important to have these countries coming back and being active in ACRN and also in IACO. So I think this recommendation is really noted. So we will have at the end of this conference the closing remarks. That's where maybe we can also try to say something about these different countries. But for this session, I would like to thank our chair and also the different presenters who were able to present, those ones who presented online. So we could not only have the one from Cote d'Ivoire, but the others were able to make their presentation. So I take this opportunity to thank them, and we look now forward to the third session that we are going to have after this break. I think that's what I can have as remarks. Otherwise, in terms of the different research that researchers have been carrying out and the presentation that we done today, their findings, the comments that were provided by the participants, I think they are also going to be considered by researchers in terms of improving also the work that they are doing. So I thank you again, and we look forward for the next session. Thank you.
Nous sommes invités pour 10 minutes à la pause café. Et
we have 10 minutes of coffee break, and afterwards we now attend the third and last sessions. Having said that, this is the end of the second session.
Singbe, président de la République togolaise, Lomé accueille du 14 au 18 novembre 2022 à l'hôtel de février les réunions annuelles de l'Organisation interafricaine du café. Des délégués et experts des 25 pays africains membres et d'autres continents sont attendus à cette importante rencontre qui sera essentiellement consacrée aux jeunes et aux femmes dans l'industrie du café. Les points d'attraction de cette rencontre seront le forum politique de haut niveau, la 5e conférence scientifique sur le café africain, la 62e assemblée générale, les réunions de comité et le 10e symposium du café africain, dont l'une des sessions inédites sera le premier concours africain des jeunes baristas de café. Cet événement international constitue des opportunités d'échange sur les grands enjeux liés à la filière café en Afrique. Infoline 22 27 09 45 91 44 58 00. Ensemble, valorisons le café africain. Under the high patronage of His Excellency Forisozim Singbe, President of the Togolese Republic, Lomé is hosting from November 14 to 18, 2022 at the De Février Hotel the annual meetings of the Inter-African Coffee Organization. Delegates and experts from the 25 African member countries and other continents are expected to attend this important meeting, which will be mainly devoted to young people and women in the coffee industry. The focal point of this meeting will be the high-level political forum, the 5th Scientific Conference on African Coffee, the 62nd General Assembly, committee meetings, and the 10th African Coffee Symposium, one of the unique sessions of which will be the first African competition for young coffee baristas. This international event provides opportunities for exchanges on the major issues related to the coffee sector in Africa. Infoline 2227-0945 9144-5800. Together, let's promote African coffee.
Je souhaite alors plein succès à nos travaux et que vive, que prospère la consommation du café. Je vous remercie.
La thématique telle qu'elle transparaît dans cette 22e session révèle quelque chose. Nous avons des jeunes, nous avons des femmes. Nous voulons les mettre à production sur cette filière-là pour plus de valeur ajoutée, plus de création d'emplois pour ces jeunes-là qui ne sont que demandeurs. Nous ne pouvons plus continuer d'exporter nos emplois. Nos jeunes en demandent. Transformons nos productions sur place. Et d'ailleurs, c'est cette dynamique qu'entretient le Togo sous la haute impulsion de son Excellence M. Forisozim Singbe, président de la République. Transformer sur place ici nos matières premières. C'est un engagement qui est pris, nous restons fermes là-dessus.
Coffee, you are my favorite taste.
Nous sommes contents d'être au Togo. Le sujet avance très bien au niveau de la durabilité du café. Il y a une mobilisation, il y a une volonté politique des États membres. Et je suis confiant pour la suite des travaux. On a un secrétaire général qui est très dynamique. Et je pense qu'on a raison d'être optimiste pour l'avenir.
Je déclare ouverte les réunions annuelles de l'Organisation interafricaine du café. Je vous remercie de votre aimable attention.
L'élément déterminant, je le cite toujours, c'est d'encourager les jeunes à pouvoir vraiment rejoindre cette dynamique du secteur agricole, parce que les jeunes sont beaucoup démotivés et nous voulons créer toutes les conditions idoines pour leur permettre d'adhérer véritablement à cette dynamique que nous recherchons pour le café. Dans notre culture, nous avons tendance à mettre au second plan le genre, donc la femme. Nous voulons insister surtout sur cet aspect parce qu'il est temps que nous puissions remettre, même mettre en place ces valeurs-là. Cette cible est due pour l'essentiel à l'existant. Parce que, comme je l'ai dit dans mes propos, les femmes sont beaucoup plus nombreuses dans le secteur et on n'arrive pas à les mettre dans l'évidence. C'est aujourd'hui plus que jamais le moment de les encourager et de reconnaître cette valeur. Nous avons connu des crises diverses qui a fait que la production a beaucoup chuté en Afrique. Et il est temps que nous puissions vraiment mettre en place tous les ingrédients nécessaires pour encourager la consommation, ce qui pourrait susciter de l'intérêt pour la production. Dans l'expectative que le partage d'informations ouvrira la voie pour générer des idées qui donnent des inspirations pour le développement de nouvelles propositions de projets de recherche pouvant être envoyés à différents partenaires et donateurs pour des appuis techniques et financiers. Tout en souhaitant un plein succès à vos travaux, je déclare ouverte la conférence scientifique des chercheurs du réseau sur le café africain. Je vous remercie de votre aimable attention.
We started in Medellin, Colombia in 2017, then Campinas, Brazil in 2019. In 2023, we are excited to announce that the Third World Coffee Producers Forum is coming to Kigali, Rwanda. Bringing together an impressive group of experts, this forum is here to create national coffee sustainability plans that will help coffee producers design and implement comprehensive coffee policies, all to secure a prosperous future for coffee producers worldwide. So join us from the 13th to the 14th of February 2023 at the Kigali Convention Center. For more information and to register, visit www.worldcoffeeproducersforum.com.
Sous le haut patronage de son Excellence, Monsieur Faure Sozimnania Singbe, président de la République togolaise, Lomé accueille du 14 au 18 novembre 2022 à l'hôtel de Février les réunions annuelles de l'Organisation interafricaine du café. Des délégués et experts des 25 pays africains membres et d'autres continents sont attendus à cette importante rencontre qui sera essentiellement consacrée aux jeunes et aux femmes dans l'industrie du café. Les points d'attraction de cette rencontre seront le forum politique de haut niveau, la 5e conférence scientifique sur le café africain, la 62e Assemblée générale, les réunions de comité et le 10e symposium du café africain. Dans l'une des sessions inédites sera le premier concours africain des jeunes baristas de café. Cet événement international constitue des opportunités d'échange sur les grands enjeux liés à la filière café en Afrique. Infoline 22 27 09 45 91 44 58 00. Ensemble, valorisons le café africain. Under the high patronage of His Excellency Faure Sozimnania Singbe, President of the Togolese Republic, Lomé is hosting from November 14 to 18, 2022 at the De Février Hotel the annual meetings of the Inter-African Coffee Organization. Delegates and experts from the 25 African member countries and other continents are expected to attend this important meeting, which will be mainly devoted to young people and women in the coffee industry. The focal point of this meeting will be the high-level political forum, the 5th Scientific Conference on African Coffee, the 62nd General Assembly, committee meetings, and the 10th African Coffee Symposium, one of the unique sessions of which will be the first African competition for young coffee baristas. This international event provides opportunities for exchanges on the major issues related to the coffee sector in Africa. Infoline 2227-0945 9144-5800. Together, let's promote African coffee.
Je souhaite alors plein succès à nos travaux et que vive, prospère la consommation du café. Je vous remercie.
thématique telle qu'elle transparaît dans cette 22e session révèle quelque chose. Nous avons des jeunes, nous avons des femmes. Nous voulons les mettre à production sur cette filière-là pour plus de valeur ajoutée, plus de création d'emplois pour ces jeunes-là qui ne sont que demandeurs. Nous ne pouvons plus continuer d'exporter nos emplois. Nos jeunes en demandent. Transformons nos productions sur place. Et d'ailleurs, c'est cette dynamique qu'entretient le Togo sous la haute impulsion de son excellence M. Faure Sozimna-Gnassingbé, le président de la République. Transformer sur place ici nos matières premières. C'est un engagement qui est pris, nous restons fermes là-dessus.
Coffee, you are my favorite taste.
Nous sommes contents d'être au Togo. Le sujet avance très bien au niveau de la durabilité du café. Il y a une mobilisation, il y a une volonté politique des États membres. Et je suis confiant pour la suite des travaux. On a un secrétaire général qui est très dynamique. Et je pense qu'on a raison d'être optimiste pour l'avenir.
Je déclare ouvertes les réunions annuelles de l'Organisation interafricaine du café. Je vous remercie de votre aimable attention.
L'élément déterminant, je le cite toujours, c'est d'encourager les jeunes à pouvoir vraiment rejoindre cette dynamique du secteur agricole. Parce que les jeunes sont beaucoup démotivés et nous voulons créer toutes les conditions idoines pour leur permettre d'adhérer véritablement à cette dynamique de recherche pour le café. Dans notre culture, nous avons tendance à mettre au second plan le genre, donc la femme. Nous voulons insister surtout sur cet aspect parce qu'il est temps que nous puissions remettre, même mettre en place ces valeurs-là. Cette cible est due pour l'essentiel à l'existant. Parce que, comme je l'ai dit dans mes propos, les femmes sont beaucoup plus nombreuses dans le secteur et on n'arrive pas à les mettre dans l'évidence. C'est aujourd'hui plus que jamais le moment de les encourager et de reconnaître cette valeur. Nous avons connu des crises diverses qui a fait que la production a beaucoup chuté en Afrique. Et il est temps que nous puissions vraiment mettre en place tous les ingrédients.
Nous vous invitons à reprendre vos places, à regagner vos places s'il vous plaît. Les travaux vont reprendre. Regagnez vos places, s'il vous plaît.
Please take your seats. We invite Dr. Celestin to take the floor to introduce the next chairman of the section.
So,
notre prochaine section sera présidée par Dr. Komla Rugwe. C'est un Togolais.
Qu'il a eu à l'université Paul Sébastien de Toulouse 3, France, en 2004. Il a travaillé.
He worked as a researcher at the Togo Institute of Agric Research and the Center of Forestry based in Kwalime. And he will be in charge of projects of entomology, and he'll be working towards a national coffee program, of coffee and cocoa program, a scientific presenter in the center from 2014 to 2016. He was also director of the research center of the littoral area in Lomé, and he is still working as a coordinator, national coordinator for plant production. From 2016 to May 2020, Doctor has been in the research and development at the International Coffee Organization of Africa and a coordinator of AFTA. And for his work, he has written a lot of communications and scientific articles. We fight against insects in the coffee plantation. He has identified many methods of fighting against major insects in coffee diseases. He also organized several scientific workshops. Dr. Obede is now retired since July 2020, but he is still active, and currently he is the national coordinator for projects in production coffee project, and a project designed by Ayako in collaboration with ICT or OCT. So, Dr. Obede, the floor is yours.
Hello?
Good evening, all. Yeah, can you receive the translation? Yeah, do we have translation? Good. DRD has just introduced me. He said I work in the whole of my career in the coffee sector, but what he couldn't say because he didn't know. I want to tell you that I was born in coffee and I worked in coffee until my retirement. So I'm the chairman. I am the chairman. I wouldn't say a moderator, but I would say a chairman of the third section of fighting against diseases and climate change. We have in some total 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, I've counted 8, 7 communications, 7. And every presenter and every researcher will have 10 minutes of presentation. It's not theory at my level. In 10 minutes, it's 10 minutes. And at the end, we will have a discussion, a general discussion. So I want to call Mr. Chief La of Chiu. He should be an Ethiopian. Bekele. Ms. No Chifia Belakir Bekele is a major researcher at the Ethiopian Institute of Agric Research at the National Institute Center for Research on Coffee of Jima. He should know me because I was there. Currently, his doctorate thesis, he works on strategic management of coffee disease. Mr. Chifle Belachiu. Is he here? It's online. Is he online? Technical parts, technicians. It's difficult to call. I've been there. I believe he wouldn't show up. We wouldn't waste time.
Hello? Hello?
Hello?
Yes, yes.
Are you hearing me?
Yes, yes, I am hearing you. I am hearing you.
Are you connected?
Yeah, yeah.
The system.
Yes, yes, yes.
Now we can begin.
Okay, okay. Are you seeing the display of the? Can you see? Hello?
Yeah, we can't see you. Okay.
Yeah.
It's good now.
Okay. Thank you very much. I am Kifle from Jimma Agricultural Center from.
Grand merci. Je vous appelle le centre Éthiopie et le titre de ma présentation c'est la gestion de café en utilisant l'engrais avec l'irrigation supplémentaire. Ceci est le titre de la grande ligne de la présentation. J'ai une introduction, objectifs, matériel et méthodes, résultats, discussion, conclusion et remerciements.
An introduction, Ethiopia is the fifth coffee producer in the world and the first in Africa. Our country is a very high consumer of coffee. Almost more than half of our coffee is consumed in our country. Also, our export earning from 2021 is that of 1.4 billion USD. Coffee contributes to around 31% of export earning, and it is sustaining nearly 5 million smallholder farmers directly and absorbing 25% of employment opportunity in our country. Also, nearly 10% of government revenue is covered by coffee. Despite its great economic, social, and cultural importance, coffee is threatened by several diseases. Since coffee is affected by different diseases and biotic and abiotic causes, when we see diseases impairment of normal state of plants that interrupt or modify vital physiological function of any live plants or animals or humans. When we come to diseases or some calamities, we can see we have to observe three important elements. These are, we call it as disease triangle. There should be susceptible host, virulent pathogen, and good environmental condition. This disease triangle is the base for any disease or insect pest or weed management. These three important elements have to be considered when we're going to manage any disease or insect pest.
When we come to coffee disease, in Ethiopia we have 14 registered coffee diseases. Among these, 3 of them are very important economically. 2 of them are potentially important diseases. Coffee berry disease is the #1 disease in our case. Coffee wilt disease the second one. Coffee leaf rust is the third one. These 3 important diseases are our focus area on research at our research center. But bacterial blight of coffee and the trade blight of coffee are potentially very important 2 diseases. The others are minor diseases. This is coffee berry disease. It affects only the berries. Coffee wilt disease affects total coffee plant. It's very important disease in our case. The third one is coffee leaf rust. It's globally very important. Also in our country, due to climate change, it's becoming aggravating time to time and going to upper highlands. The fourth and potentially important disease is coffee trade blight. My focus area is on coffee leaf rust. Coffee leaf rust is very important coffee disease worldwide. It is the #1 coffee disease in the world still now. In 1860s, it first seen in Sri Lanka. As a result of this disease, in Sri Lanka, coffee industry totally collapsed and changed to tea production. Since that time, since 100 years, still now, coffee leaf rust is very important disease in coffee industry worldwide. To say something, in Brazil, 30 to 50% of yield reduction recorded in coffee leaf rust if there is no measure of prevention is conducted. Sometimes yield loss due to coffee leaf rust reach and exceed than 75%. In 2012, there is a surge of coffee leaf rust epidemic in Central and Southern American countries. The loss estimated up to 19%. At that time, there is high migration of farmers from local area to USA and other countries. Cost of control with fungicide is estimated to 1 to 3 billion USD per year. This disease affects the coffee leaf. It affects coffee leaf, defoliation and leaf premature ripening of the berry and the poor lead to poor quality and poor coffee yield. CLR has gradual or unnoticeable weakening of effect on coffee tree and it kills through time the coffee. When we come to management, we have to consider a very safe management for any coffee or other plant disease management. As you can see in this triangle, the bottom part is cultural or safest coffee disease management option is the first option. The last option is the chemical, but at this time, most of the time, farmers use chemical or resistance variety. A resistance variety have its problem due to the changing of the pathogen time to time. So most of the time, chemical use is significant in the world. But the option should be cultural or non-contaminated way. Cultural management of coffee leaf rust is a very good option than chemical. It is most preferable one is resistance variety, but due to the outbreak of the changing of the race due time to time, this is not last long activity. All have their drawbacks. Any treatment or any management of shit has its own drawbacks. So the most important and the most acceptable one is IPM, Integrated Disease Management, or IDM. From that, cultural management is one and best alternative. My study focused on fertilizer treatment and moisture management, like supplementary irrigation and different fertilizer application. My hypothesis is that increasing coffee plant vigor during heavy bearing time or any time that reduce the risk of coffee plant, it is susceptibility for coffee leaf rust and other diseases. When coffee bearing is very high, there is susceptibility for coffee leaf rust. So when we manage in best way, our coffee may be resistant or tolerant for coffee disease like coffee leaf rust. Thus, the objective of this study is that to determine the effect of different soil fertilizer, rate and type, and on supplementary irrigation for management of coffee leaf rust. The second objective is to see the synergetic effect of soil fertilizer management and supplementary irrigation on coffee yield and coffee leaf rust management. When we come to material and method, this study is conducted at Jimma Agricultural Research Center in 2020, from 2020 to 2022. Jimma is located at Sabhimur Tiptikul Mid Agroecology. Its altitude is about 1753 meters above sea level. The maximum and minimum temperature is indicated here, and the high rainfall area where our country or Jimma receives around 1531 millimeter average rainfall per year. And the land holding capacity of our research center is about 183 hectares. The design we used is a split plot design. The treatments are two-level or two factors like irrigation, supplementary irrigation and the fertilizer. The main plot receives treatment of irrigation with two levels, with and without irrigation. The subplot receives 6 levels of fertilizer treatments. The model for split plot design was indicated here. The subplot treatment or fertilizer treatment is 6. Treatment A is recommended organic fertilizer, that is 172 kilogram per hectare of nitrogen and 77 kilogram of phosphorus in a split plot application. Treatment B is recommended organic fertilizer, that is compost, 6 kilogram decomposed manure per 1 tree, and the third one or treatment C is 75 organic with 25 inorganic organic combination. Treatment D is 15% recommended fertilizer mixture. The treatment E is that of 25 inorganic and 75 organic fertilizer. Treatment F is a control, no fertilizer applied on treatment F. 6 treatment is that of for fertilizer treatments. This is experimental unit and the field plan layout. Our variety is Jimma Agricultural Center released varieties is popular and a very good variety 74-110. This is Arabica variety. In Ethiopia we produce only Arabica variety. The coffee tree was planted in 2015 at Jimma Agricultural Center. 9 trees per one plot. From 9, 5 of them are used for data collection. Spacing between plants and rows is 2 meter by 2 meter. All recommended agronomic practices were commenced according to the recommendation of Jimma Agricultural Research Center. Sampling was conducted like this. 5 trees were selected and tagged with permanent level for data collection. Each tree was stratified to lower, middle and upper canopy layer for data collection. 3 branches from each tree and 5 leaves from each branch were used for data collection. Selected leaves from each canopy layer were used to determine coffee leaf rust incidence, severity, and data collection was conducted for 3 years, from 2020 to 2022. Data analysis was conducted using SAS software version 9.4. Simple correlation analysis was conducted to examine association among disease severity and treatments. Freezing correlation coefficient was used to indicate for strength of the association, and the disease progress rate was estimated using the formula from van der Planck in 1963. When we come to the results, the effect of fertility treatment on coffee leaf rust is significantly very high among treatments. High coffee leaf rust incidence was recorded on control treatment, and the lower one is observed from treatment B, that is 100% recommended organic fertilizer, while treatment A, recommended inorganic fertilizers, scored significantly higher coffee leaf rust incidence. This is the table. Treatment A recorded higher coffee leaf rust incidence, while treatment B, organic fertilizer application, reduced the pressure of the coffee leaf rust incidence, and the record is very low. The highest record is observed from control treatment. Here we can see that organic fertilizer application have a good effect on reduction of coffee leaf rust incidence. When we come to coffee leaf rust severity, the same observation was recorded. There was significant difference in coffee leaf rust severity among application of fertilizer. Highest rust severity was recorded from control treatment and treatment A, that is inorganic fertilizer application, while the lower one is recorded from organic fertilizer application. This is the data for coffee leaf rust severity. Treatment A scored higher coffee leaf rust severity, and treatment B notice from treatment B that lower coffee leaf rust severity. When we see the soil fertility treatment on coffee yield, there was highly significant difference on coffee yield due to application of different fertilizer treatments, and coffee yield ranged from 494 kilogram per hectare to 1,764 kilogram per hectare. This is very huge difference among treatments we observed. Also, without supplementary irrigation, coffee yield is very low. It is nearly from 244 kilogram per hectare to 657 kilogram per hectare. Here, supplementary irrigation made significantly difference yield increment when compared to without supplementary irrigation. This is the data. When we see organic fertilizer applied plots with supplementary irrigation give very high yield, the lower yield was recorded from control treatment without supplementary irrigation and without any fertilizer application. When we see irrigation on coffee yield and coffee leaf rust intensity, supplementary irrigation is very important when we use inorganic fertilizer. When we use organic fertilizer, whether we supplement or not, the coffee yield is relatively very good compared to inorganic fertilizer. This is the data, effect of fertilizer and supplementary irrigation on coffee leaf rust intensity and yield on coffee at Jimma in Ethiopia. Here we can see that treatment B, that is organic fertilizer application with supplementary irrigation, gives the highest yield, and 75% combined organic fertilizer gives the best yield, 1,237 kilogram per hectare of coffee yield compared to other treatments. when we see a relationship among weather variable and disease intensity, there was highly significant and positive correlation between relative humidity and disease incidence and severity. When there is high relative humidity, there is high coffee leaf rust intensity. The disease intensity increase with increasing relative humidity. Also, if there is high temperature, coffee leaf rust is very high relative to lower temperature with this data. When we come to discussion, low coffee leaf rust density and better coffee yield was recorded from organic fertilizer treatment than inorganic fertilizer treatment or no fertilizer treatment. Based on our results, inorganic fertilizer prefer better with supplementary irrigation only. When there is no supplementary irrigation, application of inorganic fertilizer is not good, or it harms the plant, or there is no value except loss of money and labor and other energy. This study confirms that organic fertilizer prefer better in the absence of supplementary irrigation. Our farmers are smallholder farmers. 90% of our coffee produce come from smallholder farmers. They can't install supplementary irrigation. So we recommend, based on our results, we recommend using organic fertilizer. Compost is better than inorganic fertilizer application. In one literature, there is a Vicosa mixture and the Bordeaux mixture has reduced coffee leaf rust incidence by 70% in Brazil. This is organic fertilizer treatment. Like that, in our results, organic fertilizer treatment gave better yield than inorganic fertilizer application. In conclusion, sustainable coffee production needs to be economically viable, environmentally safe, and socially acceptable. Here, organic soil fertilizer was very good than other treatments. This organic fertilizer or compost application have many advantages besides reducing coffee leaf rust. It is locally available and cost effective for smallholder farmers. It conserves moisture besides reducing the disease, and enhance soil microbial activity. The soil becomes healthy when we apply organic fertilizer. It improves soil physicochemical activity. It has long-lasting positive effects. When we apply once, it may use for 2 or 3 years consecutively without any problem. It supports better growth of coffee plant. It increases coffee tolerance for coffee leaf rust and other diseases, and it helps to obtain higher yield. Also, supplementary irrigation was highly required in dry season for coffee plant as per our observation. I want to acknowledge and thank Ethiopian Institute of Agriculture and Jimma University. I want to thank you for your attention. If you have any comment, question, please welcome. Thank you for attention and giving this chance. Thank you.
Merci. Nous remercions.
Thank you. We thank Dr. Kifre Belachiu. I encourage him to look at his data. If he has not yet finished, we have a year more of data collection, and that will be sufficient for him to defend his thesis. We have to encourage him further. Mr. Kifre spoke about a disease, and we don't have in Western Africa, maybe in the Central Africa, we may have that. We call it the coffee leaf rust, and this rust, the youth category researchers don't know it because we have a rate of it on the mountain of dying. It's a fungal disease. But in eastern Ethiopia, it is the most serious disease of coffee. Well, our place, Scolit is the problem. So he spoke about this disease, and you saw that he used two methods to be able to fight against this disease. And currently, we are no more fighting against disease and insects with a single method. We put 2 or 3 methods together, and that's what we call integrated management to control for disease control. And with that, he is able to control this disease. So at the end, you see whether you have questions, you may ask him, because a disease which is somewhere and that's not in your place one day may find itself within your area. So you need to be awake. I thank Mr. Kiffer once again, and I will ask Mr. Gifferman, Mr. Frederick Magina, to speak about his presentation. Snail and Slug, new Pest Fabrica Coffee in Savage Island of Tanzania, and the control strategy. Is he in? Mr. Magina. He will also do an online presentation, so we wait for him.
Il n'est pas là? On continue avec une autre personne.
If he's not, and we continue with another person. Dr. Ohwe Jean-Brice is one of my disciples. Is he around? He should be around.
Thank you. We worked together last year. Having said that, let me share my screen with you. But prior to sharing my screen, I would like to say Dr. Amoa, who is unavoidably not around. He was in missions. We worked together on the effort of aqueous extract, and we work in a forest. So that's the reason why he wasn't part of us. So apologies. Today I have the honor to present a set of my presentation shall be made in French. By way of introductions, coffee productions is exposed to several pest activities that we can talk about, scoliosis that causes damages on the blossoming phases of a plant, and the fall of young fruit is infected, and this represents 30% of mature fruit. So the larvae will continue to evolve in the series as long as the conditions are favorable. So one can say that the loss of productions represent up to 93 kg per acre land, and the use of pesticide is no more allowed to avoid that the residual pesticide in end product. So we are now referring to organic pesticides based on vegetable species. The purpose is to assess the efficiencies of extract from plants, and hence with respect to the use of pesticide in the fight against colitis. The study has been carried out in the insectorium stations of research in the National Agronomic Research Center at the DIVO. So the purpose for us is to be able to cultivate, to raise those larvae. We're able to do that. To do that, it is important to have a higher level of osculatus, and this should be homogeneous in view of being able to carry out the testings. So we have several number of larvae in labs, as you can see on the screen. Then, following the breeding of the scoliotes, we have decided to choose 3 types of plants. And you have Azaria indica, Moringa oleifera, and then Jatropha caucasus. So we have both the leaves and the stems. So we have 400 grams that we now ground and then diluted in 1 liter of water, and so doing we are able to have the substance that you can see on the screen. Then afterwards we now carry out the various treatments. So at the end of the process, we have several treatments and those extracts using 400 milligrams. You have then we use extract of indica. So we did it for the crocus and also the moringa, and then as well as the stem. So afterwards, we were able to have a witness. Then up together, we were to work on 20 treatments, so to say. So now, with respect to the applications, we have used 2 millimeters of different concentrations of substances, and we have used the 20 psoriasis scolitis, and then we are able to spray it on using a sprayer. So at the end of the when we carry out an observations, we can see how many of them were dead. So the mortality rate was carried out using the formula recommended by FAO and the WHO. So a day after the various treatments, we were able to collate the outcomes of it. Then by so doing, we were able to carry out data analysis following the treatment, and when you have seen the significant difference, we are now saying that the test was successful. By way of outcomes, what is important here is that we can see that there is no significant difference between the pesticide that was used by using aspermetrin. There's no significant difference between moringa have 4 milligram and compared to 200 milligrams. So we've noticed that whether you're using the peel or the leaves, we can see the difference. That, most importantly, one can see that with 400 and 200 and some milligrams, we have 50% of mortality rate. But it's while you're dealing with the peel that the 200, 100 milligram were not able to give us the 50% the mortality rate. So what is important for us is to be able to see how long could the scoliosis be able to resist, and that's why we carry out the observations. And you can see over here that right on the first day, the extract representing 80% of scoliosis after a day. So one can also see that that it is the same that one can see happening. So this will go on for up to the 8 days, and now with respect to the peel, one notices that it is 50% of mortality rate after 24 hours, and then 2 days later have 50% of mortality rate with other plants. We also tested the concentrations of 200 milligram, 400 milligram. What is interesting here is that some of them were able to pierce through the series that we used to spray them. So we waited for 28 days afterwards to be able to dissect these series and to see whether within them they have when were able to develop and evolve for their reproduction. So whether with 100 or 200 milligram or 400 milligram, we've noticed that all these scoliosis were dead within the series and were not able to develop. With the difference of the other plant that we use, we were able to see the larvas and the egg, and also the adult phase of their development. And by way of conclusions, one can say that these studies, by the use of extract of Moringa odifera concentration by 400 millimeters, and then the one diluted, both efficient in the fight against scoliosis. So we have received funding from the various institutions, as you can see on the screen. Thank you for listening to my presentation.
Nous remercions.
So I would like to thank Brice because he has gone over the research when he was stopped. This is where I stopped, that he has taken over. I work on these pests, and I stop on the use of parasitoid. And then when we discuss, we've noticed that we still have a long way to go, And then this is what he is doing currently. He's yet to finish it. Later on, we'll have a discussion and see how we can continue the research in that regard. Spraying the insect in the lab is different from doing it on the field. Thank you and congratulations, Brice. And I believe that you still have a long way to go. You are a doctor, so you have to take the younger generations, those engineers, and then they will now use the outcome of your research and then as a follow-up of what you are doing. Thank you, Brice.
Yao Guy Fernand. Ah oh, oui. C'est lui qui a remplacé Dr Balou. Non, ça c'est bon. C'est très bon l'étude. L'étude là c'est bon. Ici, notre problème c'est le scolis. Qu'est-ce qu'il y a non, dans mon livre là, j'ai dit qu'il y a ça. Ouais. Hein? Pour le pays, c'est en Afrique.
Merci le président de session.
Ouais. C'est vous qui avez remplacé Dr Balou.
Are you the one who replaced Dr. Balou? Balou, really? Of course, I'm the one. Are you just like him? Just a joke, right? As the third presentation, and as I said, our team is not a program on a thematic on the coffee field, but at the central lab of that of what we have been working by using the framework of a wider program financed by the coffee and cocoa sector through RECA. And these are the results that we had on the research work since 2015 to 2021, and that's what we are going to present. And this very one is the aim of a Master of Day that was defended last year at the University of Cocody that we followed up. And this work drew the attention on the fact that we don't have data of agroclimate on coffee culture in Cote d'Ivoire. We have all the data, but we have to look at the climate change and see how in the areas of production of the west and east, with the little fields we tried and Mayma and other things, see how it varies. And that was the aim of his work that was defended. Just to summarize it. I'll economize some time with all these arguments that we are all aware of. This morning I presented two of them, and they were in the first presentation, but they had to do all the climate zone that we choose in the same program, where it was about combining the works of recent at a lower scale that we combine with agroclimate on the production areas. And these at the level of the coffee production agencies, we have areas which are less favorable and the more favorable for Robusta and Arabica. This was the aim of the first presentation. And the second presentation, we did a zoning of proportions of the areas we believe to be homogeneous in the agroclimate area, and we did Robusta and Arabica. This one is just to show the variability of the rainfall, what that has grown up in this area. That is what has to indicate the difference of this presentation that we were able to follow. So as I said, today, when it comes to culture, climate change in coffee culture, either be it Robusta or Arabica, we have a less rainfall at the level, and to grow coffee, you know, you need 250 millimeters of rain. That's the minimum when we have dry season of more than 60 days extended, we have a loss of output, and that's the physiology of the trade. There are a lot of work to be done on that level. So this agroclimate analysis were done in order to understand the situation and set up measures in the whole production areas of east, western, and west, and to look at the rainfall, and then we look at how coffee culture could be done in Cote d'Ivoire. As I said, these works are based on the requirement whether we do Robusta or Arabica. So, to illustrate a little of what I've just explained, there are many decades that shows this climate variability as time moves on. As we had 4 of them, we have a period 60, 69, 70, 79, 80, 89, and 90, 99. You see roughly how the average rainfall varies during every decade from one year to the other, and we have seen that the destiny of 1960 to now, it is marked by various modifications on the whole set of the territory. In contrast with the other decades we've shown, all this is to protect the rainfall variability on all the production areas at the national level. Here we have an illustrations of duration of the week of rain on the whole territory on the normal rate. The normal one from 60 is 71 to 20. We've seen how the season has changed, which is presented here with the durations that are mentioned here with all this range. So we must mention that from the year 2000, as we start, really the decrease of production has continued today when it comes to coffee, and the required potentials are there, and the requirement others mentioned about the temporality of the rain since the end of the year 1972. We have the continuity of droughts with the sequence of more than 60 days in the production areas. And all this is done by the old aging of the plantation, old age of the soil, adaptation of the soil for the culture, and the uses of non-performing materials for agriculture. All this aspect has an impact on the reduction of the productivity. And looking at all this, there was a need to change this with the climate change, and some, as I said, we have 4 regions. We have from east to west, and that will be explained right away on this map here. Let me continue. The issues that we identified already. And this is roughly the areas that were concerned with this study, and the came of the masters that were defended. We took as an area here in the west and 2 areas in the center east, and here the area of the west, looking at the rainfall variability and looking at the width of the area of production in terms of coffee culture. We use rainfall data from 71 to 2018 with a software that we need to be able to look at the climate separations with the calculation methods that I will do economy of explanations, In terms of results, we must say that we have tried to show the seasonal rainfall and the deficit in rainfall as well, to say that on the whole set of the territory we have 4 variabilities: inter-rain variability, and we have a rainfall annual value which is more than 1,200 millimeters, which is the important which is the rate for coffee culture, and we have binominal rainfall levels. And I presented a graphic. I should have presented these issues, but I won't continue on the same slide. So these are the elements of which with decades from 81 to 90 and 91 to 2000 we had 2 decades, and the whole set of risk of deficit also exists. We should also mention that we've had a rainfall which is a little more than 2,200 millimeters, but today with climate change we can have with regard to the zoning and rainfall within the year, we can have issues of drought, that areas of drought that can go more than 60 days. That can show the issue of deficit in production of coffee, and this is what is being done here through the graphic. As I said, I couldn't give data. Maybe I should not have interposed it for it to be more visible. But together we have all that is less than 1,200 millimeters, and you see here with the appearance of heavy rainfall here and so on and so forth. After the other parameter that's important, after the rainfall for coffee culture, we have the probability of the drought, and we can have a good culmination of rainfall in a given region, but the distribution of the rain in a spaced manner can lead us to have long sequences of droughts, more than 60 days, after the rain is badly spread around the area. That is what is explained here at Bangu, and that has the most important risk in terms of bad rainfall. And wild areas in the south, Galma Indivo, who has a result of weak production. All this is linked to the probability of appearance of drought for more than 60 days, and that is what is illustrated here through this graphic. After that, we try to see what takes place in terms of climate variability on the whole forest area. We look at the whole production area, and in a general manner we try to look at the default rainfall that may create a hindrance on the coffee production for a whole decade. And during the last 2 decades, for the period of 2011-2018, with a rate of rainfall for more than 2.52 2018, we look at the modification at this forest area. And as I said, this is coffee of climate parameters. We can have accumulation, but with probability calculations of droughts period of more than 60 days, which is a challenge with the issue of spread that can last for the whole season. This is what is shown on the set of graphics here, to avoid me having many comments. With every decade, the 5 decades that we choose for the period that is mentioned here, for the area of Dema and Divo, for the area of Dabangu, and for the area of Gaiwa and the area of Aime, with probabilities ranging up from less creeks for Divo, Gaiva, and Ame, and for a risk of drought periods that may appear for the areas of Mang and Amangwe. In conclusion, we should mention that the aim of this study is to bring out the climates on the areas that we've noticed in the coffee production areas. This characterized by a rainfall that characterizes that issue. The area has 2 types of rainfall. We have a bimodal rainfall from Dabango, Gaimo, and Grego, and modal amount is also different, always with a rainfall of more than 1,200 millimeters, on which we can have accumulations or drought points of more than 60 days. So, in terms of perspectives, we should be able to put in activities as planning of agric activities in these areas, and installations of plots, and all that is strategic of water management in this area through the issue of treatment and all that. Let me continue. And I said that during the second presentation, we'll be able to have a zoom on each of these areas that we studied during this vast research program. We are trying to finalize the data with regard to the characteristics of cultivating soils from the period of 1985 to 2025, 2015, and looking at the rainfall and looking at the dates of the starting and the length of the rainy season, the maximum rain drought, and indices of needs in water. These are the parameters that will enable us to know per area, homogeneous area. We are trying to have this program and see how we can help the sector and the producers to identify the characters, identify other activities, and to update and reduce the risk of poor harvest. So I'll end up this presentation by thanking you once again in the coffee sector that accompany SEMA for since 2008 through a program till date, and FICA, IACO, which financed part of my participation here, and I say thank you. And today, if we have Cote d'Ivoire, as we just mentioned, the doctor just mentioned, we have the performing vegetal material, so we have to be able to insert them in other sectors through the environment that will be updated, and defining the favorable soil, defining the favorable climate, and going against the pests and diseases, and increasing the rate of output or harvest. Thank you. Thank you, Doc. And as I just said, Owe Breeze, you are already a doctor. You need to have under your wings youth, young engineers, that you make of them doctorates, even a degree of agric engineers. And when you will be on retirement, you will not regret. I tell you, I have followed with much interest, and it's not about zoning. I don't know that you are an agric officer. You've done zoning? Have you found zones appropriate? You have to put an agric officer beside who will tell you this place what should be done to make the area more appropriate to the production of culture. Maybe in the discussions we will handle that. It's just as I said before the presentation, SEMA, the micro is working. SEMA is structured at a scientific level. It was a certain number of organizations. We have research programs, climate research programs, and the transversal climate research programs. So when it comes to the climate research, we have coffee, which is a thematic, and cocoa is also a thematic. And I handle the apron of handling rainfall. We have the Central Institute. I handle. So this is the central lab that we do with things cross-cuttingly. So the activities will help us, and then we have a separation of remuneration, environmental issue or technical principle. But the agri officers of a thematic problem is assigned, and they go to validate with the area where they are handled. So this is a program we are taking into account. Thank you. So we move on to the next presentation. It's aggregated Professor Karangi Bui Kalon Nziwe. Professor Adrien Kalonji has a Greek science doctorate degree from Jambu 1963, special study of phytopharmacy, and agric engineer in the tropical region in Zambia, of Zaire, sorry. In 1975, he is an emeritus doctor at the University of Kinshasa, Faculty of Agric Science, and Master of Research for the Regional Nuclear Science of Kinshasa. In the framework of his professional life, he handles research teams, take part in training of the agric personnel, and assume the specialized training of enterprises, and lead studies of relaunch of the agric production, especially that of coffee, and the fighting against phaeocomycosis. But on the phytosanitary investigation on in peri-urban cultures, he uses a strong proportion of a female coal. He led biological studies and epidemiological studies, enabling him to bring together baseline information with regard to the environmental parameters and physical and agric parameters that has impact on the tracheomycosis disease. His research team has put up a strategy that will help integrated management of tracheomycosis in the areas that were attacked. As you can see, he is from DR Congo. He's from DR Congo. And you can see the density of the person. So we also have a look at his presentation, and I believe his presentation will be very nice. Oh, he's already there. Thank you, Prof. I was presenting someone without knowing he's around. Thank you. You have the floor. To all the participants of all protocols observed, I greet you, and I come in, as Dr. Common just said, I'm from DR Congo, and I'm a scientific in a delegation led by a Director General of APU, and accompanied by our Director of the Commercial Services of our nice regime is following us. Is with us, sorry. So you have of course learned from the chairman of two things. First of all, the chair people refuses the quality that we assign to him in his work of a moderator. So I will always call him a chairman because he refused being a moderator. You understand that people of my age have few challenges when they stand for a long period. I was saying that the former moderator has refused the quality, and then he preferred being called a chairman, and I will call him chairman. In addition to that, the chairman has added a very important element, is that when there is a disease which is not at your place, you should always be careful. And that is the issues that we have in our system of coffee production. And of course, we have to do with an epidemiology that is commonly called allotracheomycosis of coffee, tetrachimycosis. And this is a disease that is caused by an algae that is called Fusarium sclerotiasis, and we are working on this disease for a very long time with the support of our organization which serves as a coffee authority. And I don't know whether we have launched the sector already, the production already. So I will tell you about the progress of the agric environments that are susceptible that may help or favor the development of this disease. For history's sake, we should know that this is a disease that has attacked the coffee sector in Central Africa in the past, and Cote d'Ivoire has also been a victim, and they received a subsidy that helped them to replace what they use as material, and then they went in for Robusta. That is just been put in place in my country by Guinea by then. And of course, we have gone through this disease, and this is a disease that creates a lot of challenges. What are the major symptoms that characterize this disease? You have, first of all, the falling of the leaves, which is a symptomatic sign, a current symptomatic sign. You also have the yellowish or rusting of the leaves. The leaves becomes yellow because the algae are used to settle on the leaves of the plants, and then there's there's feeding system of the plants. That's why the plants are no more fed, do not more feed correctly, and they start yellowishing, and that becomes much more difficult, and there will be a drought of the leaves. You can see on the screen here, there in a field, what a coffee tree becomes when it is attacked by trichomycosis. So this plant represents an aspect, a skeletic aspect, and also it may be used, it is part of the words that we use by the farmer. When the plants become dry, they use them for kitchen. And you have a very important characteristics which characterize this disease, and it is the presence of black spots at the pills. And when you scratch the pills, you can see a black spot, which is nothing but the growth of the algae. And this black stretch follows the food streams. You have had in a field where everything was normal but completely wiped away by this disease. And the quality is that the disease, when it settles, it doesn't exclude any plants. The plants cannot be replaced, but it will die completely. So the economic importance of coffee in our country and elsewhere, we've all spoken about the importance of this coffee in our economic system. But what impresses us is that of the challenge of trichomycosis that leads to the fall of production. So the history is known, and we have spoken about it, and the disease had to do a lot of disaster in our country. So the way hypothesis that we thought of, maybe we thought there was a problem, either we have a problem of bad management, and the bad management is linked to abundance of most of our farms, and maybe what happened was it not linked to the mutation of this disease, and that found itself in a population that were settled around. And maybe we can also confirm that the plants may have lack a certain level of resistance. So it simply means that, as there were others who presented before before midday here, they might have had a strong basis for ethics. So we worked in all the provinces where the coffee farms were planted, and we spoke about what we are representing here. we consider our country in the former configuration, because by then we had 11 provinces and currently we have 26 provinces. So we have done some observations. So we made a certain survey on the set of the coffee farms in our country, and we made observations in such a way that we can determine the areas that are attacked by this disease. So I present to you the mapping at the right. This is the mapping of 26 provinces, while on my right we have the former configuration that was easier for us. So from the beginning we worked in inspecting at least 914 farms that were chosen haphazardly according to the methods, among the classic methods. We won't go to details on that, but those who can have the needs of a document, we will give aid to the organization, the secretariat, and that the text that can be used without right of alter, and we will see what we will be able to collect like information. That the first of all is in every province we visited, we had to notice the presence or the absence of this disease, and then we had to study the system of production in order to determine what could have been the conditions that favored the appearance of this disease. So we took some factors that were determined, and we looked at the conditions of the farms that could be in this zoning. Two elements were designed. We first of all studied the temporal progress of the space and the disease in our country, and in the epidemiologic viewpoint, we noticed that in the northern parts, the coffee trees that were victims, as we see it on the map here, I don't know whether the image is clear. We have in the northern part, which is neighboring of Sudan and Central African Republic, and from the left, we are neighboring to Uganda and Rwanda, are the three areas which were attacked by the disease. Just as the provinces that were in the right side of the river, they were not attacked. We didn't find the presence of the disease at that level. So the progress of this disease was an exponential character, which is of course a characteristic, which means that whenever we did control, we were able to determine the quantity of the disease, and we had to design applications on the data that we collected, how we applied the linear application and asymmetric data to determine what were the graph in all the areas that were invested on, and the graph of the progress of the disease was always in a logarithmic form. We also determined the heart of the disease, and this primary hot point was in the eastern part, in the area surrounded in red, in the valley of what we call the valley of Nepoku. This is located between the city of Mongore and the city of Wamba and the city of Disuru. So when it comes to the progress, the primary hotspot of this disease was in this area, and in the progress we noticed that the disease progresses far better towards the areas which are more cooler. We didn't understand because the eastern corridor was a neighboring of the equator. Normally, the eco-climate conditions that could have favored the disease should have progressed towards the west, but we noticed that the disease was progressing towards the areas of high altitudes. And in the survey we did, that is how Uganda was also a victim, just because they were in the heart of coffee, and as God never sleeps, when you want to fraud, it always comes back to a rescue of he that you looted. That is how the disease from this primary hotspot found itself in Uganda and continued to progress towards the eastern part. And of course, in its progress, we noticed that, Chairman, please mention me if I'm on the timeline, because I'm going beyond time. So we also have other issues. There were periods that followed the epidemiology quite normal, the normal trend. And the second thing is that since the disease, when it's at the maximum of its attack, the plantation or the farms disappear, and everywhere we had the real value as it is determined in a red dots, and the trend, the graphic trend, which shows the progress of the disease if the conditions of maintenance were not convenient. We therefore have a case for the provincial provinces, and we have it here. And when we compare the two graphics of the progress of the disease, we notice that in the present cases, do we have an indicator? Okay, press here. So you will notice that we have a graphic that is a lower slope, and that gives us the normal trend as it should have been if the care was okay. So when we compare the two cases, you will notice that in the eastern provinces the graphic was much more higher. It was much more higher, while in the North Kivu provinces the graphic seems to be more softer. That was linked to the simple fact that in this area of Mwangi, it was an area that accepts Arabica and Robusta coffee, and the people noticed that the Robusta was attacked and Arabica wasn't attacked. They just abandoned Robusta and continued maintaining Arabica, and that's what creates the difference between the two graphics. So these were the situations that explains most of the areas on what we did. So I do believe in that. At the same time, as we were having the survey, we were always tempted to determine the conditions that could favor this disease. So unfortunately, as I have only 3 minutes left, there is a chart here on which we collected all the criteria that we should have used, and these factors, we did all it takes and look at those which were in favor and others were not influential, so to follow the progress of tracking the disease. So we established a statisticians help us, and for a certain time, if you don't have statistics in your work, you have not done anything. So we were supported to find and determine who were our elements who were more influential in the designing of in the progress of tracheomycose. We noticed that according to the provinces that were concerned, in the Eastern Province and the Equator provinces, the issue of age of the farms, the trees, of the production system. We also have the issue of materials and that of the heights, were all factors that influence the progress of the disease. So in this area where the disease were found in the northern provinces, the conditions were topographic, as time of shading and all the agric practices were all the same. So we had much difficulties in trying to determine the real factors that were in favor of this disease. So when there was another element which is more important, I'm sorry to go beyond the time, is that the coffee plants in our farms are planted in all the systems of the climate, of the weather. From both sides of the equator, we have all the conditions that are there, and that can inform us about it. There are others that we saw that in the areas where the disease is there, we have young plants, young trees, and in the areas where we have a CBD, as we write it here, there's the abbreviation of coffee wilt disease, and we have the issue of practices, of phytotechnical practices. They were not used, and we don't use inputs and all that, and all these perturbance came in my country, and my country went through a policy of hierarchy that when it was called by then, we tried to give the farms to the local communities, but it shows that we shouldn't have done this. So we also have the cultural associations that were not conveniently informed about using herbicides, and all that was done. There was also another important element that we should mention before we end. That is, there were a lot of a certain training on which the farmer or the producer should be able to recognize their symptoms in such a way that he can identify the tree that were sick, because the study that was set up to the fight against this disease needed the tree to be uprooted and burn them on the ground without taking them across the farms. But what do we understand? People who were afraid of uprooting all their plants because the replacement is not that easy, and when they have dried wood, they will be able to use them for cooking purposes. So we show you here as a conclusion, we will tell that the disease is not yet there, and we don't have to get it because this is something that causes a lot of headache, and we are trying. We have a lot of data since it's for more than 20 years that we are working on it. So this is what led us to lead many of the doctorate degrees, and I want to thank you at this point. Thank you, Prof. We thank a professor, and I can say that this disease, the professor has briefed us, but he was not able to tell us the causing agents of the disease. We also have the same issue in Togo, in the mountainous area, and we knew it was a fungal disease, and the issue, we call it coffee annum, that causes it. And normally, did you see the trees that the professor projected? You see the coffee trees? These were very old coffee trees, and we said it was a problem of a disease of age or weakness. So in this case, what we did is to have a collection and then have trees that are more resistant against this disease. This is what we did in our plateau de die. Those others are here, they can testify. We replaced the trees that were sensitive to the disease. We have to uproot them and plant others with more resistant grapes. So this was Robusta. There are trees, reference trees, and in collection we have more than 250 seeds of good quality that we can replace those that are sick and those that are more adapted. So we have to focus on that. I don't know if in the discussions we will come back on that. That's why I was saying it at once. Yeah, Mr. Chairman, I agree with what you are saying, but we have had a lot of works on which we have done, because we by then we set up the combination of clones and what were even the dissemination of the materials that were designed. And we also noticed that in the study we did, even in within the corridors, we will have to discuss, we noticed that the infection, which is Fusarium physalis, was accompanied by other form of Fusarians, and we worked to be able to determine the role of this other forms of disease that were associated and accompanied this form of disease. We even went further and tried to understand, because the disease came back again. What was it? Was it not hidden in the vegetation somewhere between the lines or even in the soil? So unfortunately, now we are with our General Director, Bompate, who will be able to tell us more. Understand that the professor and his colleagues have searched so much. We move on to the next presentation, and at the discussion we may come back to this discussion of diseases. Let's now give the floor to Mr. Dr. Manga Esuma Francois. You should be here because I was told right from Cameroon.
Esuma est chercheur à l'Institut de recherche agricole.
Dr. Manga is a researcher at the Agric Institute since 2016. He is in charge of research since 2019. Dr. Manga Esuma works on issues related to intellectual property of innovation and agric research in the agriforestry system of production of agroecology and protecting strategies of vegetations and development of biopesticide and valorizations of solutions based on nature. Doc holds a Doctor PhD in green biotechnology. Doc, you have the floor. Please present to us your documents.
Merci beaucoup, Monsieur le Président. Moi, c'est Dr. François Manga.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. My name is François Esuma Manga. I'm going to give you an overview of the observations we've made in the course of our studies. The topic has to do with on the system productions on the coffee plantation in Cameroon, and as well as the phytosanitary situation. So the presentation shall unfold as follows. First of all, I have the background. So as you all know, coffee is very important, one of the most primary commodity traded the world over. In Cameroon, for instance, it has a very high potential of growth and export, and the national strategy for developments by 2020 and 2030 as a position coffee as these areas where we are still relying it is covering 70,000 acre land, and we have more than 12,000 ton. So the country has the two types of variety, the Arabica and the Robusta. In Cameroon, they have received an award in France in 2007. We all know the center, the Arabicas stem from Ethiopia, but it was introduced in our country in 1884, and nowadays we have several challenges with respect to the growing of coffees, and then the issue of liberalizations or trade activities. And in those days, the government used to provide subsidies for coffee productions, but as time goes on, this government policy has been abandoned. So with the production of by the colonial masters, that was for households in those days, but nowadays producers are on their own, and some of them are even thinking of abandoning the sector. But there has been activities in line with how to revamp the sector, and we are thinking of how we need to come about with a plan to revamp the sector. So we are thinking of how to boost the coffee trees with the shortest cycles. There are also a low revenue from producers, and as well as the coffee as far as the export revenue is concerned. So in the course of the studies, we ask ourselves, what is currently the coffee systems in place in the areas covered, as well as the situations of phytosanitary pressure in those systems. And we're talking about the quality of coffee that can be produced. So Cameroon, that has have 5 agroecological areas. We have 3 out of the 10 administrative areas, knowing that we have And out of the 7 produces coffee. We have Batier in the western part of Cameroon, in area of Dumé. We also have the eastern part of Melong, and then also the littoral area that is closer to the seaside. So studies are being carried out on the field to be able to determine what is the characteristics of that areas. Afterwards, we have observations on the plot and in view of having a clear view of the phytosanitary situation in the area. So through the observations, we were able to identify and then concern that majority of the coffee trees are dated from the colonial areas. So there was a second generations of coffee trees for people who have only one coffee plantations. In the western parts of the country, one can see that the coffee plantations are old as against the one in the eastern and the littoral part of the country. But you can notice over here that there is a very low level of rejuvenation of the coffee plantations in the country. On the second coffee plantations we have in the eastern part, we have a very high level between 2010 and 2011. There has been an attempt to bring on board the new generations of coffee plantations and to boost the coffee production. So we have several species from the forest side, and we are losing track. This is a result of the fact that producers are keen to use others cultures instead of continue with the coffee production. So in the long run, we have avocados trees that system put in place. For instance, Antafik duties use. In terms of culture associated with coffee plantation, we have plantains, also maize that people produce beside coffee. This is a replacement of coffee plantations. So in terms of phytosanitary conditions, we have all the various diseases that the previous presenters have mentioned. We have the presence of scolitis and with presence on the Robusta, coffee Robusta, and we have anthracnosis with the Arabica species, and that have a very huge impact on the production. So in terms of strategies used by the producers, they normally use in the pesticide based on the impact of phytosanitary situation on ground. That's why looking at the graph on the red arrow, we notice that when we have less attacked by flies, there is less use of pesticides. When the pressure is high, an area where Robusta is being produced, you can notice that pesticides are for the major part used. So the question is, how can we understand the use of a high level of pesticide, and at the same time we have the presence of flies? We're talking about having a competitive coffee plantations in the market. Others are saying that we are looking for the long run stronger coffee plantations, and others are saying that chemicals used in the maintaining the of the coffee plantations will have a negative impact on the trees. That's why we are thinking about going for local consumptions. I think about also biological or green agriculture to be able to meet up the challenges represented by such a situation in the market. That's the reason why we do appreciate the finding from the previous presenters' studies. In a nutshell, we have noticed that coffee plantation is associated with other culture and fruit trees, and we noticed that these forestry species are becoming rare. We have a very high presence of flyers for against the Robusta, whereas we have Polyticomis and as against the Arabica species. In terms of strategies, today producers are using chemicals on 100% of the cases. We've developed biological solutions using atomopathogenous solutions. We have a publication on that, and we are currently trying to have go ahead from the government to make it available on the market. And then also yellow laurel. In the course of this study, it's quite interesting to provide the policies makers with recommendations. They are to support producers to avoid the total abandonment of the coffee plantations. There's need to also expand the pest control to revamp the coffee productions. We need to provide value to the coffee productions processes. I believe in Cameroon that such is ongoing. Before concluding my presentations, I wish to thank the various institutions that provided support for us in the course of these studies. They have the University of Cameroon, IRAD, International Foundation for Science, and then the African Associations of Scientists that made available article that was as a result of a study carried out in Côte d'Ivoire. Thank you very much.
Que nous partagions les recherches faites.
These are researches done. You have spoken with bitterness, I could say, of the opportunities of the disease in the coffee plantation. There's a whole work that was done on these scoliosis. I was in Cameroon personally, and I saw bags of coffee that was brought to Festy Coffee. The insects were coming out, and by then they didn't even know it was something serious. That was serious, and we worked on it in Togo, and that's what someone made of Togo, weighed in Togo, and he wrote a thesis on that. Green agri fight against the scolites in the coffee sector. We set up a biological battle by using 2 parasitoids. There was one that was discovered for the very first time in Togo. We have raised that, and with other practices, today our farmers do no more complain about this insect anymore. Mr. Maleji knows about it. Denis Ojo knows this. Salmon Nyase also know about this because we all read from the same professor, and I wrote a book that you can find at FENAC or on Amazon on this, how to manage the scolites of coffee leaves. That's why I say we should be together to work, and then solve our problems. So I'll give you the title, you go for it at Amazon or at FNAC and buy some copies. So that will give me a little money in my pocket. So we continue. It is a turn from of Mr. Mugo Eisen. Who will be presenting this article. Dr. Mugo is a principal scientific researcher in agric entomology. He works with agric research institution and animal husbandry in Kenya. He is based at the Research Institute on Coffee. He is Assistant Director of the Institute, Director of the Center, Head of the Entomology Department at CRI, and he is in charge of all the research programs of the Institute. Dr. Mugo has more than 20 years of experience in project management with a broad knowledge in fighting against insects in the coffee sector, especially by using integrated measures against pests, IPM. Doc, you have the floor.
Yes, my presentation this evening is on some work that we have done in Kenya in regards to insect pest of coffee and their management practices, and particularly in one of the regions in Kenya where we produce most of our coffee. That is where we produce at least 70% of our coffee in the country. The work being presented today is based on some interventions the country is doing to revitalize coffee production. As you are all aware, our country produces 99% Arabica coffee, which is known for its quality globally. However, our production annually is so low. It's about 40,000 metric tons compared to the potential of about 600,000 metric tons. You find that the productivity per tree is so low, about 2 kgs, 2 kilograms per tree. Well, we know our country has a potential of producing about 30 kgs of cherry per tree. So in respect, as I said, the country, as it addresses the issue to do with the revitalization of the coffee in the country, there are several interventions it has tried to look at. One being the issue to do with insect pests and diseases, issues to do with raw soil fertility, issue to do with inadequate supply of farm inputs, issues to do with production and supply of planting materials, particularly from our improved varieties, among other strategies. So what I'm presenting today is just one of the strategies that involves coffee production in regards to effect of insect pests and their management practices in the main coffee growing areas in the country. I think I want to dwell in that. For those probably new, don't know where Kenya is. Kenya is one of the East African countries at the far end bordering the Indian Ocean. So you can see where it is, and as I mentioned, it produces 99% Arabica. As I mentioned, the average annual production in our country is 40,000 metric tons, despite having the potential of producing about 600 metric tons. And the productivity per tree is about 2 kgs per tree. So the national government of Kenya is trying to revitalize this coffee productivity, trying to move from 2 kgs to about 10 kg for the time being, despite the potential of about 30 kgs per tree. And to do this, the country, the government has piloted some of the interventions in the main coffee-producing region, that is Mount Kenya region, where we have 70% of our coffee being produced. That is the area you can see. There are several other regions where coffee is produced, but currently we are trying to pilot our work in the Mount Kenya region, where there is a lot of coffee being produced. I think that is the economic importance of coffee, which I don't need to do so much on that. I'll mention what kind of intervention the government is trying to address. Those are some of the interventions. And this work report on the issues to do with insects in the region of Mount Kenya. I think for those who are not conversant with the coffee and are not entomologists, coffee is one of the crops heavily invested by insect pests after cotton. It's number 2. And it has all type of pests investing the roots, the stems, the bellies, the leaves, name it. So you can see the kind of problem normally coffee tend to suffer from. So, what was the purpose of this work? One is to establish common insect pests and their distribution in Mount Kenya region. In Kenya, coffee is produced in 3 agroecological zones, what we call UM1, UM2, and UM3. So we wanted to find out what are the common insect pests and how are they distributed, so that the government can be in a position to develop proper interventions to manage that. 2, we also wanted to know what are the management practices the farmers are using to manage the coffee insect pests, and possibly what are the gaps that could be existing to be addressed. And thirdly, we wanted to use this information in order to facilitate capacity building of agriculture extension staff, as well as what we call the coffee-ready farmers, in order to be able to sustainably manage coffee insect pests. So how was this work conducted? It was conducted through use of survey in Mount Kenya region, the one I mentioned. It covered 8 coffee growing provinces, counties, 8 of them, where 21 sub-counties involved in coffee production, and 485 farmers were sampled during the study period. What are the key findings? If you look at that, we did establish 21 coffee insect pests are present in Mount Kenya region attacking our coffee, of which among these 8 were found to be common. That means they need a lot of attention to be able to manage them. The occurrence actually was found to occur between 5 and 66%, and of which the green scales and the yellow-headed borer were found to be key in this aspect. A situation that has not been there before. What else did we find? We found that all these insect pests, they are distributed along all the coffee growing agroecological zones. They are present all around. They are not specifically in any given agroecological zone. They are present along all the agroecological zones. We also found that There has been changes in pest status. One, in terms of pest incidences, as it was reported by the farmers. The issue to do with the pest severity was also found to have changed. And also some farmers did report the issue to do with new pest incidences. What are the management practices we found mostly being used by the farmers? One is use of the insecticides. The other one is use of normal mechanical methods, physical, use of cultural, use of plant extract, like the plant extract from the neem trees, and also field sanitation. These were some of the practices which were found to be used mainly by the farmers to manage these pests. From our findings, it is evident that pest remains keys, factors affecting the production of coffee in Mount Kenya region, and therefore it requires a well-designed sustainable pest management strategies for use by the extension staff in order to offer focused technical and advisory services. In the morning, if you remember, somebody did mention about inadequate extension services available to the farmers. So these aspects of our work was more or less focused towards extension services so that the extension staff can be in a position to offer focused technical and advisory services on management of coffee pest. It was also found that though farmers apply several management practices, they apply several management practices such as insect and cultural control measures to manage the insect pests. And from our findings, we have two key recommendations. One, despite that we established the farmers use several control methods to manage the pests, there is lack of knowledge on use of other strategies that are regarded as sustainable and environmentally friendly. And these include mainly, we realize they have got no knowledge on the use of what we call integrated insect pest management. Two, we realize that they have got no capacity of identify. They have no knowledge of how to conserve, and also knowledge on how to apply the potentially locally existing biological control agents of insect pests. They also lack adequate knowledge, especially on the use of proper crop nutrition. Proper crop nutrition is important when it comes to management of coffee insect pests. And I wish to recognize the support of this work by the World Bank and our Kenya government as regards the financing of whatever we did. So thank you very much for also being given this opportunity to make the last presentations as we conclude this important 5th African Coffee Research Network Scientific Conference. Thank you very much.
Merci. Nous remercions.
Thank you. We thank Dr. Mugu. And I believe that we are almost at the end, but we will open the floor for a 10-minute discussion because there are people who have written down some questions they want to ask. We will take not more than 5 questions or 5 challenges. Who starts? I will take him at once. Go ahead, sir. Thank you, Chairman. My name is Dr. Yahou Yengi Tchanere, for Minister of Agri and Rural Development in Côte d'Ivoire. I want to thank each and everyone because, of course, we are an administration, but we are also scientists. And we have followed with much attention the various presentations. I was even marveled to see that, as you said, most of the time we are used to say that African researchers don't find what they find, but many researchers find what is needed, and the presentations of this day proves clearly that our researchers are doing a wonderful job. I want to make a slight comment. It's a kind of contribution for the presentations of Dr. Yao with regard to all he has presented related to the climate change and the impact of climate change on coffee production in Côte d'Ivoire. I'm also an agri-climate scientist, and I want to add a slight contribution just to say that in his results, he proved that Ma, which is in the west, in the mountainous area, and Bangui, which is at the east, have some problems related to other parts of the other cities like Gaiwa and others. What I want to add is that Ma and Bangui are almost at the same altitude, and as we know, with the climate change, there is much more water hydric challenges in the south than the north. When it comes to coffee plants, Ma, which is in an area which has become more unfavorable than other cities that were studied, and so far we have noticed that the coffee production in Côte d'Ivoire has reduced, not only because there is a less output, but there is much more reduction in harvesting services. And today in Côte d'Ivoire, coffee farms are represented by rubber or palm trees in some cases like Bangou and Ma. That's the contribution I want to add by saying that coffee farms in these areas has become marginal areas, and they are much more represented by rubber and much more resistant plants to droughts. Thank you. If, Mr. Chairman, I want to come in, it has to do with the biological fight against biotic stress and coffee trees when it comes to pests and the scarlet of coffee. I have noticed that the presenter who presented from Abidjan was talking about the use of Moringa oleifera and Jatropha cricas, which is another species of vegetable. In 2015, we used Jatropha cricas as an agent of fighting the caffeine scarlet. And the conclusion of this work, I presented them at Libreville in January 2020, because we used 2 models of vegetation, Nigeria cricas and Tabernanti iboga dota on the other hand, and it came clearly from our study that Tabernanti iboga had a later effect on coffee pest, and that in fact has a repulsive effect. I'm asking why. There's a reason why in the current studies, with the conclusions we've drawn, we've not been able to maintain Jatropha as an interesting agent, and which, in my opinion, may be lethal rather than repulsive, which is much more interesting to use because at least it contributes in conserving the biodiversity. This brings me to progress by saying this: when we are in the framework of OICT or RECA, it is good we update our knowledge, and that the results of our researches should be perfectly complementary between the various institutions in various countries, so that there won't be a repetition of some things at some places. Because I do remember at the Communication of Libreville in 2020, there was a colleague or an Indian partner who spoke about the neem tree as being a model of used to fight a biological fight, and I believe in Cameroon it was more updated. If I follow Dr. Mangai, who spoke right away, among the recommendations at the end of this meeting, of this conference, it will be of importance to insist on the sharing of knowledge from the results of our various research workshops, so that we will use the complementarity better for one another. Thank you. Thank you, Prof. I think we are saying the same thing. What you published in 2020 is on the website of ACRN. Everything's on the website of ACRN, and I will suggest to the researchers, before they do any communication or write even an article, they should look at what has been done and not to repeat what is being done, but to start from where the others ended. What you said is very educating, and I do not agree on the use of Azadirachta indica, because the Nimazole is already done. We have Nimazole that you buy and you apply. Why do we have to use extract of it? So what you said is right. We have to make reference and read what others have written. A researcher, before he writes his article, might have gone round to see what is being done on his topic. That may be an information to be done, but as I say, we will gradually get to that age. Merci, Monsieur le Président. Président, first, d'abord,
who has worked on neem, on the botanicals, need to know that the scrotine beetles, one of the dangers or the problems of managing them is their cryptic nature, that they hide inside the host. Yes. Either the black twig borer, it hides in the twigs, or the CBB, it also hides in the berries. Yes. So we need to look at a systemic botanical, and as far as I know, it's only neem, which is slightly systemic. So Moringa may be behaved very well in the lab, but in the field it might be another case altogether. Then the person who presented from Ethiopia, I think, is Kife. I wish to thank him for his work, and I'm impressed that organic matter behaved well, best. But I think, Chair, you said he's a student. Maybe he needs to go beyond telling us that just organic matter, which was the best. What are the properties of organic matter which make it the best? Could it be the micronutrients? Nowadays, so much work is being done on the micronutrients when it comes to managing pests and diseases, especially zinc and boron. They have been reported to have an effect on zinc and boron. And see, if he's a student, I think he needs to go beyond and correlate what is in the micro and what's in the organic, and the damages seen. Thank you very much.
Merci. Merci.
Thank you. I know you are an entomologist like me, and when we talk about entomologists of insects, we go, we are in the spirits. What you've just said is real, but you spoke about the use of a systemic product. The systemic product will stay in the fruits. What we need for scholars, there is a time that we try to fight against the scarlet, and that's the time of the colonizing flight. Sometimes it flies to colonize. That's when you must attack it. And for the Ethiopian, you see, he is writing a thesis. And when we are writing a thesis, we search and we search, and at a given time we stabilize. And I think we will encourage him and let him finish his thesis, then he will see clearer. Merci. Je voudrais faire un commentaire surtout sur la gestion des ravageurs et des maladies. Donc le coffee berry borer. C'est vrai qu'en utilisant des molécules systémiques, parfois c'est pas bon parce que c'est toxique. Pas seulement toxique, mais aussi souvent il y a le développement de résistance entre la population de l'insecte. Donc je voudrais demander si les chercheurs qui contrôlent surtout la gestion de coffee berry borer, si ils pensent également de l'usage d'un contrôle biologique, puisque je sais qu'il y a beaucoup de domaines. Récemment, quand nous avons visité Sénicafé, ils utilisaient le Boveria bassiana pour contrôler le coffee berry borer. Et ça a été vraiment un peu efficace d'une manière. Et je sais que ça peut également travailler dans beaucoup de nos pays. Je pense que nous ne devons pas seulement penser au IPM de la gestion intégrée des ravageurs et mettre plus d'efforts pour utiliser les agents biologiques pour contrôler, parce que ça peut être très utile. Ils utilisent également la conception de nouvelles variétés qui ont des effets répulsifs, de telle sorte que quand l'insecte sent l'odeur, il part. Ceci, il y a des scénarios où les gens peuvent penser en termes de conception de nouvelles variétés qui peut être répulsif aux insectes. Le contrôle biologique est un domaine où nous avons vraiment besoin d'explorer davantage en vue de contrôler les ravageurs et les maladies. C'est ce que je voudrais dire. Thank you, Celestin. That's what you just said is real. Against colleagues, we started using endosulfons, and it is sulfurous. And the sulfon kills the scolids. But sometimes there was a case of resistance, as you said. That was then we started working on the scolids in Togo. And we designed a biological fight by use two parasitoids. First Togolese parasitoid and another parasitoid which is in all the African countries. Cephalomia cephaloderis. And later on, we noticed that that was good, but we are having some things to add. So we added the cultural control. We know that the scolids affect dark areas. So we have to regularly prune the coffee tree so that there will be light. But when there is light, the parasitoid of Africa multiplies naturally. So in Africa, normally for scolids, we don't need to use insecticide because a scolid is African and it has its own parasitoid. There are 2 or 3 of them, and we use 2. So you are right, it's a biological fight that we should apply. Biological treatment. Another person? Il parle sur le micro éteint.
Yeah, thank you very much.
Grand merci.
Thank you, Chair.
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
To allow me a few minutes to say a few things. I'm Jeffrey Knightley. I'm a Director of Research at the National Coffee and Cocoa Research Institute. I'm a scientist, but this time I'm not going to talk about the complicated science. Usually I should be talking about genetic engineering, which is not applied in coffee due to some challenges. But now I want to give some briefs on how we feel research in Africa can be impactful and can respond to community challenges. I want to leave this question to you as you go home. And the question is, how can we do impactful research that responds to farmers' challenges, that responds to the market demands? Today I had questions. For example, we have inadequate research capacity in some countries. Some countries are saying we cannot do research. The whole of yesterday I did not hear anyone mention the word research in the opening ceremony. When I inquired, I was told that research is not applicable in responding to gender challenges, which is very wrong. We also have a challenge of genetic diversity in Arabic coffee. Today we mentioned. We also have a challenge in DR Congo with coffee wilt disease. We have varieties in Uganda that are resistant to the same challenge. We have people getting PhDs and masters in Uganda and DRC Congo on the same disease. To me, it does not make sense. There is if someone did it first, he got new information. Whoever is doing it again in Congo has no new information to report. But this is Africa. We continue doing those things. We have climate change, which cuts are close, and we've not responded. We are working in different small units, and we don't know who is doing what. So how can we really work together and address these challenges in a way that is economical? So we've been looking at research at the National Coffee Research Institute, and we wanted to work with the rest of Africa. I feel that working together as Africa, that's when we are going to do research that makes sense. No single country in Africa that is going to do competitive research than compare the research that is done in coffee in developed countries. For example, Switzerland, in the US, in Europe, people who drink coffee have more exciting research results than the people who produce coffee. I do not want to blame ourselves because we concentrated on production and productivity. And we even shied away to drink coffee. Coffee was for export. So now when the Secretary General says that we need to drink coffee and develop Africa, we do not have to drink only. Coffee can do many things. We need to look at what can we do with coffee to get more value out of it. But to get more out of coffee, we need to work together. So at the Institute, we've been looking what can be the unifying factor that can link all these regions to work together and respond to these challenges. We looked at the platform in Africa, for example, AU, network, new partnership for African development, that is NEPAD. But the challenge we had with NEPAD did not mention coffee. It only mentioned agricultural production and productivity and agriculture industrialization. We wanted NEPAD to recognize coffee. But good enough, they recognized science, technology, and innovation. That's what I pick over there. Then science, technology, and innovation, it's one of the priorities of African member states. When we saw that science, technology, and innovation is a priority for this country, it's one step towards working together. Then we continue looking for more unifying factors. We also discovered that many countries, 52%, recognize that science, technology, and innovation is critical. You can see from there. But only mentioned agricultural production and industrialization. Then we continued and said, but we need coffee on board, cocoa on board, to have something that can unite people working on coffee and cocoa, which remains a challenge. But yesterday, when I heard the news on the declaration, the Nairobi Declaration, that we can push to have coffee on the list of economic priorities of Africa, I had a day. So I said, if this is possible, then we can have coffee. We can have African countries work on coffee in a way that is more sustainable. When you look at the African subsector challenges, we all across Africa have been exporting green beans and exporting all jobs associated with post-harvest processing and coffee, what we call value addition. Whenever you export green beans, all roasting activities, soluble coffee processing, all those jobs and incomes are exported. Our president feels sad about this. He says this must change. Another area, we have declining coffee quality, production, and productivity with poor farmers. The African farmers continue to be very poor, and the percentage gain on coffee export, when you look at the total, is less than 10%. We've spent time, many years working on coffee production and productivity, but I'm embarrassed to hear that it is declining. The production and productivity we've been talking about is also declining. What have we been doing then? Probably we did not invested quite well. Then we have aging coffee farmers with low gender equity and inclusivity. When you look at it, women have been in coffee for many years. It's sad that in 2022, it's when we are realizing this, and give it just one day at Ayako. So, when we look at the Nairobi Declaration, if we have to implement that and gain, we need to first look at regional and international economic and market research on product and market products. My faith is that if you do not understand the market, if you do not understand the challenges of the farmer, the research that you are doing is like hitting in the dark. It's not focused. You can do productivity, but if there is no market, it's a wastage of time. If the farmers are not benefiting, it's a wastage of time. Once you understand the market, and I tell what the Institute, we look at, can we breed and get varieties that have more market in Europe, in China or US? But to answer that question, do we know the consumer priorities in the US, in China and Europe? Can we have the new product profile for these countries? Do we understand the market size? For example, we are looking at China. China is too big. How many people drink coffee? How many cups? What do they prefer as they buy coffee? Is it the market that is as old as Italy? What are the key drivers of that market? If you do not understand that, then the research that we are doing is still production and productivity. And then we look at, it's important to begin thinking right now. Do we talk about only coffee? We have cocoa, we have tea. Are we going to have boards, for example, research boards, research institutions for coffee, cocoa, and tea? Or it's better to begin talking about beverage clubs. When are we going to save money? Because there is a lot of duplication if you do coffee, cocoa, tea. Can we talk about beverage crop research, beverage crop products? Then we can begin making sense and avoid duplicating and wasting money. We need to look at technology and innovations that support resilient coffee and cocoa production and productivity. We are taking wrong. We are seeing climate change. We keep saying the yields are going down, but we are split in nature. We are disconnected. We do not have resources, and we work in separate silos. So we are saying, how can we leverage each other's capability to deliver shared value support in Africa Agenda 2023? In Africa Agenda 2023, they are talking about creating centers of excellence that can leverage on resources that we have. We have small amount of money. But if we can say, for example, we have 4 institutions in Africa. We have 2 institutions. In Rwanda, they already have the breeding hub for Arabic coffee. In Ethiopia, they have International Center for Arabic Coffee Research. 3 minutes. Yeah, you know, when you stop me, you lose a lot. It's okay. So we are looking at we need institutions, for example, Robusta Coffee in Cote d'Ivoire and one in Uganda for Eastern Central and then the West Africa. If we did that, then it will be more profitable. Then we need to look at coffee, at promoting and diffusing coffee and cocoa transformative technology. Then that's when we can begin moving. Then on regional research and innovation centers of excellence, we need to establish research and innovation centers of excellence to drive coffee and cocoa agro-industrialization. If you have to do that, you need centers of excellence for Arabic coffee, research and innovation. We have one in Ethiopia and Rwanda, and then centers of excellence for Robusta coffee research in Uganda and, if possible, Cote d'Ivoire. We are proposing, but it's the best way to go. Then we try to highlight objectives of these centers. For example, we need to facilitate implementation of cutting-edge research that generate market-driven and impactful technologies. We are looking at generating new next-generation Robusta coffee varieties. How do we do them? We need to get together all the genetic resources that we have in Africa, create a core breeding correction for Africa, and we share and test these varieties across Africa, and we have competitive varieties that can compete with the Brazilian ones and the Vietnam ones. We need to have validation research centers where technologies can be developed and distributed to other countries to test and apply. On increasing consumption, we think we need to go back and look at anthropology, culture, and tradition of different countries, and we make products that fit within those beliefs of Africa. For example, in Uganda, coffee used to be a tool for friendship. We used to exchange coffee beans. For me, I feel exchanging coffee beans on Valentine should be more priority, should make much more sense in Uganda than exchanging roses. In your countries, you have such scenarios where products can be built, respected, and go into the market. We need to make sure that technologies go into people who cannot afford, but can use them to make a lot of money. So we need technology promotion, we need strong outreach that can make these technologies impact. My last message, remember, we need to answer the question, how can we do impactful research that responds to communities' challenges, that responds to market demands? Thank you very much.
Thank you for this communication. And like you are saying, I think it's really important. And that's all the discussion I've been having along during this day about how can we collaborate to be more efficient in terms of the work that we are doing in research. I think it's an area, like you're saying, where we need to explore more and emphasize and put more efforts in the collaboration that we are doing. I think this is a recommendation where we can see, like he's saying, a center of excellence, the African Center of Excellence. So why can't we, like people, countries, think about it? How can we establish this center in order to be able to advance more in terms of research and the collaboration that we are doing? So we are now at the end of the third session. So I would like to thank our chair of the session and also the different presenters in this session who are here. If we can just give them a round of applause so that we close this session. Yeah, and then we now going to the last session that's going to be very short for the closing remarks. So before we go to that, I think we can also have a picture, take a photo, yes, and then we close our session. So for close. Now, for the closing remarks, I would like to invite Dr. Gichuru. Dr. Gichuru is the acting chair of the ACRN. So he is going to join me for the closing remarks for this day.
Do I have to stay here?
If you want, you can stay. There's no harm.
Je reste?
Yeah. Il va se mettre au milieu. Mm.
Ici. Can I? No, please. We are side.
So you pay dearly for terrorizing me.
Alors, for the wrap-up of our conference or meeting today, I'd like to go through summarize the report that we have, and then we give the floor to our chair to make the closing remarks. Allow me to make this in French because I have the report in French, to read in French. So la 5e conférence scientifique.
The 5th scientific conference on coffee of ACRM took place.
Session now.
The 5th scientific conference on ACRN was held on the 5th of November 2022 in the Hotel de Février Fazao Hall in Lomé under the theme Connecting Research and Dissemination for the Better Quality Production of Coffee. And the sessions was kicked off by the introductory remark by Mrs. Celestin Vatsarea, the Director of Research and OICO, followed by the welcome remarks by Mr. Anselm Gouton, who is the Secretary General of Coffee Cocoa Research Center from Togo, representing the Ministry of Trade, Industry and the developments of the private sector and the promotion of local consumptions, who is the current chairman of OICO, and followed by the remark from the Secretary General of our organization. Out of the 29 presentations, 23 were presented by researchers from 14 member states: Cameroon, Cote d'Ivoire, DR Congo, Ethiopia, Gabon, Kenya, Madagascar, Malawi, and Nigeria, Tanzania, Togo, Sierra Leone, as well as Zimbabwe. These presentations were made on the 3 sessions and cover several topics on the genetic, agronomy, the pest control, and socio-economic impact on the, as well as climate change impact. The 3rd session was moderated by Dr. Michuru, was on the subtopic of these sessions, genetic improvement as well as improvement of quality. Following the report, the following recommendations were made, and that the research focus more on the weakest link of the value chains in the area of coffee productions, and then with working on the carrying out research on the various varieties, taking into account Robusta and other which have less caffeine. And the RECA was made or pushed across to the Secretariat to find an arena where they're performing tools and equipments will be made available to various member states performing varieties, and research studies on the technology could increase the added value of coffee in Africa. And then also urge member state and governments of member states to emphasize on research on African coffee market, and also invest in that area, and then also encourage the sharing of experiences in that area, putting in place a scientific journal of ACRN, and also an outcome of researches on coffee on the continent. And the second sessions moderated by Professor Pamphile from Gabon. Out of the 9 presentations, out of the 10, 9 was made, 9 presentations, and the course of the sessions, the topic was agronomy and social economy. The presentations, as a whole, talked about then the coffee production in various member states, as well as their contributions with respect to the GDP of the aforementioned countries. Various challenges in terms of climate change, and also the aging of coffee plantations, and also environmental factors and human factors having a negative impact on the systems, on the value chain, coffee value chains of those countries. At the end of the debate, the following recommendations were formulated to meet up the various challenges identified. Involve youth and women in the coffee production in view of taking over from the aging coffee producers, identify conducive coffee production areas in view of improving the productions, and also mitigating the cost of production, and also looking for improved varieties, resilient vis-a-vis the diseases and pests impact, and also extending extension services, and and then also build the capacity of producers, develop policies on data, agricultural data collections, and also include coffee in the producers' countries, agricultural development programs in view of securing the needed funding, and also put in place measures to fight bushfire. Then, following the questions put across to the presenters by the participant, there's need to put in place a strategy to and also develop sharing of experiences policies, encouraging the creation of the establishments of Center for Excellence in various member states, and encouraging sharing of experience of the outcome of researches. Of the third sessions was chaired by Dr. Webe Komla. The sessions was devoted to the listening of 7 presentations, and then was has to do with the pest control as well as climate change impact, and the fourth of the presentation were made in-house, where you have 3 virtual presentations. In the course of the deliberations, the following was adhered to: the research collaborations in the area of research, then at the regional and international level, and then with respect to pest control, researchers should emphasize on the method different from the toxic use of chemicals, such as the biological control. So those are the 3 sessions we have in the course of today's proceedings. So those are the recommendations formulated. I also wish to say, as I said earlier on, that the report of this conference shall be made available and posted on the website to make it accessible, make them accessible to member states. This is a promise we are committing ourselves to. We also have the synthesis of the abstracts that we receive. They too will be made available. So nowadays on the website we've already have an ACRN page where you will find the publications from these meetings. We'll also engage presenters to give us a go ahead to publish their presentations, and we will do so following their permissions. So having said that, once again I would like to say thank you to all of you who have been involved in making a presentation, and also those who chair over the various sections.
To our chair for the closing remarks. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Celestine, for giving me this opportunity to say a few words as we exit this forum. I'm so happy and excited that by the grace of Almighty, we have reached this far. And it was very exciting to see that the numbers are still there and the attention is still there, and that marks a great interest to what we are doing, and it was very interactive to the end. I wish to thank everybody for whatever you have done, those who have presented physically or virtually, those who have translated, our master of ceremony, those who have cooked for us, those who have been there in terms of security, ICT, secretariat, and everybody else. Thank you very much. Feel that you have appreciated, because whatever we have achieved is because you prayed your all. Actually, what a commitment. When Ethiopia was presenting, I looked at my time and I was imagining those people maybe would be late after work. But still they were available to present to us and share information. We note that there was a lot of desire and there is a value in this forum, and there is a lot of efforts looking towards having such forums as frequently as we can. And this would be the apex if we have those regional ones in the West, East, Central, and so on, but this one will be the apex in terms of Africa. The need to strengthen our collaborations and exploit our resources as efficiently as possible. There was a question of how far wide we can widen in terms of subjects. At the end of the day, maybe we have not satisfied everybody, but that's our desire, to cover everybody and allow more time and more disciplines to come on board, including those who will be competing tomorrow in terms of making coffee. What can research do for them? The high-level meetings, political and policy, what can research do for them? And we need that to support. In Africa, as we also noted during the Africa Coffee Summit, we have a lot of opportunities. When I look at the presentation from Madagascar and Sierra Leone, to think about how wide our diversity is between the two extremes. And that's a lot of opportunity that may not be there in a lot of other places around the world. I don't think there is another continent that can compete with us anyhow. We have similar problems, so the need for us to collaborate. We need to conserve our diversity. That's a challenge that we need to take up, both in situ and ex situ, so that we can conserve what can be useful today, tomorrow, and in future. We have diverse cultures. Look at the way we consume our coffee. We have styles of Arabic origin, American, British, French, Portuguese, traditional ones, Ethiopian, and so on and so forth. This is a resource that we can use to add value to our coffee and enlarge the market as much as we look at domestic coffee consumption. We have a pool of scientists with interest in various areas. Can we exploit them so that we serve our value chains better? We have diverse ecosystems: coffee at the lowlands, coffee at the islands, coffee in equatorial forests, coffee in any other place that you can think of around the equator, and that's a resource that we can exploit. Noting that AU has adopted coffee as one strategic value chain, then we can rightly say we have a lot of political support. And can we exploit that in terms of economic exploitation so that we can sustain the industry. Some of the challenges, as we have noted, is inadequacy of investment in research, but by collaboration we can achieve more than what individuals can do on their own. Of course, there is a limit of how much we can share, because what you adapt for your country not be straight away adopted for my country without some evaluation before release. We have few forums, but we need to increase. We have not exploited all technologies in terms of information sharing, and maybe that can enhance what we share and what we do to support each other. We need staff development, and I've noted that we don't have very young students, in a forum like this, and how can we get them on board? It's a feature which is more common at barristership, but when we come to science, most of us are at advanced age. We need to support the development of appropriate institutional, national, and regional policies, because they are not strong enough to support, for example, the exchange of materials, phytosanitary, like in East Africa is now when we are trying to harmonize our protocols. We hope we will have African protocols which can facilitate that. Most of the time we find individuals, farmers, private companies, NGOs seeking to access national materials from another country, and without policies that becomes difficult, because it has to be supported by intergovernmental kind of exchanges. With that, I would like to say we are sleeping giant, and I pray very hard that we'll be able to wake up and the giant will be able to roar, and the coffee will be really black and gold, like we have always said. ACRN, we note, has facilitated joint proposal writing, and we encourage them to go on that direction. Though the presentations looked like there wasn't a lot of collaboration, I know there is a lot of collaborations that we have initiated, and they are ongoing. Some would have been reported by, for example, CABI, because they are the coordinating agencies, but we are driving towards that collaboration. As I terminate, I was just thinking to myself, who was translating for those who are at home listening? Because some people are sending me messages from home, but then when it's in French, how can we make them understand what's going on, and the other way around? And those are challenges which we expect to be ongoing, and maybe ICT can help us have automatic kind of translation wherever somebody is, so you can see how far we have to move on. And then I was also thinking, we are producers in the room. What would happen if IACO as consumers also on board? Maybe they would drive even our research to another direction, and we move towards social consumption rather than what we are being accused of being very production oriented. Finally, I wish you well. I wish to send you with greetings from the scientific community of the continent. Wish you safe safaris. Thank wherever you came from, your institution, your family, your nation, everybody else back home, the community around you, farming community, and so on. Take the goodwill message for us, and we hope to see you in 2 years' time, richer, stronger, and more willing to continue, still energetic. Coffee is a marathon. We don't know the head, but we want to have energy to continue moving. With that, I declare the forum closed, but I encourage you to continue interacting. both physically for as the week proceeds and through other means as we continue. Thank you very much, and God bless you all. Thank you.
Nous remercions les présidents de séance, tous les chercheurs pour ce parcours de combattants.
The researchers in their track of combatants, thank you for the endurance. We are at the end of the day, and the workshop of the field scientific conferences has ended, and we wish you a good night, by night. And we meet tomorrow at 8:30 a.m. The workshop will start tomorrow at 8:30 a.m. Good evening to all. Enjoy your night.